Good morning everyone and welcome to a beautifully sun-kissed Kimbolton kart circuit where we are almost ready for the action for the next bit of racing at the TKM Festival. My name is Ben Topless and alongside me I'm delighted to be joined by three-time Kimbolton champion and current senior Rotax driver Charlie Ellis. Charlie, how are you today?
I'm very good, thank you. It is such a beautiful place that we are racing at today, Kimbolton circuit. It should be a great day full of action, and yeah, everyone just look forward to some great racing on track.
Yeah, we've already had a number of heats yesterday, and we'll be cracking on with the third heat for the Junior TKM any time now, and it is an absolute scorcher today, especially in our commentary box. So you'll have to bear with us a little bit as we drink water a little bit.
So we'll go run you through some of the results from yesterday, Heat 1 and 2. In Heat 1, it was James Morley who won, followed by Alfie Garford in second place with a 2/10 gap, followed quite far behind Leon Frost with a 4-second gap from the two. And if we move on to Heat 2, James Morley won again, Alfie Garford with a bit of a gap behind, 7/10, and then followed 5 seconds behind Joe Cheek. So far it looks like James Morley and Alfie Garford have been able to get away as quickly as possible, and then everyone behind is scrapping, trying to get that third place.
Well, we're almost ready to go for the first race of the day, the Junior TKMs, and it is James Morley that lines up on pole position with Leon Frost alongside. Luke Bates, the current championship leader at Kimbolton, he lines up in third alongside Alfie Garford, with Dara McKinnery alongside him, with Leo Robinson alongside him on the third row as the karts funnel their way onto the circuit. Joe Cheek lines up then in 7th with Joseph Booth in 8th, and then Oliver Bowen and Ollie Rands round out the top 10 as the karts make their way out onto the circuit. A few false starters, one of them not making their way out of the pit lane, one of them a little bit slow to get going, so we may well have another roll-up lap here.
Yeah, it's great to see everyone in the grandstands joining us for an absolute great day of racing, and yeah, it's a great day. As we go off, it'll be a full start. We're going to be going round again.
So the kart's weaving from side to side, making sure their tyres are up to temperature, and we should be getting going this time as I believe that is actually James Morley at the back of the pack that wasn't able to get going, so he'll have to funnel his way through and try and get back to the front of the grid, the pole man.
Well, this is a biggest shame for James Morley, saying he was P1 in Heat 1 and Heat 2. Hopefully he can get his way back to the front and join up on his P1 spot. But if he doesn't, this will be a very interesting race to see where he'll come through.
Still some time as they come up towards Kestrel Corner now.
On our from where we can see coming around down Weldon, there looks like the sun going really slowly. It looks like it's about to pull off, so we can't see who that is, but he won't be joining us. But as we come round the final corner, we will get ready to start our first race of the day. Here we go, will it be? And we are out! Leon's trying to come over to the inside. James Morley's going to hold it.
Yeah, we've had the 31 spin on the start line already, and James Morley has managed to hold on to the lead for the time being as they run down toward Derek's Corner for the first time. It is the number 1 right behind him of Alfie Garford as they funnel their way through for the first time. We've got a couple of karts onto the grass there, and there's a few yellow flags obviously for the karts that didn't get going. I believe it's the number 12 of Joshua Beham that didn't get going as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner for the first time. It is still James Morley that leads this race as they funnel their way through the last corner. There's a move for third place in the background as they make their way onto the start-finish line for the first time.
Yeah, what a good start from James Morley and Alfie Garford there. It looks like they're going to do what they did yesterday, which is them both pulling away, maybe pulling this gap so number 3 can't get in their slipstream and start to catch up on them.
Yeah, it is a marathon, not a sprint. Despite it only being an 8-minute race, there's no point in scrapping at this point in time. You've got to play your cards right as they make their way through down Weldon Corner once again. Through Kestrel one more time, and it looks like James Morley's pulling out a slight bit of a gap at the moment.
Yeah, nearly a 10th gap, as you can see on our live stream. Yeah, they're just going to start working together. This is all that they want to do. They want to work together, pull away, and make this big gap.
As they make their way down to the chicane once again, and the pair of them are beginning to bridge a little bit of a gap to Leo Robinson, who's running in 3rd place at the moment. The rest of the pack are all very much bunched up behind the top few carts.
Yeah, but it looks like maybe Leo Robinson's catching up a bit on this gap. Hope if he does catch us up and these two start defending, this can lose them a lot of time. And it looks like this number 63 has got a warning. We don't know what's for, but he has got a warning, so he'll have to be wary of that.
Yeah, the top 2 continue to pull away as well, and it looks a bit like Leo Robinson's just beginning to catch them now as they make their way through Derricks once again.
Oh no! And from what we can see out the commentary box, it looks like it looks like Yihan Kalikun. I'm sorry, I can't say your name right, but he is spun at turn 1. He's only just started getting it back going. Hopefully he'll get it back going before they come round again.
So it is now a 3-way fight out in front, and look at that. That is James Morley being pushed across the start-finish line, but they're not going to start racing until the final few laps, I wouldn't have thought. They'll wait until the final few minutes before they start to scrap away for position.
But yeah, Leo Robson, it does look like he's closing in. Will he be able to take advantage of these two working together to try and get away? I don't know, but as they come through Weldon, they're going to come back. They're going to come back onto the TKM straight through Kestrel and into the last corner. Will Alfie look at the move? No, he doesn't. We'll come back onto start-finish straight.
And it looks like these top 3 could catch Jehan Kalichern, who did have that slow moment. We saw the white flags out. He has managed to get going again, but I would imagine that he'll be caught by the top 3 before the end of the race. That could throw yet another spanner into the works.
Yes, exactly. Hopefully he should be blue flagged to get out of the way, and hopefully these 3, with the amount of experience and talent they have, they should be able to just fly through him quick as possible, and they should still be battling. But it looks like the top 3, they are pulling a bit of a gap from P4, which is Leon Frost. I was speaking to Leon yesterday. He said he's having a few problems, but hopefully can take advantage and hopefully sort out all his problems so he can get back on track.
Yeah, Leon Frost coming under pressure, and there's a hell of a scrap going on for 4th position. About 5 carts all scrapping away, as you say, headed by Leon Frost at the moment, as they make their way through the willows. A couple of carts almost going side by side there. But we are currently watching the top 3. I know we've switched there, and Leon Frost still defending and still able to hold on to his position for the moment.
But yeah, top 3 still pulling away. They're all going to be working together. Maybe they'll be able to battle the last couple of laps, but so far it looks like a pretty standard race. But yeah, the top 3 are still working together. We've got nearly 2 minutes 50 on the clock, plus that additional lap. And yeah, these top 3, they're going to carry on working together. It does look like they're closing on Yehan, the number 28, who will be a lap behind. But it looks like Leon Frost and Joe Cheat, they're going to be working together. P4 and P5 working together to try and catch him on these 3.
Yeah, it looks like Leo Robertson doesn't quite have the ultimate pace of James Morley or Alfie Garford, but he is making the most of that slipstream, just being pulled along by them. That's the effect that following a kart has as they make their way onto the start-finish line once again. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this race then. Will they start to make some moves now? They don't want to cost themselves any more time than necessary.
Yeah, and on the straights you might see some of them putting their head down. it's a way of aerodynamics, which they can put their head down and maybe get a couple more attempts off their times on the straights.
Yeah, every little helps when it comes to karting, as the margins are so small. Yeah, it's interesting there. Leo Robinson taking a much tighter line going through Dan Weldon corner than the two karts ahead of him, and it seems to help him in that little complex of corners there. And they look to be pretty equally spread as they come across the start.
That was a late dive bomb from Joe Cheek on Leo Frost on the last corner. It was a brilliant move. Last minute, pulls out. He's going to go defensive into turn one. Will he be able to hold it? Yes, he will. But Leon Frost is looking.
Yeah, he was trying to use the cut back there. It's not over yet because he looks to be faster in a straight line. He's pushing him down towards Derek's chicane as they make their way through. He's just been able to hold on to that position for the moment, but I get the feeling that this battle is going to rumble on and on as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner now. He's just trying to hold on to that line. And now, will he have a run at him going into Kestrel? He goes defensive once again, but just about manages to hold on to the position. He's going to have to go defensive here into the last corner. And I think, he's been pushed a little bit wide. Is he going to be able to hold it on as they make their way down the start-finish straight? Look at this scrap.
But yeah, whilst these two are defending, everyone else going to be able to close back on as the number 27 gets a warning flag. We still don't know what it's for, but you need to be wary of that as well. But Leon, he's signalling, he wants to push, but he can't because Joe keeps defending. And this will just let everyone else close in on this pack.
And all the while, the top three have built really quite a big margin now as they make their way through Kestrel. That looks like James Morley has pulled away just a little bit. It could all be to do with tyre pressures. It's a hot day as Callie Churn gets the blue flag and moves over for the race leaders, so that won't be in effect now, but it looks like Morley is beginning to pull away, and it looks like Garford's coming under pressure from Robinson now in these closing stages. Yeah,
but the timer has struck 0, so the next time they'll come around, this will be it's the last lap now. Right. So, top...
No, we're not onto the last lap just yet. It says it on our screen, but I don't believe we're on the last lap just yet, and that could give Alfie Garford one last chance as they come through Kestrel corner. Will he go for the move? He's going to go for the lunge. He's going to go for the lead, and he takes it. So Garfield hits the front for the first time in this race, but can Morley have a go back? They go on to the final lap of this heat, and there goes Morley to the outside. Will he try the up and under? He's going to try.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's done it. What a move on the cutback on turn one. Will he go? He's going defensive for the chicane. Derek's corner. He'll come through. He looks like he's pulled a bit of a gap into Weldon.
Robinson's taken second place. He's managed to get ahead of Alfie Garford. So will he be able to have a run? It looks like Morley's got a bit of a gap now out in the lead. So can Robinson hold on to second as they come through the final turn? He goes defensive. But it will be James Morley exiting the final corner who will win our first race of the day. And that's Robinson in second. It is Garford in third.
Who's going to win? It's going to be Joe Cheek who comes in fourth in this big, massive scrap. They're almost 3 wide coming down start-finish straight. What a first heat to start off our day. And this heat just shows the amount of action we're going to have today.
Yeah, as you say, Joe Cheek just managing to hold on to fourth. It seemed to be the top 3 karts and then the rest of the pack all in one big bunch. And if that's anything to go by for the rest of the day, then we are in for some excellent action.
But yeah, saying that yesterday, James Morley won both of the heats. I don't think he'll be happy that he's had this second place, but it's still points. I think he'll still be in the league going to the pre-finals. So hopefully he can go from there.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be between James Morley and Alfie Garford, as it has been for the meeting so far. But Leo Robertson, with that pace, ending up in second place behind Morley. Yeah, it looks like he could be within a shout. And we are almost ready now for the Honda Cadets. They're almost ready to go, and it is Albert Friend that lines up on pole position alongside Charlie Wolfitz on the front row. And we have the green flags waving now, and the Hondas will make their way out onto the circuit.
They will at some point. Here we go. Honda Cadets are out on track, and in a second we'll be able to go through our entry list for this race.
Yeah, I kind of jumped the gun a bit there with my grid reading, but it will be up on your screen in a moment. And there we go. Albert Friend lines up on pole position from Charlie Wolfett in second. Finlay Lines is up in third alongside Kian Bernard in fourth position. Mason Brooks is on the third row alongside Noah Barnum, and then it is Oliver Spencer in eighth and Callum Wilson in ninth. Hayden Fisher and Zach Starbuck round out the top 10 on the grid. And it looks as though, yeah, of course, standing starts, of course, in Honda Cadets, not the rolling starts we've been seeing in TKMs, so the leader will now back it up a little bit.
But I have to say, Albert Friend, I was watching him yesterday, his starts were mega. In the second heat yesterday, he managed to pull over a second gap just on the first lap, and that just shows how much these standing starts can play effect on your race.
Now, it's a long run down to the first corner, of course, and some of these drivers will have set up their karts specifically for the start because they want to get a good launch. And it looks like all the karts are ready to go now. They're watching the lights, and the lights, when the lights go out, we'll be racing. The engine revs rise, and we are underway. And it is a good start from Friend. He manages to consolidate the lead. And it looks like Charlie Wolfett's coming under pressure from Finlay Lines as they run down towards the first corner. It's a beautiful start from Albert Friend as they make their way through the willows for the first time. And it looks like Finlay Lines has managed to get into second place. So not a great start there from Charlie Wolfett.
Yeah, it looks like... who is that? That could be maybe the... Well, driver has gone off at turn one. He was able to luckily come back on. But he's going to have a bit of work to try and catch up to this pack. But it doesn't look like anyone's spread out at all. They look like they're still all together. P3's going defensive. Is that Mason Brooks going defensive? He's a bit scared of the whole pack behind him. But hopefully he can try and catch up onto these two. It's Albert Friend. What a start. He's gone. Followed by the 94 Finlay Lines. The 84's got a warning. We don't know what that's for. It could be for contact. Or something like that. But yeah, they're all switching around on this first lap.
Yeah, some big gaps forming already. There's quite a lot of defensive driving on that first lap, and it's rare. It's unusual to see. You'd expect to see the drivers working together in these early stages, and as a result, it looks like Albert Friend and Finlay Lines has managed to retake second place, so he has managed to get back into his starting position. But it looks like they've bridged a bit of a gap to the third place driver Mason Brooks. He's had a good start, but there's a bit of a move going on at the final corner, and yeah, it looks like Mason Brooks is still running in third, but it is the battle for fourth that's heating up as they go defensive down towards the first corner. All the karts covering the inside line.
Yeah, it looks like Zach Starbuck, I think that is. He got pushed wide a little bit and he's lost maybe 3 places, so that's the problem with defending. You could get hit wide and you could be pushed off wide. But yeah, it looks like the top two, they're bridging out a bit of a gap.
Yeah, we can see the 22 kart of Noah Barnum has managed to get to the front of that particular queue. He's now running in fourth position by the looks of it. And yeah, and it looks like it's getting close between the top two, as you say. They've got Albert Friend, he's now coming under pressure, and Charlie Wolfett's going to get... Now Finlay Lines is going to get a bit of a slipstream here as they make their way down to the first corner once again. And run through the willows, and yeah, he's going to get a good run here towards Derek Chicane, and getting a bit of a push there is Albert Friend, but I doubt they'll start battling at this stage. Well, again, as we saw with the Junior TKM final, it's going to be down to the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, especially in the Honda Cadets, it's all about momentum and pulling yourself through. So having someone behind you who you know is going to work with you is very ideal in this situation.
Yeah, and the top two have now broken a big gap to the karts behind. It's a gap of, last time round it was 1.69 seconds. I'd imagine it would be a lot more than that this time round. as Mason Brooks doesn't feel the need to go defensive into turn 1 this time, but he's going to be feeling the pressure as they make their way down to Derek's corner. They make their way through the willows now. He needs a good run and he needs to cover the inside line. He hasn't done it, and as a result, he's going to come under pressure here, and he's lost 2 places going into Derek's corner.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, still these two, they're still working together. They'll maybe battle on the last couple laps. But yeah, as we tick down, we have 4 minutes left on the clock plus that additional lap. And yeah, there's a massive scrap for 3rd place with No Barham leading it. Oh, it looks like a move on the last corner. Who is that? That looks like it could have been Oliver Spencer or Joshua Griffin going into that 5th place spot.
It was Joshua Griffin that made the move in the number 13 kart. Made a bit of a late move under the braking there to go back to the racing line, but he's managed to gain a position there. And the top 2 are just in a league of their own. The gap was over almost 2.5 seconds last time round, and they just seem to be going from strength to strength out in front.
Yeah, this top 3 battle it's an amazing battle. The drivers are being very cautious of what they do, because if they take each other out, this could damagingly affect their pre-final spot.
Yeah, and that'll be a thought for everyone, is their pre-final position. The heats don't mean everything. It'll be good for glory's sake to get a few positions here, but it's not everything. They've got to use their heads. As the top 2 we see once again going through the willows, and we've only got just under 3 minutes left. Will they start fighting now? Not yet. Not going into Derek's corner. Not this time round. And the battle for 3rd rages on. It's now more of a 3-kart scrap than anything else, but it is still Noah Barnum that holds on to 3rd position for the time being.
Yeah, well, as we're still looking at this top 2 battle, Albert Friend, he's just chucking into corners. He's being consistent, which is always a good thing to see. We don't want him messing around and defending or anything like that. They're just working together, pulling away, and this top 3 battle, it's amazing. They're switching up and down and everywhere about.
Yeah, and we can see it almost looked like Albert Friend had managed to build a bit of a gap in the middle part of the lap, but that has quickly reduced once again down those start-finish straights. Perhaps he has set it up for the starts. He's put maybe a bigger sprocket on so he can get away from the line, because it looks like down the straights he is being caught somewhat by Finley Lines as they make their way down to Kestrel corner once again. The top 2 have bridged now nearly 3 seconds. That is quite the gap in Honda Cadet racing, and the battle for 3rd rages on. There was almost a move there at the final corner, but not quite. And it looks like Barnum has just about managed to hold on to the position as they make their way down to the 1st corner once again. The 42 karts not quite close enough to make the overtake.
Yeah, as they were coming down to start finish line, Mason Brooks, he didn't look happy. He was throwing his hands up in the air. He was so angry. But as this happens,
there's a move for the lead. I'm sorry to cut across you, Charlie, but there's been a move for the lead, and he has managed to get ahead now. Has Finley Lines? He's managed to get ahead with just over 1 minute left. They will do 2 more laps. Can he hold on ahead of Albert Friend as they make their way through Kestrel? I reckon he's probably got the pace now. If he can get a clean exit off of this last corner and make sure that he's not under pressure going into the 1st corner. But it looks like Albert Friend is quite close. He's in the slipstream. Will he try and retake the lead as they go into the 1st corner? No, not quite. He thinks better of it.
Yeah, it looks like... Oh, Finley Line's got a bad run. Albert Friend down the inside. On the 2nd to last lap, he's taken back the lead. Will Finley Lines catch up? You can see how much he catches on the straight. That just shows what slipstream can do, and hopefully he can hold it through the corner. We're going to go through Weldon. Yeah, through Weldon, and yeah, Albert Friend's going to try and get a good run out, because he needs to get as good of a run as he can get out of the last corner and Weldon, because that's where the long straights are, and that's where he can be caught. But Finley Lines looks like he's got a good run out of the last corner. Will he have a look?
Yeah, he's coming under pressure. He's signalled to him in front, and he's going defensive now as Albert Friend. I'm not sure how he managed to get the position back. It was very late going into the willows. But will these two feel the need to fight each other on the final lap? There's a big scrap going on for 5th position, but we'll focus on this lead battle for the moment. Albert Friend looks over his shoulder, goes defensive through Derek's corner, and as he makes his way through now towards Dan Weldon, he looks like he's got just a big enough gap to hold on for the moment, but it's all about this exit down towards Kestrel now. He's going to check over his shoulder, he looks behind, and you can see that he's now got a bit of a gap to Finley Nines. They're going to come through the final corner, and he has got a big enough gap to hang on. So it is Albert Friend that will come across the line to win the first Honda race of the day. Once again, Finley Lines comes home in 2nd place. It is Noah Barnum that holds on to 3rd, that terrific scrap that we saw throughout the race.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race by Albert Friend and Finley Lines there. Even though they were switching around, they were still able to keep that big gap, because they still kept working together. And yeah, what a brilliant second race overall to start off the day.
Yeah, close scraps between the front runners we saw in both the Junior TKM and in the Honda Cadet. So, can we keep that going as we go on to our first Senior TKM race of the day? So here we go then for the first Senior TKM Extreme race of the day. It's Group A versus Group D, Heat 5, and it is Kai Springfield that will start from pole position alongside James Pashley, with Adam Sparrow in 3rd and Jack Saunders in 4th. Spencer Lane starts in 5th position alongside Charlie King on the 3rd row, and then it is Matthew Ornutz and Archie Strong, and then it will be Lewis Beavan and Michael Cornell that will round out the top 10 on the grid.
Yeah, but just looking back at some of the past winners from the TKM Festival, in 2000 and last year in 2021, it was Kai Springfield who won the last one, so he will know how to win a race like this.
Absolutely, and Adam Sparrow starts in 3rd. He is the current championship leader at Huntscart Racing Club in the Senior TKM. Spencer Lane starts in 5th. He runs 2nd in the championship. So 2 of the regular club racers, they're starting right up there in this race, and they'll be hoping for a good result.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, also people like Adam Sparrow have also won here. There's a lot of experienced drivers in this field who will know how to win a race like this. And yeah, so on the straight, we're going to come side by side. We're going to come down very slowly, making sure we're in the tram lines when we come around the last corner. And yeah, so when we come around the last corner, we're going to get this race started.
Yeah, they feel a bit spread out for the moment. I don't know whether they'll feel the need to go around again, but it may be that we get going this time. They've gone, and Kai Springfield, no, they haven't. They are going round again. I got ahead of myself there. So they'll go around again, and they've gone off at quite a pace again. They'll have to slow it right down after Derek's corner.
Oh yeah, James ain't wasting no time. He wants to get round as quick as possible and get this race started.
Tyre pressures will be incredibly low today on such a hot day, so they'll be wanting to go around quite quickly to get those tyres up to temperature, and then they will be within the operating window throughout this 8-minute race as they bunch up once again. Still quite a big gap between the 2nd row of the grid and the 3rd row. They need to close up a little bit if we're to get going this time. As they make their way around Kestrel Corner, still a few gaps emerging, but they went quite early last time. They'll have to go a bit later this time if they're to get going.
Yeah, it does look like they're a bit spread out. Will this race get going?
Yeah, we're underway this time, and Kai Springfield gets a good start. It's not a great start from the other side of the grid. As Spencer Lane that's managed to get all the way up into 2nd place there. Oh, he almost managed to get into 2nd place. He runs 3rd, and that's an incredible start from 5th position for Spencer Lane. But it is at the moment Kai Springfield that hangs on to the lead as they go through Derek's for the first time.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Sparrow got into 2nd there, and I was just saying about these two, they know how to win a race like this, so hopefully they should be working together. But the pack, it looks like they're all staying together. It's just one massive train. Will they be able to all spread apart? I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's any moves going on. There's a couple into the last corner. Didn't know how that played out. But yeah, we've come down the start-finish line. It's the top two still being Kai Springfield and Adam Sparrow. They're going to look to pull away from Spencer Lane in P3.
Yeah, it looks like they're pretty even Stevens at the moment. Adam Sparrow not feeling the need to attack Kai Springfield at this stage. We're very early on in the race, but it does look like he's got quite a good rhythm behind Kai Springfield as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner. At this stage, it doesn't look like Spencer Lane's able to quite keep up with the top two as they make their way through Kestrel once again. Adam Sparrow really very close. He's going to go for the move into the final turn, and he does take over the lead. So Kai Springfield slots in behind. He'll get a bit of a slipstream and he'll start to push him along a little bit. No need to panic at this stage, but Adam Sparrow hits the front and he'll be hoping to pull away pronto.
But yeah, obviously whilst these two are going to be battling, Spencer Lane's going to be thinking, oh yes, I'm going to close on in these two and I'm going to take them. But it's just a matter of thinking of what he's going to do if he does catch up to them.
Yeah, there's a spinner at Derek's corner. We can see out of our commentary box window, so there are yellow flags. It doesn't look like he's able to get going. Oh, he's just managed to get going now. We'll have to find out who that was in a moment, but Adam Sparrow has already bridged a tiny bit of a gap. There's not much wind today, but it does seem like the slipstream effect is quite powerful as they head down the start-finish line once again, and Spencer Lane is beginning to close in once again.
Yeah, Spencer is getting quite close. He's going to be thinking about what he's going to do. But obviously, if these lots start scrapping, there's a massive pack behind them that's going to catch up to them. We've got drivers like Jack Saunders, Archie Strong, Charlie King. They've all ran up the front here in past rounds here in the club championship, so they know how to win a race like this. But yeah, it's all about they've all got to work together.
Oh, and that was a bit of a mistake there from Adam Sparrow, and he's lost the lead to Kai Springfield once again. And it looks like Spencer Lane's going to have a bit of a go. He just got onto the curb through Kestrel corner, just dropped the wheel off the circuit, and that gave Kai Springfield the only opportunity he needed. And he's now hit the front once again. But as you say, Charlie, there is a terrific scrap going on for fourth place, and if there's any mistakes or any unnecessary battling, they are going to fall right into that pack.
Yes, exactly. Everyone is slowly closing on each other. There is scraps going on everywhere, it does look like they are getting quite close to each other. Will Adam Sparrow look at a move? He doesn't think about it. Maybe he's eyeing him up for turn one.
Yeah, he's going to have a good run down the start-finish straight, but again, I think they realise if they start scrapping now, they're going to fall into quite a big pack of cars. So there's no need for unnecessary scrapping at this point, but it seems to me like the top three are beginning to pull away. The spinner was Jessica Fitch Hall, by the way, that went off at Derek's corner, but she's managed to get going again, albeit quite a long way off the back of the pack, as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner once again, and Kai Springfield, still able to hold on to the lead. Adam Sparrow very close to the back of him. Will he try and move? Oh, he makes another mistake, and that's given Spencer Lane an opportunity to take second. And Spencer Lane pushes Adam Sparrow down to third now. So two crucial mistakes from Adam Sparrow has cost him dear here.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. You make a mistake, someone's going to fight back at you. And Spencer Lane did brilliant there. He was just eyeing him up, waiting until he makes a mistake, and the second he made that mistake, he was right through and into second place. But now he's going to be looking at Kai Springfield here. Maybe will he get him into the last corner like he did last time? We'll have to wait and see as they come through Kestrel into the last corner. He's had a bad run. Adam Sparrow might have a look. No, he doesn't.
No, thinks better of it this time. Spencer Lane, he'll now start to pick up the slipstream from Kai Springfield. It looks like Adam Sparrow's got good straight line speed though. Perhaps the two of them can work together to battle Kai Springfield. Perhaps Adam Sparrow can push him up to the back of the cart in front. He gets a good run going down towards Derek's corner now, but isn't quite close enough to make the move. But he'll just be thinking about that run towards the last corner now. That's all that'll be playing on his mind. Gets close through Dan Weldon corner, but Kai Springfield has a good line through that corner. He built a bit of a gap, And now as they make their way through Kestrel, this is the crucial corner where Adam Sparrow has made a couple of mistakes in the past, but he's going to make an overtake now, and he goes down the inside of Spencer Lane, and again the positions swap for second place. So now Adam Sparrow needs to get his head down and get after Kai Springfield.
But yeah, as this was all happening, Charlie King was able to get into 4th place, and he's going to be eyeing these 3 up. And he's hopefully, if we'll get... Oh, there's a move from James Pashley late, a bit further back in the pack. That was a brilliant move into turn 3. That's quite a scary move to do, and if you can pull it off, it's a pretty good move.
Yeah, it was a pretty bold move through the willows there from the number 1 of James Pashley. He's lost places, unfortunately. He started on the front row of the grid, but he has dropped back, and that's a big lunge there for the lead of the race. And it is Adam Sparrow that hits the front for the first time, and Kai Springfield slots in behind. Is he going to have another go as they go towards the first corner? There's a minute and a half left, and now they start to scrap. Spencer Lane, he's going to try and hang on around the outside of the willows, but can't quite do it. Drops it behind, and now it's a 4-way scrap as we see the number 16 cut who tries to move around the outside. There's contact there between Spencer Lane and the number 16 of Charlie King.
Yeah, this is a brilliant race. The battling is so good, but they're not being rude to each other. They're not pushing each other off. It's clean, fair racing.
Yeah, pretty respectful so far. Spencer Lane almost thinks about a move, trying to get back up to 4th. That little moment at Derek's dropped him down to 5th position as they make their way down one more time. Once again, Kai Springfield. Oh, there's a little look there from the number 16. He drops in behind for the moment, but I thought he was going to try and go all the way around the outside. And look at this. The top 5 are pushing each other down towards Derek's corner. They all cover the inside line for the moment, but Adam Sparrow, for the time being, hangs on. What's critical now is that Sparrow doesn't make another mistake at Kestrel Corner, because if he does, he'll be swallowed up by the pack behind.
Yeah, this pack is slowly building up one by one. Each driver's pulling in, and that just shows how much they're battling. They're losing so much time, and if one driver makes one silly mistake, he'll be caught and he'll be lost.
3 seconds on the clock, so they will do 2 more laps instead of 1 more lap. That will be awful for Adam Sparrow. And look at that, as a move around the outside. And that is the number 16 that's managed to get ahead of Kai Springfield. Charlie King, what a move around the outside, and he manages now to get into 2nd place. Can he have a run at Adam Sparrow as they make their way through and into Dan Weldon Corner? We're going to have 1 more lap at the end of this, and it is the top 10 that are all bunched up now. This is totally unlike what we saw in the junior TKMs and the Honda race. Adam Sparrow, he keeps it clean through Kestrel Corner, doesn't feel the need to defend as they make their way through the final corner now and on to the last lap. Adam Sparrow leads this race from Charlie King. They all go defensive towards turn 1. It's a lunge from Charlie King. He takes the lead on the final lap, and Kai Springfield comes through as well, so he manages to get into 2nd place. Now, can Charlie King? He'll have to go defensive going towards the chicane. They all do. Spencer Lane has managed to get back up into 4th place amongst all the drama there. We've missed that, but Spencer Lane is now in the scrap as well. The top 4 go through Dan Weldon Corner, and they're going to come down towards Kestrel now. There's some defending going on from Charlie King as they go through Kestrel Corner. Will there be any lunges? They're all going to have to defend. Spencer Lane tries to go to the outside, but it looks like Charlie King's just about going to hang on. It's a drag race to the line, but King hangs on.
Wow, what a race. That was brilliant battling there. Charlie King, he has deserved my overtake of the day so far.
Absolutely, I think I'd agree with that as well. Around the outside of the first corner, we've seen it before. We've seen it a long time in the past. We saw it with Lewis Oughton back in the 2014 festival, I believe, who made a move very similar to that. But that was terrific stuff from Charlie King. He started 6th on the grid, but he's managed to come through to win in the end. So it's amazing how quickly it changes.
Right, now we're moving on to TKM Extreme. Wait, no, we're not. Oh yeah, it's a 2nd race. That is how big. We have 46 drivers here this weekend, which is a massive grid.
Yes. Aren't we blessed today? We were surprised to have yet another TKM Extreme race, and if it's the same as that, well, we're going to be very worn out in this commentary box. You'll have to forgive us, we're all very warm up here. But Kean Bennett lines up on pole position for this race alongside Aaron Lask, and then Ben Davis and Christopher Whitten on the 2nd row. Ben Hamlet and Alistair Cresswell are on the third row, with Harvey Roth in 8th and Gareth Haynes in 9th. Harrison Williams and Theo Tibbetts round out the top 10 on the grid.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you, Charlie, but I'm feeling exhausted after the trolley race that we had yesterday.
God, that was amazing. We were able to have a race with the Higgs at Classen. We had a Scooby-Doo livery, which is quite fun. There was all sorts. We had Ali G. We had
yeah. Well, we might have come last. We might have been the most considerate competitors, but we still managed to get the best costume, so that's a win. Anyway, we are now getting ready for the second TKM Extreme race of the day. As they make their way round, will they feel the need to go around once again? And the poleman Cian Bennett really backing up now. Not feeling the need to weave around at all like other drivers are doing. His tyres are in a good window.
Yeah, right. We're going very slow here. We want to make sure everyone is in this pack. And hopefully everyone will stay in the tram lines coming around the last corner.
We'll find out in a moment as they make their way round. They're going nice and slowly. They've just got to make sure that they don't accelerate too soon. And it looks like we are going this time. Cian Bennett trying to hold on to the lead, but getting pushed onto the concrete. He's managed to lose the lead going towards the first corner, and that's not a good start from Bennett. And it looks like it's that Aaron Lusk that holds on to the lead for the moment. It is from Christopher Whitten for the first time. Aaron Lusk defending there, and we've got another kart off in the background, but he's managed to get going again. So the top 4 have broken away. Aaron Lusk leads this race from Christopher Whitten. It wasn't a good start from Cian Bennett as they went down towards the first corner. He just got squeezed to the inside.
Yeah, what a brilliant start there from Aaron Lusk. Yeah, what a brilliant start, but it looks like Ben Davis, he's going to look for a move on the inside into turn 1.
Christopher Whitten hits the front in the number 5 kart. He manages to get past into the first corner, so what will happen now? Will Lusk feel the need to fight back, or will he work with him to pull away? It looks like he's going to slot in behind Cian Bennett, trying to make up for the lost ground on the first lap. Coming under pressure a little bit from the kart behind the O-plate of Alistair Cresswell as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner once again, and it is Christopher Whitten that leads this race. Takes a lot of curb through Kestrel Corner, and it looks like he's built up a bit of a gap already.
Yeah, brilliant gap being pulled there.
Oh, the 96 is going slowly outside of our commentary box window. And that was Ben Davis, who started in 3rd place. He's now going very slowly down towards the pit lane entry, so disaster for him.
Yeah, but it looks like Cian Bennett, he wants to get onto Aaron Lusk in P2. But the more they start scrapping, the more Chris Whitten is going to say bye-bye, and he's going to go away. And he's going to pull this gap.
Yeah, he's already got a few kart lengths on Aaron Lusk behind, and Cian Bennett can see Aaron Lusk ahead of him. If he can get up into 2nd place, there's a chance here that he can... Oh, but he's going to be lunged into the final corner there by Alistair Cresswell, who manages to get up into 3rd position. He gives the push signal to Cian Bennett, and they are now going to try and work together to get past Aaron Lusk and up into 2nd place.
Yeah, massive disappointment though for Ben Davis, who was running at the top in the top 5. Massive disappointment for him as he pulls off at turn 1. He's not going to be happy with that, but he's got to take the positives that he was running up there at the front, and he's got to get that out of his head. He's got to get that out of his head of his retirement and focus on his next race.
Christopher Whitten then continues to pull a bit of a gap over Aaron Lusk. And when we see another move there from Alistair Cresswell into the final corner, it is a repeat of the last lap round, and he does go up into 2nd place now. Cian Bennett trying to have a run now as well, but just slots in behind for the time being, so the O-plate of Alistair Cresswell is flying along at the moment. Can he now have a run at Christopher Whitten?
Yeah, but again, as 2nd, 3rd and 4th keep battling, Chris Whitten is going to go. That's why they need to work together. Maybe one needs to signal ahead. Maybe Alistair Cresswell in 2nd needs to signal saying, what are we doing? We need to get on to P1. We need to get Chris Whitten.
He's now bridged a bit of a gap there to Aaron Lusk, and he's now going to try and close the gap all on his own to Christopher Whitten. We've got a kart stopped over by the Willows complex, so there will be a yellow flag into turn 1 this time. There'll be no moves down there. despite the fact that the number 20 is very close. Gareth Haynes is very close to the car in front, but can't do anything with it because there's yellow flags down at the first corner, as Alistair Cresswell now pulling away very much, and Cian Bennett lunges to the inside for third place, and he manages to get clear of Aaron Last, the man who passed him at the start and pushed him onto the concrete. He's now ahead of him and up into the top 3.
But yeah, as this is going on, this pack of Harvey Ruff, Gareth Haynes and Jack Dan, they're going to look trying to work. Oh, never mind, Jack Dan's looking at a move. He didn't do it, but they're going to be working together to try and catch on to this top 3.
Cian Bennett giving the push signal there to Aaron Last, telling him to work with him and not to fight him as they make their way through the willows once again. And Cian Bennett then pulling away now a little bit from Aaron Last, the top 3 pulling away, and I don't know whether Cresswell is beginning to close in or not on Christopher Whitton.
Oh, it's hard to tell, but as long as Alistair keeps consistent and quick, he could look it. Actually, I think he is. If he somehow closes this gap with 3 minutes left on the clock, that'd be unbelievable. But yeah, as it come down the start-finish straight, Chris Whitton still leads this race. Alistair Cresswell third, Cian Bennett with a good race running P3.
Gareth Haynes goes for the move at turn 1. Sorry to interrupt there, Charlie. The big old scrap going on for 5th position there. You can see in the back of shot there. And the number 20 is clear. And he is now having to defend a little bit from the cart behind. The number 62 there of Jack Dan. Jack Dan also managed to make that move at the time. So he's now trying to pile the pressure on Gareth Haynes as they make their way through Kestrel. Will he try and move into the final corner? No, he won't quite be close enough to do it. He's going to focus on getting a good run here. Gets in the slipstream. Will he go for the move into the first corner? He chooses to stick in behind for the time being.
But yeah, there's multiple drivers who've got warning flags. Number 46, number 90 and number 15 all been given warnings, so they have to be wary of that. But yeah, the battle's going on. The top 4, it does look like they've all spread out, so this could be the how this race finishes. But there's packs of the it's like Gareth Haynes and Jack Dan still battling all the way through, and the top and the 3 behind can still probably catch up maybe and look at getting a couple more places near the end of the race.
Yeah, the top 4 are now a bit spread out, so not the frenetic end that we saw in the previous TKM Extreme race. So the battles are here behind. As we see, Jack Dan is going to go for a move. There's some arm waving going on behind in the battle for 6th and 7th place. So it's all getting a bit fraught behind. So the leaders are all a bit clear, but Jack Dan, he did manage to make the move down into the first corner. So he's managed to gain yet another position as we pick up our 2nd place driver, our top 2, and it doesn't look like the gap's closing between them at the moment. Yeah,
that move with Jack Dan going on Gareth Haynes, it looked like it was a cutback on turn 1, but it did look like there was a bit of contact. So hopefully Jack Dan shouldn't be getting any warnings for that. But yeah, it was a bit of contact, but Robin's racing, so he's got to just get his head down and get onto his top 4.
Oh, that was pretty close there in the battle behind, and the 36 and 38 managed to get warnings, and now we have warnings for 46, 90 and 15. We don't know why they've got warnings, but I'd imagine they're in the scrap behind because it's looking very frantic behind. And as we pick up the 3rd place driver of Cian Bennett once again, who isn't pulling away that much from Aaron Last, but it's a comfortable gap at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a massive pack behind, all battling for, I don't know what that is. It looks like a battle for P9, maybe. It's like Elio, number 23. He's going for a cutback on someone into turn 1. Oh, it looks like someone's pulling into the pit lane. I can't see who that is, but he's sadly out of the race. But as we see on our screens, we see Chris Whitton. He's just slowly driving along. It's like a Sunday drive for him. He's just being very consistent. He's braking for a corner. He's turning in. But off our screens, it looks like Harvey Roth he was running up near the front, but it looks like he is out of the race.
There is a car stopped off in the middle of the circuit, but we go on to the final lap now, and it's been plain sailing for Christopher Whitten thus far. And as you say, Charlie, he just it all looks very easy for him at the moment since he hit the front on lap number 2. At the moment, it looks like Alistair Cresswell. We saw him coming through the pack very quickly, and we thought he maybe had a challenge. It looks like their pace is quite even, but it's those early laps that count, so that could be a theme in the pre-final as they make their way through Dan Weldon Corner once again then for the final time. The number 5 of Christopher Whitten makes his way through Kestrel, and he comes into the final corner, and then he comes up to the line, and it is a victory then for Christopher Whitten.
Yeah, brilliant win there from Chris Whitten, followed by Alistair Cresswell in second, the O-plate, and followed by Keane Bennett. It was a good race from Keane Bennett in P3 there.
Yeah, so not quite the frenetic race that we saw last time out, but nonetheless very interesting, and it'll be interesting to see what happens in the pre-finals after that.
But yeah, it did look like we lost Harvey Roth at the end there. Theo Tibbets we also lost coming into the pits. We also lost Jasmine Bullock, Ben Davis, and Thomas Shaw didn't even start.
Well, then we're almost ready for the next race. There's a few karts to pick up. As you say, there was one kart in the middle of the circuit. There's one stashed at the first corner as well. So then I'll take a few minutes to clear up.
But yeah, these first few races, a lot of battling. It's brilliant that it's clean, fair racing, and that's what we all want to see.
Worth saying, of course, we didn't really remember to mention it in the initial part of commentary, but Hunts Kart Racing Club is also playing host to round 4 of the F100 British Karting Championships. So they will be on after the Clubman. They'll be ready with the classic TKMs, the Formula Cs, the gearbox karts, and the joint pre-2000 and pre-95 grid. So we eagerly await their first race of the day, but in the meantime we're just waiting for TKM Clubman to get going. So here's the starting grid for the TKM Clubman. Sam Baker lines up on pole position with the E-plate alongside Craig Summers in the O-plate. Will Hulaki lines up in 3rd position ahead of Kyle Morby. Scott Hinton lines up in 5th position alongside Tom Bird. Row 4 is taken up by Ben Spencer and Matt O'Farrell. David Brickley is in 9th position alongside Callum Hambley in 10th, and Scott Hambley rounds out the grid in 11th place.
Yeah, Sam Baker there with the E-plate, and Craig Summers with the O-plate, which he would have won here, so he knows this track very well, and hopefully he can take that as an advantage and put it into this race.
So we're almost ready to go then. We can see on our screens there's one of the karts being pulled out of the way, and we can see out of our commentary box window that the other kart is almost out of the way as well. So we'll be cracking on in a couple of moments' time. And the green flag waves then. So the karts will now make their way out on track. And you can see there the TKM flags fluttering in the wind. Not that powerful today, and yet we've seen the slipstream effect is quite powerful in spite of that. It looks like it could be a bit of a tailwind towards turn 1. Could make braking interesting, but it might mean that there's a bit of a headwind going towards Derek's corner.
Yeah, they're going to have to be wary of that. Yeah, that's why. That's another reason why they'd be putting their heads down on the straight to just block out that wind, or let the wind flow straight over their heads, and they won't get hit from it and slow down a bit.
Well, I don't know about you, Charlie, but I'd be grateful for a bit of breeze right now. We do have a fan in this commentary box behind us. Not that we can feel that much of it.
No, it's very hot in here.
It is very hot. I believe it's supposed to get into the mid-30s today, so everyone stay hydrated at home. It looks like we're about to get going. All the drivers are bunched up nicely, and ready to go, so they just need to keep it tidy and accelerate at the right time. But we are almost ready to go now as they make their way through the final corner. And here we go. Lead plate. Sam Baker accelerates away, and we do get going. It's a clean start for everyone. No one feeling need to break formation that much. Craig Summers, does he manage to hold on to second? He does. So the top 2 remain as they are. The top 3 remain as they are. Bit of changing there for a 4th and 5th, but they all keep it clean as they run down to Derek's corner for the first time. And it is Sam Baker that leads this race from Craig Summer.
Yeah, good start there from Sam Baker. It looks like he's pulling a bit of a gap already. That's brilliant. But Craig Summers with the Precision Racing team, he should know he should be able to hopefully work with. Oh, actually, never mind, because P3.
Will Hulaki makes the move for second place, so Craig Summers loses that position at the end of lap 1. But it is a bit of a gap now that Sam Baker has managed to bridge out in the lead of this race as they make their way through the willows for the second time. Will Hulaki managing to pull away a little bit, just building a bit of a gap, so we'll have to see how his pace is, but Sam Baker building a bit of a gap for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is still together in one pack besides Sam Baker, who's flying away. Hopefully he can pull away from this train and drive on for a nice victory. But Will Hulaki in second place. Brilliant move into the last corner on Craig Summers. Yeah, going to be all working together. Looks like everyone is pretty much spaced out. I hope this doesn't end like this, because there's a bit of a battle for P5. He's gone down inside, but he's lost it. He's dropped. Who is that? It looks like it could have been Tom Bird or someone like that.
It's the number 19 car that's made the move on the 97, and they're all scrapping away there behind him. He's managed to build a bit of a gap, but interestingly out in front, Sam Baker is beginning to be closed in on. You can see the lap times on your screen there. Sam Baker put in a 43.6 last time round. It was a 43.4 for Hulakis, and we can see now out of our commentary box window the top 2 are very close. They're nose to tail, and Hulaki feeling the effect of that slipstream, even if it's not that powerful. But we'll see him close as they run down to Derek's chicane, and you can see him closing right up onto the back of him. So these next few corners could be absolutely crucial, as we've seen lots of moves made into the final corner in the previous couple of races. Hulaki gets a good run as they run down towards Kestrel corner. Will Sam Baker have a good run through the final? Oh, he goes wide through Kestrel, and that almost gives Hulaki the run he needs. And he's going to get a good exit down onto the start-finish straight, and this is going to be a scrap going down towards turn 1 now. But he's not quite close enough. Despite that mistake at Kestrel, getting out onto that outside curb, it wasn't quite enough for him.
Yeah, it looks like Sam Baker's got good straight line speed, which is exactly what you need around this long and twisty track of Kimbolton. But yeah, it looks like Will Hulaki in P2, he's still able to keep on him, but the slipstream, he's going to need to use the slipstream to stay onto the back of Sam Baker. But whilst this is all happening, they pulled a massive gap from P3, Craig Summers, and yeah, the brilliant driving there from Sam Baker to go a bit defensive. He's not going fully defensive, he's going half defensive, making sure that Will Hulaki doesn't get past.
Yeah, well, so Craig Summers not having quite the pace that we might have expected as he started on the front row. But as you say, the top 2 pulling away. That wasn't a great exit there from Sam Baker, and it's still not quite enough for Hulaki to make the move. He's sat in the slipstream, but he's quite content to sit there for the moment as we pick up the battle between the 97 and the 19 there. That is the battle for 5th position, and he's just managing to hold on for the moment. The 21 getting a little bit wide on that curb, but again we see the race leader out of our commentary box window, Baker, just getting a bit wide on that curb through Kestrel. It drops away, there's a circuit there, and this could be the chance for Hulaki into turn 1. Again, it's not. He's still not quite close enough to make the lunge. It has to be into the last corner as far as I can see.
But yeah, going off results from yesterday, it looks like Will Hulaki and Sam Baker, they've been able to just pull away each time. Craig Summers has finished P3 in all his races. But yeah, from a massive pack, Heat 1, he was about 4 seconds off these two, and Heat 2 is even 5 seconds off these two. So it just looks like Sam Baker and Will Hulaki, they're able to work together, pull away, and Craig Summers just sitting there hoping that they make a mistake or they bin each other, take each other out. Or yeah, as we have 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. Sam Baker driving beautifully there, and he's not throwing the wheel around, he's been sensible. And Will Hulaki, he's got to run. Will he look? No, he doesn't. He's a bit too far back for his liking.
So the top two then are away from Craig Summers in third, who in itself is already a bit isolated from the rest of the pack. He's not under pressure from behind, and he's not attacking the karts in front. And again, we can see the big battle behind in the battle for fourth position. Is there going to be a move at the last corner? There's a bit of a dive down the inside there. Who was that? That was the number 19 kart making the move down the inside, and they all weave around, and there was almost a bit of an incident there as the 52, they're almost going 3 wide into the first corner there, and the 21 gets past all of them, but then runs wide, and he could lose all the places now. Terrific scrap here as the 19 karts of Kyle Morby holds on at the front of this little pack here.
Yeah, this is a brilliant scrap between these four. Even though they're battling just for it's like 5th place, I see. Yeah, even though they're still battling for 5th, this is still great scrap.
There's a minute and a half left on the clock, but yeah, that battle seems to have calmed down for the moment, but we need to wait for there to be one overtake. That's all it takes, is one overtake, as the 42 karts with a terrific Michael Schumacher replica helmet. Number 42 is David Brickley. He makes his way through the Willows. Once again, he's got a good run there at the 19 of Kyle Morby, but not quite close enough to make the move. So they're all spreading out a little bit further behind. The top two now, as we pick them up, they are there's still the similar gap that we've seen throughout the race between these two. If anything, Sam Baker is just beginning to pull away here. Maybe Hulaki had his tyre pressures a little bit higher, and they're now beginning to go off.
But yeah, these two, they're just working together. We've got 40 seconds left on the clock. They're just working together. Even though they're not near, they're still working together, trying to get away from these top two. And maybe if Will Hulaki, he can try and pull something out near the end. If Sam Baker makes a mistake, he can catch up, and maybe there'll be a last lap battle for this lead.
Well, I was saying that Craig Summers wasn't going to be under pressure from a kart behind, but it looks like Tom Bird is just catching him a little by little over the last couple of laps. But Hulaki lost 0.3 of a second to Sam Baker on the last lap alone, as we pick up that battle for third place. The O-Plate desperately trying to hang on for the moment, and this will be the final lap then. And Sam Baker has got a decent gap, and it looks as though Craig Summers will just be about to hold on. He's got a nice, decent sized gap. It's the battle behind between Kyle Morby and Tom Bird that we need to keep an eye on instead.
Yeah, but this has been a brilliant race from Sam Baker and Will Hulaki there. He got into second straight away, and they've been working and working and working together to go through Weldon, onto the back straight, through Kestrel, and into last corner. Will Sam be defensive? No, he doesn't. And so coming around the last corner.
It's a nice easy win then from Sam Baker as he comes across the line. He wins the first Clubman race of the day ahead of Will Hulaki. Craig Summers just manages to hold on for third ahead of Tom Bird in the 97 karts as they make their way down into the pits. And yeah, it's an entertaining race. It's a small grid of just 11 Clubmans, but nonetheless it was an interesting race. And yeah, keeping going with that theme of there being a few select drivers that can pull away out in front.
Yeah,
having them work together.
Yeah, it was quite disappointing to see that Scott Hambley wasn't able to get out at the start, so he won't be happy with that. But hopefully he can come back stronger in the next heat.
So we're almost ready then for the first of the F100 races today. It says pre-2000 and pre-95 on our screen here, but I believe it's the classic TKM grids to begin with. So we will find out in a moment as they make their way on track, but nonetheless we have the grids in front of us. And it is classic TKM. There you go. It's been updated on our screen now. Yes, it does. So we are ready for our next race then, and it is the classic TKMs that filter out onto the circuit.
Yeah, it's great to see these historic carts from the 90s and from the 2000s that we're about to see in the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, so it is Matt Parker that will line up on pole position. Alongside him will be Richard Sturdy, and it's Mark Sturdy in third place on the grid, and Barry Thompson will be fourth. And it looks like we could well go around again. We've got one kart that's a little bit further behind, and we are going round again. We can see the drivers signalling to each other that they're going round once again, but we should be able to get going the next time round. It is the 89 of Daniel Mentz in fifth, ahead of Michael Whitaker in sixth place in the yellow plates.
But yeah, it looked like the number 7 of Blake Green struggled a bit there at the back to try and get going. But hopefully, when we come round again, they should be able to, should be able to all go green, and we can get racing.
Yeah, that'd be good. This is of course the first heats of the weekend. All the TKM and the Honda classes have had heats yesterday, but this is the first time that we'll be seeing any of the F100 classes in anger as such. And so this is the first race of the day, first race of the weekend for the classic TKMs as they make their way up towards the start-finish line. And we are going this time, and it is the number 1 kart that manages to hold on, Matt Parker. Oh, and there's been an incident down towards turn 1. There's 2 karts off in the background. One of them is into the barriers, and we've got another one stopped on the exit of the corner. So we've got 3 karts eliminated straight away. But it is Matt Parker that holds on for the moment. As we see, one of them has managed to get going. Another one hasn't quite managed to get up enough speed. It looks like they're all going to have to pull their karts off the racing line, unfortunately. But the leader has made a good breakaway from the 89 of Daniel Mentz, running in second place.
But yeah, the driver that crashed on the second corner, we'll have to see when they come through again, see who that was as they come through. Down the start finish straight.
Barry Thompson was one of the drivers that's been eliminated on the first lap. There's yellow flags at turn 1 as one of the karts desperately tries to get going still. He is now a lap down, unfortunately, but he has managed to get going. So Parker is coming. Oh, and there's almost a move for second place there, as that is James Ogden running in third place. That's almost making a move. He does go for it down the inside into Dan Weldon corner. Not a typical overtaking place there, but he was close enough to make the move, and he is now going to have a run at Matt Parker as they run through Kestrel. He goes for it down the inside. 2 moves in 3 corners, and he does just manage to hold on. They're going to be very close running down the start-finish straight. As the 89 goes for second place, he's going to make the move down the inside of Matt Parker. So Daniel Mentz gets into second place, but what a few corners from James Ogden.
Yeah, brilliant. 2 overtakes in 3 corners. That is something. But yeah, great big disappointment for Richard Sturdy, who I think he was running up near the front, and sadly taken out on that first lap.
And ironically, it was Mark Sturdy as well that we've just seen crawling down into the pit lane in the yellow 57 kart. So not a good day, not a good start to the day for them as they make their way down the start-finish straight once again. And the leader, he's already pulling away, is James Ogden, and it looks like the top 3 are now. It seems to be that they're in pace order unless Daniel Mentz can do something about James Ogden.
But yeah, it does look like they're quite spread out already. Even though it's a small grid, there can be a lot of action happening. But yeah, it does look like they've spread out a bit. So unless anyone makes a mistake near the front, this looks like it could finish like this.
And of course, the other thing to consider in all F100 classes is reliability. These karts are very frail. They're very highly strung, and it is a very hot day out there. So all it takes is a mechanical failure to throw you out of contention.
Yeah, especially this weekend with the heat. We've seen a few engines seize. It's not something you want to see, because that's a lot of money going down the drain.
Yeah, and it could be the best. Oh, we've had a kart off over the back part of the circuit. We're not sure who that was, but he's just managed to get going again. And he's making his way through Kestrel Corner. I think there could be a couple of karts that are going to be caught by the top 3 here, James Ogden. But it was the 96 of Daniel Collier that went off, and he's looking at his engine. We can see out of our commentary box window. Continues on round, but yeah, again, highlighting the point we just made about reliability. Yeah, the top 3 continue to pound round for the moment. Yeah, James Ogden with a 44.346 is the fastest man on track at the moment, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, exactly. He's pulling up quite a big gap from second place, nearly 1.5 seconds. He's so smooth with the steering though. He's not being really aggressive. He's just being very gentle, turning into the corners. Gets a bit of the back end out when he's braking, but that's what you get with most karts.
Yeah, so James Ogden, we follow him across the line once again. As you say, it just looks very easy for him at the moment. Breaking down into the first corner. Let's have a bit of a track guide. Breaking down into turn 1, you take a bit of curb on the inside there, and then just be nice and easy on the steering wheel as you go through the willows, down the back straight. Puts his head down into the steering wheel as he goes through into Derek's corner. Takes a lot of curb on both of those parts of the corner. Making their way into Dan Weldon corner now. Just, again, as with the willows, just being nice and easy on the steering wheel. Making his way down to Kestrel, head down once again. Flicks it in, back end round a little bit, and taking a bit of curb as well for good measure. And into the final corner. Just letting the kart run wide, using all the curb on the exit, and keep as straight a line as you can.
Oh, the number 96 has been given a technical flag, so he will have to pull into the pits. That could be for something which is not safe. Something's happened on the kart, and it is not safe to be driving around this track.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what that situation is when he comes past next to see if we can work it out. It could be an exhaust coming off, but that would be rather obvious if he came past our commentary box. If he had an exhaust off, it could be a bumper hanging off, it could be a side pod dragging on the floor. Well, let's have a look. He's coming past our commentary box window now, so let's see. Well, let's see if he comes into the pits. It doesn't look like he is for the moment. He's got to be careful doing that for the moment because he'll get a black flag otherwise.
But yeah, on our screens, number 41, novice driver. He's quite tall. You can see his legs are really sticking out.
Yeah, Alexander Bagnall with the novice plate on, of course, but running rather well. His pace is looking pretty decent out there in the moment, and he is still running, unlike a fair few others at the moment. But we pick up our race leader, James Ogden, and he is looking imperious out in front. He continues to extend his margin. It was 3.8 seconds last time round. He's about to come round to the start-finish line again. And what's the gap going to be now? He crosses the line. and the gap is, we're still waiting, 4.5 seconds. So he's managed to take 0.7 of a second out of the 89 kart of Daniel Mentz on the last lap around alone.
But yeah, the number number 33. He's just James Ogden. He's just flying through. He's getting a few blue flags for the drivers in front, just so he can be let through. Yeah, he's just drove past one. Give a signal. Thank you very much.
Well, that includes the 96 kart, which has not yet stopped for its black and orange flag, and has now, it looks like he's got a black flag now by the looks of things. And he is now coming into the pits as our race leader laps yet another kart. It looks nice and easy out in front, and it's now 5.2 seconds. This is an unbelievable drive from James Ogden at the moment, and with 25 seconds left on the clock, yeah, it's looking very good for him. He just needs to keep things tidy and just cruise to the finish.
But yeah, he's over 7/10 quicker than P2, which just shows how much he's pushing this kart around Kimbolton circuit. He doesn't look like he's haven't put much work in. He's just driving around, just doing his thing. As we're now getting given this last lap board. James Ogden, what a race it's been for him. It's just been a normal drive, just driving across, driving down the straight into Derek's corner, nice and gentle over the curbs. Better not lose it as we're going into Weldon.
Yeah, it's all looking very good here for James Ogden as he laps the number 7 karts of Blake Green, one of the ones involved in the lap 1 incident. But it's all been plain sailing for James Ogden as he makes his way through Kestrel Corner. It's all looked very easy in this first race of the day. It's all gone to plan as he comes around the final corner and across the line, and it's an easy win for James Ogden. Second place will be the 89 of Daniel Mentz, and it will be Matt Parker that rounds out the top 3, but albeit a long way behind, 7 whole seconds behind. So there's time to be found between heats 1 and 2.
But yeah, obviously on these karts there's a lot of setup changes you can do with your sprocket and your jetting. There's thousands of things to change on a kart just to get a few tenths out.
So there's a few karts to be recovered then, but then we'll be moving on to our Formula Cs, our gearbox karts, our 1990s gearbox karts, so that ought to be quite a good show. So we're almost ready to go then. We're just waiting for the last few TKM karts to be recovered off the circuit. It's a hot day to be pushing those karts around, so once again, stay hydrated, and a special shout out to the marshals out there. It wouldn't be possible to go racing without them, and it is a hot old day for them as well. So many thanks to the marshals here at Hunt's Kart Racing Club for making sure that we can go racing.
Right, we've got green flags out, so any second now we should see our Formula C coming out onto track.
Yeah, and it'll be the second standing start of the day, of course, along with the Honda Cadets. These gearbox karts, they have a standing start, and they will be missing out Derek's corner, so they won't be stopping for that chicane like all the other classes will be. They'll be going straight on and going towards Dan Weldon corner as they make their way onto the track now.
But yeah, these karts can reach up to speeds of over 100 miles an hour, which is also why I'd have to cut the chicane, because that's a pretty quick going into quite a tight chicane.
Yeah, so we are ready to go. There's a few karts still making their way out the pits, but it is Kevin Gray that starts from pole position ahead of Lee Crane alongside him on the front row. In third place it will be Adam Priest, and then it will be Adam Tough in fourth position.
We've been sent around again because not everyone was around first time round.
Now, of course, they'll send them around one more time, and then they will stop them on the start-finish line, and they will be ready to go. And at the back of the grid, it is Michaelis Cairo rounding out the grid. So they make their way. You can see the cut through just there. We just got another grid there as well. And yeah. Although on our screen, it looks like Michaelis Cairo and Adam Tough have actually swapped positions. So we'll find out in a moment when they actually line up on the grid. As you see, the carts now backing up, doing a few burnouts there just to get some grip in those rear tyres. And we could see a few varied starts here. The clutches on these carts are temperamental, to say the least. They're temperamental on modern gearbox carts. They're on carts from the 1990s, as you can hear them revving up their engines. They're in neutral as they get lined up on the grid in front of us.
Yeah, they're going to be looking at the board now.
Here we go. We're almost ready, and when the lights go green, we'll be racing. Ready, 4 lights on, and there was a bit of a move from the 57, but we are underway, and that was a bit of a jump start, it must be said, from the 57.
Yeah.
Of Kevin Gray, but he leads the race for the moment, and it looks to be a clean start. No one's stalled on the grid, no one's stopped on the grid. The 38 runs in second of Adam Priest. He's managed to get up into second position there as they make their way through Dan Weldon for the first time. It is Kevin Gray that leads for the moment, but then maybe a bit of a cloud hanging over him.
Yeah, I don't know if you can really say it was a good start for him, saying he jumped the start.
Oh, there's a big crash behind at Kestrel Corner, and there's the cart. You can just see in the back of shot there, he's buried into the tyre wall, and that's a big off. It looked like he got caught up on the curb, and that is the 22 there of Lee Crane, and he's in the wall for the moment as the leader makes his way down into Dan Weldon Corner. There's yellow flags out there at the moment as they make their way through, and there are Battenberg's flags out now, so all of the carts will now bunch up behind Kevin Gray. Kevin Gray will have to slow it down.
But yeah, great work from the Marshall team yet again. Make sure all these drivers keep safe, fast on track. But yeah, so the Battenberg, for people who don't know karting that well, it is pretty much like a safety car you would see in like Formula 1 or something. So the guy in P1 will slowly slow down, and everyone will bunch up behind him.
And I'm glad to say that Lee Crane has got out of his cart. He is okay, and they are currently just recovering the carts. And once again, we have to tip our hats to the marshals who are currently recovering the cart out of the way in this incredible heat. Having said that, it's put one big hole in the tyre wall that they may have to take a lap or two to recover. So for the moment, we're underneath the Battenberg flag, as the race leader in 57, Kevin Gray, just bunches the pack up. So 4 of them all line astern, as you say, Charlie, very well put, very much like a safety car in other forms of car racing, and the tyre wall is very nearly back together already, so I'd imagine we are close here to getting ready to go racing once again.
Yeah, you can't, I don't know if you could say it was a good start from Kevin Gray in P1, saying he looked like he jumped it. So later, that this could cause him to maybe have a penalty or something like that. We'll have to see, but especially if he does get a penalty and all these drivers are all bunched together, that could put him straight to the back.
Yeah, it could. I mean, you can't really see from for the viewers at home. You can't really see the lights on the digiboard, but we could from our end, and it did look an awful lot like he moved before the lights went green. There's a bit of side-by-side action on the circuit at the moment between the 2 carts in 3rd and 4th. Not sure what that's all about, but they will wait now until we get to the start-finish line again, and they will probably go green this time. I can see out of our commentary box window that the marshal is ready with the green flag, so whether we go this time or not, we shall see. as they come around nice and steadily around Kestrel Corner. Number 57 leads this race, and you can see him trying to see onto the main post in the start-finish line to see if we're about to go green. He's trying to see if we can get a bit of a head start here. And we are green, we're racing once again, and the 57 gets a good launch. It's not a great launch from the 38, who's under pressure from the 69 of Adam Tuff, but he just manages to build a bit of a gap under braking into turn 1.
Yeah, brilliant start by Kevin Gray yet again. The problem is with the speed of these karts, there's not much easy overtaking chances you can take because of such the speeds they take through these corners.
Yeah, we saw Adam Priest getting a bit of a wobble on through the willows on the restart there. There's a lot of power, a short power band depending on what gear you're in. You've got to keep the revs high, but it does mean that it's a bit hard to control sometimes. And there was almost the move there from Michaelis Kairu in 4th position. He almost made the move there on Adam Tuff. So that's probably the closest battle on track at the moment. It's the battle for 3rd that we can see on our screen now. And it's a heavy braking zone. Oh, and that's a spin there from Michaelis Kairu. He loses it going into down Weldon Corner. So we spoke too soon. We spoke too soon when it came to that battle.
But yeah, just like he got on the curb going into Dan Weldon the first part. And yeah, unfortunately put him in a spin. But going at these sort of speeds, you can't make any mistakes like that. Otherwise you will be put off.
So yeah, Michaelis Kairu losing time now, and that'll be deeply frustrating in what is quite a short race. It'll be unlikely that he's able to make that time back up, but there's always some use in running on your own. You can tweak the setup of the kart, but I was just about to say how it's difficult braking. Oh, and there's a spin! The 2nd place driver has had a spin at Kestrel Corner, and that is Adam Priest that has dropped it at Kestrel Corner, so that puts Adam Tuff into 2nd place. And when all hope was lost for Michaelis Kairu, there's now a kart in his sights once again.
Yeah, very unfortunate there from the 2nd place driver, Adam Priest. It looks like hopefully he can get back on track and get back to where he would like to be. But yeah, still running good from Kevin Gray there. Good race by him so far. Just slowly pushing his way through the time. We've got just gone past 2 minutes left on the clock, and yeah, doing the brilliant race there.
So Kevin Gray out in front, just running on his own for the moment, as we pick up the 3rd place kart of the 38, Adam Priest, who's being caught little by little by Michaelis Kairu. A couple laps ago it looked like Kairu was out of contention, but that smell of the kart in front, that'll be drawing him in, and that'll be spurring him on. And yeah, we've had a couple of demonstrations already of how difficult these karts are to drive. They're front brakes, so you've got to make sure you're braking in a straight line, and a very short power band, which means that you get instant power if you're in the correct gear. And all that's just adding up, along with the heat. It's all adding up and making it difficult for these drivers.
Yeah, but even though it might look like a big gap on screens here, for something like gearbox racing, it's actually a pretty close gap. Because saying how much time you can lose at these sort of speeds if you make a mistake, you can lose loads of seconds just from one simple mistake.
And it looks like the gap out in front is beginning to close a little bit, so Kevin Gray is being caught by Adam Tuff. Last time round, Tuff was 0.3 of a second faster, and suddenly he's right on the back of him as they make their way down the start-finish straight. Into turn 1 they go. He's not close enough just yet, but this could be... It's far from over for the moment, for the battle for the lead, as Kevin Gray takes a bit of curb through the first part of the willows, and that's cost him some momentum there, all the way down that straight.
But yeah, it looks like Kevin Gray had a very bad last lap. That's probably why your driver in P2, Adam Tuff, has been able to close up. But yeah, Adam. He's going to be smelling. He's going to be trying to pull in on Kevin here.
Yeah, he's just dropped back a little bit on this lap. as they go into the final lap. And what's happened? He's slowing down. He's suddenly dropped back quite a bit, has Adam Tough. It seemed that he was backing off going into the first corner, but he's still going round. It just looks like he's lost the pace that he had a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, quite confusing there. Maybe he was just backing off because he knew he was going to get P2. There was no point trying to fight that P1. But yeah, through cholesterol's come Kevin Gray into the last corner. He will come round and win Heat 1 of Formula C. Brilliant driving from him. Aidan Tough coming in second place. And following quite far behind in P3 will be Adam Preece.
So that rounds out the first of the Formula C races today. It's only a grid of 5 karts, and yeah, it's been action-packed throughout as the number 11 kart of Michaelis Kairu comes across the line, eventually in 4th position. So we've got 1 kart to recover, and then we'll be on to the first race of the day for the pre-95 and pre-2000 class. So we're almost ready to go then for the pre-95 and the pre-2000 race. The first race of the day is Lee Crane's Formula C kart gets recovered. We're very glad to see that he's okay after what was quite a big shunt into the barriers at Kestrel Corner, as the pre-2000s and pre-95s make their way out onto the circuit. And there's already been a crash on the way out of the pit lane. We can see the 69 kart and the 75 piled on top of one another as they make their way out of the pits. God, the race hasn't even started yet, as the 75 of Neil Rodgie really struggling to get going as well. And it was the 69 of Matthew James that was struggling to get going, and they both collectively ran into each other.
Yeah, that was quite confusing. So pre-2000s will be starting in front of the pre-95s.
So yeah, the F100 pre-2000s, pretty self-explanatory. They're for karts that were from before the year 2000, and pre-95s again before the year 1995. That's chassis, that's engines, and it's likely that they'll do at least a couple of formation laps. They'll want to get their engines up to spec. So it's Andrew Brunson that lines up on pole position ahead of Ben Yemens. And then Matt Parker lines up in 3rd alongside the 75 of Neil Rodgie that we saw that incident with. And then 5th place is the 73 kart of Martin Brackenbury. In 6th place it's the 69 of Matthew James. And then 7th place is Joseph Reed-Smith. And then 8th is the 34 of Keith Evans. And then on row 5 we've got the 53 of Ryan Morgan and the number 18 of Zach Bowen, just to round out the grid. And the pre-95s are still struggling to get going, so I imagine we'll go around once again, and we do, and that gives us time to talk through the pre-95 grid, as Leon Dolby starts on pole position alongside Andrew Godfrey, and then Andrew Everett and James Verity, the current championship leader in pre-95, they round out the 2nd row. Paul Giles is in 5th ahead of Jade Goodwin in 6th, and then the 53 of Tyler Whedon lines up alongside Alistair Topless in 8th place, and then rounding out the grid we've got Clayton Osso in 9th place. So that's quite helpful really to have an extra lap to talk you through the pre-95 grid. And we are very nearly ready to go, and we may have to raise our voices a bit for this one because these karts are especially loud, these 100cc engines, as we are about to come round to start this race. Then Andrew Brunton just trying to hold the pack up, keep them going nice and slowly, and they are underway this time. Andrew Brunton leads this race into the first corner. Ben Yemens desperately trying to hold on to second place and does manage to. Remarkably clean from the pre-2000s so far, and the pre-95s are away as well. And James Verity has managed to get up into second place in the pre-95 class behind Leon Dolby, and he goes for the lead in pre-95 but slots in behind for the moment. But in the pre-2000 it is Andrew Brunton that holds on for the moment. Ben Yemens very close behind him, it must be said, as they make their way down into Kestrel for the first time.
But yeah, Andrew Brunton, number 27, brilliant start there. There's a little bit of a pack forming for the top 10, maybe. Has come flying through on the start-finish straight.
We saw Matthew James there having to go a bit defensive into the first corner, but he loses that place unfortunately. But for the leaders, it is line astern for the moment. Andrew Brunton still leads the race from Ben Yemens as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner. Oh, it's all bunching up a little bit between the top two, and in pre-95 it looks as though James Verity, has he managed to get ahead? It looks like he has managed to get ahead, and it looks like Alistair Topless is running in second, and they've caught the back of the pre-2000 line as they make their way down the start-finish once again. The pre-2000s are all line astern at the moment, and it's very close there in the battle for the pre-95 lead as James Verity gets past one of the pre-2000s, and Alistair Topless desperately tries to follow him through, and they are really catching. They're reeling in the pre-2000 drivers.
Yeah, off your live stream and through our commentary box, we can see there was a little bit of a scrap between the number 7 of Jonathan Clarkshaw and the number 53 of Ryan Morgan. They had a little bit of contact through the second corner, so they might have lost a bit of time, we don't know, but
there's been a change for the lead in pre-95s. Alistair Topless has managed to get ahead of James Verity. I think they're struggling to get through in the traffic as Jade Goodwin makes her way through as well. Alistair Topless going defensive there against James Verity, but in the pre-2000 class it looks like Andrew Brunton's beginning to pull away a little bit from Ben Yemens, and it looks like the battle for second is getting very close, and that is the 73 right behind him of Martin Brackenbury and the O-plate of Matt Parker, and that's the big battle for second. There's going to be a move down the inside, and he does get ahead of Ben Yemens then. Ben Yemens trying to cut back underneath, but he looks to have covered that off, and the O-plate now takes over third place, so Ben Yemens using 2 places in one go there.
But yeah, it's really what makes it so exciting is that the pre-95s, they need to fight their way through this pack of pre-2000s without losing much time. And as I say that, Alistair Topless has dropped down to second place.
Yeah, he's struggling for straight line speed coming past. We could see him just look over as James Verity breezed past him on the start-finish line and just raised his head in frustration. So Alistair Topless struggling for power there. As long as he can get to the end of the race in second place, I think he'll be satisfied still. But oh, there's been contact between Gaz Watling and James Verity, and that's allowed Alistair Topless to get back. And he's got ahead of Gaz Watling for good measure. As there's almost a move now, it's impossible to keep up. The 73 is just about managed to hold on, but he's managed to touch the curb as well, going through the willows. So for the moment, it looks like Andrew Brunton is continuing to pull away out in front, so he looks like he's got things under control at the moment, as James Verity is now coming under attack from Jade Goodwin as they make their way up towards Dan Weldon, and the battle for third place is getting pretty close in pre-2000s. There's an overtake there through the final turn, so it is the O-plate ahead of 18, and then Ben Yemens once again. There's 3 minutes 40 left on the clock as Matt Parker just about manages to hold on ahead of the number 18 of Zach Bowen and Ben Yemens, and it seems to have settled down there for the moment.
But yeah, the pre-2000s on our screen here. This is the battle for second place. Matt Parker leading it, followed by Zach Bowen and Ben Yeomans. Yeah, brilliant packet, brilliant squabbling here.
Yeah, so James Verity has managed to get back ahead of Alistair Topless in the pre-95s. Once again, Alistair struggling for straight line speed, and he's now under pressure from Jade Goodwin as they come onto the start-finish straight once again. He's going to be breezed past here down the start-finish straight and gets absolutely mullered. He'll have to take a look at that as we go into the lunch break very shortly, as a pre-95 Leon Dolby slows down going past us in our commentary box window, but the race leader has continued to pull away, and Ben Yeomans is on the back of Zach Bowen. Is still not over in the battle for that fourth position.
I just say that there's another driver pulling off. Who's that? Looks like the
65 of Duncan McLeod. We did say that reliability was going to be a factor, and it is, as Ben Yeomans makes the move once again for fourth place into the first corner, and he does manage to get ahead as the pre-95s continue to pick their way through the traffic. James Verity getting ahead of another pre-2000 there, so the pre-95's pace is clearly very, very good, very even compared to the pre-2000s. As we pick up the number 27, our race leader, Andrew Brunton. He continues to hold on the lead out in front, but it's the battle for second now that we're going to be watching as the O-plates. The O-plates of Matt Parker is coming up behind the 73. He's going to have a run down towards turn 1 here. Is he going to have a go into turn 1? No, he tucks it back in behind. He thinks better of it.
But yeah, you can just see from these sort of carts how much the TKMs have come on since then, and how modern and you know, how much technology we have around us now compared to how they were back in the early 2000s and the 1995s.
Yeah. We've missed the move for second place. Unfortunately, Matt Parker has managed to get ahead of the... Oh, it's a big lunge down the inside into the final corner. He tries to come back, does Martin Brackenbury, but not quite, and that's cost him a run down the start-finish straight as Ben Yeomans is trying to get back ahead now, but can't quite do it.
But yeah, as it's all happening, Matt Parker, he's just thinking, okay, I've got to work here, I've got to get away, I don't want to be with these guys. They're going to carry on battling. As P4 looking down the inside, brilliant move there.
Ben Yeomans really struggling for straight line speed. He had that position and then just lost it as they went down towards Derek's corner. He's still following nice and closely he's still following Brackenbury nice and closely as they funnel their way through Kestrel corner, but he's not going to be able to do it, and he's going to get overtaken here by the 18 kart of Zach Bowen. So these three are really bunching up nicely as they make their way down the start-finish line once again. And only 9 seconds on the clock. It does look very good at the moment for Andrew Brunton, who continues to pull away. And they're coming up to back markers now, going through the willows. They just about managed to get through safely, but it's really bunching up there. And there's a move around the outside into the chicane by the 78 kart there, I believe. He managed to go all the way around the outside, did Monty Gorringe.
But yeah, the marshals here yet again doing a perfect job of keeping this blue flag out. Is that someone off?
Yeah, someone's off at the back part of the circuit. We didn't see who it was, but there's a kart off at the back part of the circuit there, unfortunately. It's not James Verity because he's still running out in front in pre-95. We're on the final lap now as the race leader makes his way through Derek's chicane. And he looks very easy for him for the moment. They go past the yellow flag zone, and he's got a nice gap there to Matt Parker. So a frenetic race for the opening race of the pre-95 and pre-2000 class, but it's been very easy there for Andrew Brunton, who cruises across the line and wins the first race of the day. It is Matt Parker in second, and over the line in third, Martin Brackenbury manages to hang on to third place. And in the pre-95 class, oh no, James Verity stopped on the final lap the race leader in pre-95 has stopped on the back part of the circuit, so I believe Jade Goodwin, there he is on our screen, and so I believe Jade Goodwin will be the winner of the pre-95 first race, with Alistair Topless in second. That's a disaster for James Verity, the championship leader, who had this race in the bag and then stopped on the final lap. Oh, that's a disaster.
Yeah, big drama on the last lap here. But yeah, that rounds out our first set of races. We're going to now go on to a lunch break, and we should hopefully see you all shortly.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Kimbolton, where we're here for the TKM Festival. The temperatures are racking up nicely, as you can see on your screens now. You can see the heat waves. A bit of a breeze, which is helping all of the marshals out there who have just made their way back out on circuit, because we're almost ready to go for the classic TKMs, who are next to go around for their second heat. So, yes. Charlie, I saw that you had an ice cream. Did you enjoy that on your break?
Yeah, had to finish it quite quickly, saying we were back on in about 2 minutes. But yeah, nice refreshments here down at Kimbolton. Getting ready for our pre-finals, our finals, and our F100 last heat and their finals as well.
So we should be underway in around about a minute's time. We'll just be keeping an eye on our out of our commentary box window to see the marshal on the start-finish straight wave the green flag, and then we'll be underway. So yes, so we are here for the TKM Festival, and guests playing host to the F100 Spirit of the 90s, the British Championships. They're here for round 4 of their championships. And we are almost ready to go for the first of their rounds, the classic TKMs. So you can see the drivers lined up on the grid then. They're almost ready to go for their second heat of the day. Yes, in these very high temperatures. We had a race of attrition earlier with reliability playing a big part. Few karts off at the first corner as well, so I think they'll all be hoping for a bit of a cleaner race this time as we await the green flag on the start-finish line. And there it is, there is the green flag. And the classic TKMs will now be let go, and they will make their way out onto the circuit for their second race. And we will show you the grid in just a couple of moments' time. Okie doke, so the classic TKMs have now made their way out on circuit, and it will be, and you see the 33 there, our race winner from earlier on, James Ogden, but it is Jack Saunders that lines up on the pole position ahead of Barry Tomsit, who lines up alongside him. James Ogden, our winner from earlier, he lines up third alongside Blake Green on the second row. On the third row, we've got the 57 of Mark Sturdy and the number 1 of Matt Parker. 7th place is the 96 of Daniel Collier, and the O plate of Michael Whitaker is in 8th. In the 9th place is the 99 kart of Richard Sturdy, and in 10th is the 89 of Daniel Mentz, and then lining up on the back is the 41 of Alexander Bagnall. And it looks like we've got ourselves a false... No, it looks like we're actually... It looks like we're... No, we're going around once again. It didn't look like a restart flag there for a moment, but it looks like we are going to go around once again because it wasn't quite tidy enough for the race organisers' liking. So they make their way round Dan Weldon corner then. And backing up once again. Just adjusting the carburettor on the karts just to make sure that it doesn't oil up before they come round to the start-finish line. And here we go then. It looks like we could well get going again this time. There's actually a yellow flag on the last corner, but it looks like we could well get going this time. Lights are green and we're underway. And yeah, it's actually the 13 that leads into the first corner of Barry Tomsett, so I'm not sure what's happened, but it looks like that was almost a move there from the 33 of James Ogden, and it looks like he could try and make an overtake going into Derek's corner, but not quite close enough to make the move this time.
Yep, just filing through Derek's corner, through Dan Weldon. Looks all clean to me. James Ogden, he's not used to be. Actually, he's down the inside, back into P1 where he's been all the last heat. He knows how this position feels like. Is he going to defend going into turn 1? I don't think he does. He should have.
Oh, that was almost a move there from the 13 of Barry Thompson. He thought about having a go, but actually I think it's cost him a little bit of a run. I don't see the 32 out there of Jack Saunders, the man who was meant to be starting on pole position. I'm wondering if that's what the yellow flag was about on the last corner. It looks like he hasn't actually gotten going, unfortunately. So our pole position man is already out of it. And yeah, once again we see the 33 of James Ogden pulling away out in front, and it looks like there's a battle going on for second place. And that is the 89 there of Daniel Mentz, who's getting closer there to Barry Thompson. He got a bit crossed up going through Kestrel corner, otherwise he might have had a go going into the final corner. But he's following him closely now through the willows. Can he have a run going down toward Derek's corner? He's not quite close enough this time.
No, but it looks like James Ogden is starting to pull away. Quite a bit of a gap. Everyone's quite spaced out. Second and third place quite close together. Fourth got a bit of a gap back to the top 3.
Oh, that's a spin from the 13, and the 13 of Thompson has spun out of second place, and that is gifted a position there to Daniel Mentz, and he looks to be gutting there from the 13 of Barry Thompson. He's push starting his kart now, but he has lost all of that time and all of those positions. He gets going, but his race is all but over now, unfortunately. And like we say, that's gifted second place to the 89 of Daniel Mentz.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell what caused that spin, but yeah, be massive disappointment there for your number 13 driver.
As the 33 then of James Ogden continues to pull away out in front. The gap last time out was at 1.3 seconds, but he's going to be coming across the line in a moment. What does the gap show now? It's now... Oh, we don't know what the gap is now. It hasn't updated, unfortunately. It doesn't look like he's pulling away all that much, to be fair, to Daniel Mentz. It looks like he's able to keep tabs on him and just keep the pressure on a little bit.
Yeah, the gap is only 1.5 seconds, so even though it looks like a massive gap, it's not that much on our timings. But all we need is James Ogden to make a few mistakes, which going off the last heat, he will not make a single mistake. He's very consistent and quick at the same time. So your second place driver Daniel Mentz will have to work quite hard if he wants to catch up to James Ogden in P1.
Well, the gap is still hovering around a second and a half. Oh, it's gone up to 2 seconds now, so doesn't quite have the raw pace, does Daniel Mentz, to keep up with the 33 of James Ogden out in front. But it's the battle for third now that's beginning to hot up. That pack of 3 karts that you see on your screen right there, it's the O plate of Michael Whitaker that's at the head of that. And oh, that was a bit of, I don't know if that was contact or what, between the 57 and the 96 of Mark Sturdy and Daniel Collier. But Collier has managed to get ahead. He's managed to get up into 4th place, and he now sets off after Whitaker as they make their way down the start-finish straight once again. It was a little bit wide off the last corner from Collier. He just ran slightly wide coming off the final turn, but he is very close as they run through the willows. If he can get a good run through the willows, he may just have a go going into Derek's corner, but he's not quite close enough this time.
But yeah, as you can see on your screens, they are quite close together. The Daniel Collier and the 96 look at trying to get past the O plate here. He could be close. He's not that close, but will he try and get a good run out of the final corner? So maybe good look at going down the inside of turn 1.
He has had a good run this time. He's a bit closer, and he'll pick up a bit of a slipstream as they head down to the first corner. He's going to try, but not quite close enough into the first corner to have a bit of a go. And he's dropped back to about the same distance he was before, so he needs to keep it clean and maybe have a go at the last corner. He seems to be quite quick in the second half of the lap.
Yeah, nearly 2 minutes. 2 minutes left on our times. These two were having a brilliant squabble.
Oh, he went a bit wide there. Did the O plates of Whitaker, and that's put him under pressure once again. That's put him under pressure from Collier. Has Collier got a good run? He's dropped a little bit further back, and if anything, it's putting him into the clutches of 57 once again of Mark Sturdy. Mark Sturdy, who didn't manage to finish the first race, unfortunately, after the first corner incident. Yeah, some of these drivers now seeking redemption in the second race of the day.
But yeah, if Daniel Collier and Michael Whitaker keep battling, this could play in good favours for Mark Sturdy, as he'll be able to catch up. And I think he has actually. He could look at getting both of these drivers and slotting into that P3 position.
Yeah, not long to go now. Just under 2 minutes remain in this race as they all come across the line. It's the closest that these three have been together. He's going to go for it down the inside. It's the 96 of Collier, but no, he breaks earlier than Whitaker. And again, that's put Mark Sturdy right onto the back of them. They're all lying astern as they make their way down to the chicane. He's going to go for it on the inside once again, and this time he manages to make the move stick.
Yeah, that was a beautiful move. Through the dummy, straight on him, going into Derek's corner. That was a brilliant move into P3.
And what can Whitaker do now to fight back? Can he do anything to fight back? Or is he going to fall under pressure from Mark Sturdy as they come towards the last corner? He's not quite going to make the move. And come on to the start-finish straight once again. Whitaker's not done. He's sat in the slipstream, but he's not quite close enough at the moment and doesn't seem to have the pace. 15 seconds remain on the clock as it counts down now. As they funnel their way through the willows once again, you can see the 96 of Collier sticking his head down. It's quite as a bit of a headwind. Well, there was a bit of a headwind earlier going into that corner, but look at that. You can see the O plate there of Whitaker trying to take some different lines going through Dan Weldon corner and coming off Derek's corner just to see if he can put him offline, but it's not quite worked out so far. And we now are onto the last lap, and that's not a great exit there from the 96, and that's put the O plate right onto the back of him as they head down towards turn 1, but he's not quite close enough as we pick up the 33 once again of James Ogden. looking once again very comfortable out in front as he makes his way down into Kestrel Corner for the final time. He won the first race of the day earlier on, and barring any issues coming off the last corner, it looks like he is going to come round and take yet another win. It's another win for James Ogden then, and he wins the second race of the day. The 89 kart of Daniel Mentz comes home to take second place. Who is going to be third? I think the 96 has just about managed to hold on. Yes, Collier takes third ahead of Whitaker and Sturdy.
So yeah, even though it's a small grid, we're still able to see a lot of action there, and the final will be very, very exciting.
So that's the second race of the Classic TKMs out of the way, and we are now getting ready. It's just the final couple of karts now that are coming across the line. The number 7 of Blake Green crosses the line, and the 13, what could have been for Barry Thompson. He ran second in the early stages, but ended up dropping towards the back, and we are now ready very nearly for the Formula C. Second race of the day for the Formula Cs. So we're ready to go then for the Formula C second race of the day as the green flag flutters and the gate opens. The karts will begin to make their way out onto the circuit. And it is going to be the number 69 of Adam Tuff that lines up on pole position, and alongside him will be Adam Preece. In third place will be the number 57 of Kevin Gray, who took the win in the earlier race of the day. And he is joined on the second row by Lee Crane, and then the number 11 of Michaelis Cairo. He will start in 5th position. Although we have been made aware that the number 22 of Lee Crane, after his accident earlier at Kestrel Corner, he may be done for the day, unfortunately. We caught him during the lunch break, and it seems as though the car is, unfortunately, too damaged to continue, and it looks like there's a bit of a problem out there for, is that Adam Preece, who seems to be going really very slowly going down the back straights, and unsurprisingly they'll go around again, but it looks like we may only have a 3-kart grid, unfortunately, because one of our drivers is limping already.
Quite unfortunate there for who said it was again? Adam Preece. Quite unfortunate there. He's given a white flag to show that there is a slow car moving on circuit. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very awkward race, seeing the amount of grid. I mean, the amount of drivers are going to be actually taking part in this.
Yeah, you can see him there now. He's pointing to let him through. He's actually getting pushed. Oh, so they've helped to bump start him.
That was quite nice.
That's a good thing, but I believe they have to do a warm-up lap, so they will send him through. Or will they send him through? Will he go? Yeah, he will go around. So it looks like we may well have a 4-kart grid, though. It looked like he was just oiled up a little bit, so he had a nice push there from the 69 karts of Adam Tuff, who now lines up on pole position, but it's going to be a little bit of a wait. You can see on your screens now that Adam Preece is making his way around to the grid, but will they wait for him, or will they just go ahead? It looks like we've got the karts on the grid in front of us now. We've got a few arms waving, and their arms, their karts are going to be getting quite warm. You can see them sat on the grid there, and they are now finally being joined on the grid by the 38 of Adam Preece. You see there on your screen in the background. And now we can finally get going. And we get the 4 lights, and then they will be underway. 4 lights are on, and we are underway, and it's a terrific start from the 57 of Kevin Gray. He goes straight into the lead ahead of Michaelis Cairo, and the pole sitter did not have a good start at all. He's dropped right to the back as Adam Tuff. And as they head down now. Oh, it's a bit of a sideways moment there for the number 11 of Michaelis Cairo. And he's now under pressure from the late starting Adam Priest as they make their way round down Weldon. It's another sideways moment as they come down into Kestrel for the first time, but it is the 57 of Kevin Gray that holds the lead for the moment, and it's yeah, he looks to be pulling away. That was the perfect start for him, wasn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, a brilliant start there. Unfortunate for the number 69, didn't get the best of jumps, and that sadly dropped down to P4. But yeah, they're all still quite close together. Maybe if one driver makes a mistake, they could, you know, anyone could win this at this point.
Well, we saw there were plenty of those in the first race. We saw no less than 2 spinners for various contenders, but it looks like Cairo is coming under pressure now as they make their way through Kestrel once again. He's coming under pressure from the 38 of Priest as they make their way onto the start finish once again. The top 3 are separated by around a second, and it's all very close. The 69 of Adam Tuff beginning to drop back a little bit, and oh, there's another spin. There's a spin for the number 11 as they went into the Willows, and so once again it's a mistake from Michaelis Cairo, and he'll be kicking himself for that after he made a mistake in the first race.
Yeah, it looked like he lost the rear end coming out of turn 1. When you come out of turn 1 on an exit curb, it does drop a bit, so it is quite easy to lose the rear of your kart, which he has obviously done.
Well, that combined with the short power band that they've got on these karts, you want to keep the revs high on these karts, and as a result, the power is pretty instantaneous, as Cairo has just found out in the most difficult way. And now they make their way through the Willows once again. The top 2, they're quite close together. There's Kevin Gray leading this race from Adam Priest as they make their way into Dan Weldon once again. Difficult braking zone. You have to try and get the kart as straight as possible. It's a bumpy braking zone for these karts as they approach around about 100 miles an hour on that section of circuit.
But yeah, Adam Priest, he looked like he wasn't even going to be taking part in the race, but luckily thanks to the other drivers doing some great sportsmanship there and helping out his fellow driver. He's actually looking for the lead, but had to back out at the last minute. But yeah, from nearly not starting to P2, that is something.
Absolutely, and it made the difference between having a 3-kart grid and a 4-kart grid. And as you say, he got a good run off the final corner, and he almost had a look into the first corner, but at the speeds that you're doing in these karts, it's tough to find a braking zone to make a lunge. What can he do through the final couple of corners? It was a bit scrappy from Priest through Kestrel corner, and so he's a little bit further behind than he was last time round as they cross the line once again. But yeah, he's lost a few tenths on that lap, unfortunately. But all it takes is the smallest mistake at these speeds, and then he'll be all over the back of him once again.
Yeah, exactly. That's all Adam Priest is looking for. That one little mistake by Kevin Gray, and he'll be right on him and looking to attack.
So they make their way around once again. We're looking at the 69 kart, the one who started on pole position. That's Adam Tuff. He's dropped back, unfortunately, but so far not looking like he's going to feel any pressure from Cairo as the top 2 make their way down to the first corner once again, and again it's fractionally faster for Gray. Gray seems to be the more consistent driver, even if he's not quite as fast as Priest, as they make their way down towards... Oh, there's a stopper we can see outside our commentary box window. Adam Tuff, it sounded like his chain came off from what I could hear, and he is stopped on the middle part of the circuit. So that is one of the karts eliminated. That is 1/4 of the grid gone, unfortunately, and that promotes Cairo up to 3rd place.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate for him, saying he started P1. Yeah, it had a bad start, dropped right down to the back, and it only got worse for him.
So the leaders make their way through, and again it's pretty even Stevens between the front 2. So only 3 karts remain, but the top 2 are still very much battling it out for this victory, and that's what's keeping us on the edge of our seats with just 3 minutes on the clock remaining, just under 3 minutes to go as they make their way through Kestrel once again. And you'd have to imagine on a day like this, with the temperatures being what they are, that that the physical side of it will come into effect as well.
Yeah, near the end of the race, they'll be starting to make a few more mistakes than I would like to. But because of the heat, it all gets up in your head, and yeah, that's when you start to lose out.
Yeah, drivers, it's easy for them to get hot and bothered, but at the moment, Kevin Gray is keeping his head out in front as they make their way into Dan Weldon once again. But that was quite a bit of time that Adam Priest just gained through that one corner. As they make their way through Kestrel, he just seemed to have good confidence under braking, and you see it there going into the final turn as well. And this is, oh, he's taken the lead. He's missed the gear. Has the 57. The 57 to Kevin Gray missed the gear coming off the final corner, and that has promoted Adam Priest into the lead of this race.
That's exactly what Adam Priest wanted. He knew if he sat there, he would make a mistake, and exactly that is what's happened. He's made a mistake and he's gone straight through into the lead.
But we've seen that Kevin Gray has been very consistent with his pace throughout this race, and he is not going to let this go. And there is just a minute and a half left on the clock outside of our commentary box window. Can Adam Priest prevent himself from making a mistake as he comes through the final turn? He gets a good run, and he's built a little bit of a margin now over Kevin Gray as they make their way into turn one.
But yeah, even though it's a short grid, even though it's a small grid, there's still a lot of action happening. It's great to watch such fast machines fighting each other, because this is more dangerous than any other racing you'll see later.
Oh, we just saw a bit of smoke coming out of the back. Yes, something was coming out of the back of the 57.
Oh, he's slowing.
He's slowing down, and that is it. That is it for the 57 of Kevin Gray. It looked like there was either some smoke or some fluid, perhaps, that came out of the back of his kart. And that is the end of his race, unfortunately, and that has gifted a near certain victory to the 38 of Adam Priest, as long as he can keep going for the next 30 seconds plus one lap.
But yeah, now it's just a 1v1. There's only 2 drivers left.
Yeah, we started out with 5 at the start of the day and went to 4 after the first race of the day, and we went to 3 early on, and now we've got 2 because the 57, as he comes rolling past us on the start-finish straight now, has unfortunately developed a bit of an issue. It doesn't look like fluids coming out the back of his kart, but he is unfortunately going to roll into the pits as we start the final lap of this race. The number 38, just going past the 57 there as the 57 pulls off at the first corner. The 38, he's had it all his own way in the last few laps. It's only come his way in the last few laps, but it's funny how quickly motorsport can change sometimes, and he is taking it nice and steady now. Doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks as he makes his way into Kestrel corner, taking it nice and easy, and comes through the last corner now. So Adam Priest, who almost didn't start this race, is going to come round and take the checkered flag.
Brilliant race that from Adam Priest, and he's got such a big of a gap that the driver in second place, your number 11, who's finishing P2, he hasn't even come round to finish yet.
Yeah, Kairu is making his way. You can see him now. He's coming through the final corner, and he will take second place despite that spin early on. Kairu takes second place as we see the 57 on the screen there. He lost the lead with a few laps to go, and then his engine went kaput as well.
A 24-second second gap. What? That's got to be the biggest we'll see all weekend, most likely. But yeah, sad to see from Adam Tuff, and yeah, hopefully he'll come back stronger in the final. But it'll be a very exciting final as Adam Tuff pulls his kart back into the pits. Yeah. So now we're going to move on to our pre-2000s and pre-95s.
So we're almost ready to go then for the pre-2000 and the pre-95s. It looks like the 57 cards of the in the Formula C has been cleared up. So we are almost ready to go for the next race of the day, which is the second heat of the pre-2000 grid. And just to let you know, there was some drama post-race earlier on. We saw that James Verity stopped at the end of the race on the final lap, and that gave the victory to Jade Goodwin and second to Alistair Topless, only to find out that post-race both drivers were disqualified for being underweight. So drama early on here at the F100 meeting at round 4 of their championship. So we are on to Heat 2 for the pre-2000 and pre-95, and all of these karts will go through twice. They will do at least one other rolling up lap, so that gives me time to read out the grid, which is the 53 on pole position of Ryan Morgan. He's joined on the front row by Dan Crackshaw. The 16 of Alistair Cunningham lines up in third place alongside Zach Bowen in fourth position. In fifth place is the 78 of Monty Gorridge, and he's joined on the third row by the number 70 of Tamsin Germain, and then Ben Yemens in seventh, and the 75 of Neil Rodgy. He lines up in eighth place. Mitchell McLeod, Duncan McLeod I should say, he lines up in ninth position, and then he's joined by Jonathan Crankshaw in 10th place. And for the pre-95 grids then, it's Alistair Topless lining up on pole position with James Verity alongside. The second row is taken up by Jay Goodwin and Leon Dolby. In fifth place, it's Tyler Whedon, I believe our eventual winner earlier on after all the drama. He's joined by Andrew Godfrey in sixth position. And then there's Andrew Everett in seventh with Paul Giles in eighth, and at the very back of the grid it is the 55 of Clayton Osso. So we're almost ready to go this time. The pre-2000s keeping it nice and steady. Marshall's trying to keep them as steady as possible, and they are about to come round to the end of the lap, and it may be that we can get going this time. So the pre-2000s are ready to go, but we are going round again, and there's been a collision already on the start-finish line, I believe between the number 0 and the number 7. I think they were ready to go at that point, and there was contact between them. So that's, yeah, the number 7 of Jonathan Crankshaw and Matt Parker coming to grief already before the race has even begun. Alright, so we're almost, well, hopefully ready to go this time. Third time lucky for the pre-2000s and pre-95s. No one oiling up, because that's a potential issue with these karts, is that if you go too slowly they'll oil up and stop. But it looks as though we're okay for the moment. We see the number 2 slightly ahead at the moment. Dan Crankshaw just needing to back off the throttle a little bit, as the pre-2000s are kind of the ones that are controlling the pace here. The pre-95s can only hope they get going. And here we go. Third time lucky, and we are underway this time. And it is a good start from the pole man. Number 53 leads into the first corner. Dan Crankshaw just about manages to hold on to second place. In the pre-95s they get away as well. And it is James Verity that almost gets ahead, but Alistair Topless stays in front. And there's 4 karts off in the background. And it is the 7 and the 0 that we saw in the background colliding before the race has even begun. They are both off, and there's the 20, is that the 24 that's in the barriers there, over there? And the number 7, yeah, of Jonathan Crankshaw, his side pod's bent up, and that's it. And we hope that the 0 of Matt Parker is okay, and the Battenberg flag is out already. So drama at the very beginning of the race, and James Verity has stopped once again. So he broke down in the last race, and he's stopped again. And he's stopped again in this one on the very first lap.
But yeah, Ryan Morgan and Alistair Topless both have a really good start. Only could last a lap before we had to bring our Battenbergs out. But good job to the marshals, all clearing up the track and hopefully in a lap or two we can get back racing.
It looks like Matt Parker's okay. It looked like he might have had a bit of an injury, but he's up and walking, thankfully. So we're under the Battenberg flag. So once again, it's follow the leader, no overtaking, and reduce your pace. And the 53 of Ryan Morgan is backing the pack up, and he will be ready to go. Might be at the end of this lap, we'll see. And they're all bunching up behind as they come round to the start-finish line. It looks like we are going to get a green flag, and we are racing again. And it's all bunched up there, as we've got a few cars that have oiled up. And there seems to be two different packs. But it is still the 53 that leads this race, ahead of the number 2 of Dan Crankshaw. The 78 of Monty Gorridge is running in third place. He's had a terrific start, as Alistair Topless in the pre-95s has already passed half of the pre-2000s on that chaotic restart.
Yeah, Alistair Topless, he had a really good start. Made about 4 places just at turn 1. So he wants to eye down his next opponent, and he wants to be going through the pack one by one.
So there's a big gap back to Chris Trott in around about 7th place between the front and the second pack of carts. As the move for second, as Gorridge goes through down the inside, he takes second place away, and he is now going to try and hunt down 53 of Ryan Morgan, the race leader, as they make their way into Derek's corner once again. He's gone a little bit wide though, and Crankshaw still pushing him along as they go into Dan Weldon once again, but practically pushing him around Weldon corner, and there's a pack of about 4 cars. So Ryan Morgan getting away a little bit, and then there's a big pack of 4, and there's a lunge down the inside into the last corner for third place for the 73 of Martin Brackenbury. He's managed to get ahead as the 18 and Dan Crankshaw drag race to the first corner.
Yeah, Ryan Morgan, he needs to get his head down, he needs to be gone, so he doesn't want this pack behind catching up on them. But as long as these 4 work together, they could catch up. Your driver in second place, Monty, number 78, he does look like he's closing in on Ryan Morgan. So this could play a part in the race later on.
So we can see Alistair Topless on screen, leader of pre-95 for the moment, but again, he appears to be struggling with engine issues. We can see out of our commentary box window there's some battling behind, but Alistair Topless losing power again on the straight, something he's been plagued with all throughout the weekend, really.
But yeah, that move from Monty on the second to last corner, got overtaken down the inside, lost a couple, nearly ended up in the barrier, but off our commentary box, it looks like someone's off at the final corner. Does that look like the 55? Could that be?
Yeah, I think it is. Clayton also stopped at the final corner, and Chris Trott is coming through the pack nicely as well. Chris Trott, he was down in 8th place, and we've got a stopper on the back part of the circuit. It is Monty Gorridge, I believe, in the 78. So having run in second place momentarily, he now appears to be stopping, or slowing down as they come through the final corner. So it is now Brackenbury up in second, and there's a seizure at the end of the start-finish straight, as one of the engines has gone right at the very first corner. Something that we often see in F100. It's a staple of F100 races, is the engine seizing and the wheels locking up, and that is a disaster. We can't quite see who that is.
I think that's Joseph Rees-Smith, the 90, who had his engine seized going into turn 1. That'd be a massive shame for him.
And that is, you can see Dan Crankshaw on your screen coming under pressure, and he gets lunged down the inside by the 27 of Andrew Brunton, our winner from earlier on today. And look at this, Chris Trott, he is right on the back of them in 5th place, so his pace is excellent at the moment, but it is still the 53 out in front, and he's coming increasingly under pressure from Martin Brackenbury. Meanwhile, in the pre-95s, Jade Goodwin is right on the back of Alistair Topless now. So the top 2, who were eventually disqualified earlier on for being underweight, they are now scrapping it out for the lead in pre-95.
Yeah, this is going to be a close battle from them, but now we're still looking at the number 27 of Andrew Burton trying to pull away from the 2 behind. I don't know if they'll be able to do it because it looks like It looks like the number 2. He has got a better run, but no, but he doesn't have a look.
Jade Goodwin's gone for the lead in pre-95. She's managed to get ahead of Alistair, but Alistair topless comes back into the Willows, and he stays ahead for the moment, but it only seems like a matter of time before he's eventually passed for good, as Chris Trott gets repassed by Bevan Yemens there into Derek's corner, as the top 2 begin to get a bit closer. It's pretty even between them at the moment, but there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock as they make their way onto the start-finish again. It's ever closer between the top 2. Will he go for the lead? He not quite close enough this time.
Yeah, but as these top 2 are battling together, there's a back marker coming up. Maybe this could play in their hands a bit. Your driver in second place, Martin Blackenbury, he might have a chance of catching up to P1 if this back marker maybe doesn't get in the right place. Actually, no, he's going to
out of the way. He appears to have moved out of the way, so it's not going to interrupt the lead battle. Hopefully it won't interrupt the battle for third place as well, as they make their way onto the start finish once again. Brackenbury, not really close enough to make a move at this stage, but there's 25 seconds left on the clock as the battle for third comes up to the back marker, and they all make their way through. Chris Trott, who was coming through the field quite quickly, is now dropped off. His pace appears to have dropped off quite a bit, so in 6th place Chris Trott's now kind of all on his own out there, as the race leaders come through Dan Weldon corner, and we will be onto the final lap next time round as they make their way through Kestrel corner. Will Brackenbury risk a lunge on this final lap as Ryan Morgan comes down the start finish straight? There he goes for the move, and Brackenbury takes the lead on the final lap. He got a really good run off the final turn, and so now can Ryan Morgan do anything, as the 27 karts of Andrew Brunton, our winner from earlier today, he is now slowing down as they go down into the first corner, so disaster for him. And no change between the top 2 now, so that was a last lap overtake from Martin Brackenbury, and it looks like that's that, unfortunately for Ryan Morgan, as they come round Kestrel corner now into the final turn. It was a last lap overtake for the 73 of Martin Brackenbury, and he crosses the line to win the second heat of the day in pre-2000s. And Jade Goodwin does take a win in pre-95 ahead of Alistair Topless, and that was it. That's it.
Yeah, brilliant drive by Martin, the number 73. Kept working at it, trying to catch up to Ryan on the last lap, finally got past him and went. Brilliant driving by the 2.
So that is the second round of that was the second loop of heats for pre-2000 and pre-95 all done, and so begins the stampede of trolleys onto the circuit, this being F100. As we see, that was the 18 there of Zach Bowen, who unfortunately had an issue and he was forced to retire. He, I believe, was one of the karts involved in that lap 1 incident. We can see the 69 karts down there of Matthew James on the other side of the circuit. We can see the 55 of Clayton Osso and the O plate of Matt Parker, who unfortunately was eliminated on lap 1, but fortunately he appears to be okay after that accident, and we see the 16 there also being wheeled back. But once all these karts are gone, we will be ready to commence our pre-finals, starting with the festival pre-final. So the carts are almost recovered now, and so we're almost ready to go for the festival pre-final in TKM Extreme. And it will be Thomas Warner that lines up on pole position from Al Patterson. Luke Woodward will be starting in third place alongside Will Day on the second row, with Gareth Haynes and Harrison Williams on the third row. Alexander Page and Josh Raystrick, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, line up on the fourth row, with Jasmine Bullock and Alexander Lehman rounding out the top 10. And once again we can see James Verity's kart being recovered off as the TKM Extremes head out onto the circuit for their first warm-up lap. And it's my understanding that they actually have 2 roll-up laps, so this will be their first of 2 roll-up laps now.
But for those who don't understand what the festival pre-final is and then the elite pre-final is, the festival is more like a B final, but you won't be able to advance into the elite final. So these will still compete for top 3 trophies, but they won't be able to go through into the elite pre-final.
So we're almost ready, but there are various karts off towards the back of the pack, so I would imagine that we will go around again as they make their way round, and they will go round again, unsurprisingly. And a few karts feeling the need to weave around to try and generate some tyre temperature. Some drivers not feeling the need to do so, but it is a hot old day out there, so tyre pressures will be low.
Here we are then, everyone's round Weldon, all lining up, getting ready to start the festival pre-final for TKM Extreme. They look like they're not that bunched up together.
There's a kart still trying to regain the position, but it looks like Thomas Warner's ready to go, and they do go. But that looked like a bit of a jump start from Al Patterson in second place there as they make their way around the first corner. It looked like that was an early start, but they're all making their way through turn 1 cleanly for the moment as they make their way through the willows. And it is the 29 who has a bit of a clear advantage at the moment. He manages to stay out in front. There's a kart off on the grass there, cutting the corner at Derek's corner, but the 29 of Al Patterson pulling away at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant start by him. Managed to get into P1 straight away, and he's just going to start working to pull away. As I say that, there is a move for second place.
64 manages to get up into second position. That is Luke Woodward, who managed to make his way into second place. So can he now do something about Al Patterson, who has made a little bit of a gap out in front as they funnel their way into Derek's corner for the second time? And yeah, it looks like he's beginning to close in on him. If it's anything like the previous TKM race, the extreme race that we saw earlier on today, it's bound to be a good one as they funnel their way into Kestrel corner. The 17 in third place, Thomas Warner, our pole sitter. He just got bogged down a little bit at the start of the race, and you can see him giving a signal to the kart behind. It's still the 29 that leads this race into turn 1 as they funnel their way through. Oh, a little bit of contact further back. There's a kart that's run off a little bit wide at the first corner, and there's 2 other karts that have just gone off onto the grass.
But as I say that, Luke Woodward has gone into the lead of this festival pre-final, and now they're going to probably start working together to try and pull away from a very strong Harvey Roth in third now. They're all going to try and work together now to try and get into that P1 spot.
So yes, that was a change for the lead there as they make their way down the start-finish straight once again. Luke Woodward holds on to the lead. The 29 isn't going to try and make a move at the moment. He doesn't feel the need to try and fight him, but can he keep up with him? on raw pace. If he can't, then I'd imagine that Woodward will pull away rather quickly indeed as they make their way into the Derek's chicane once again.
But as I look at the timings, Harvey Roth is your fastest man on track right now. He is flying down and he's looking to optimise on these top two in front. He's already catched up to them, but is there a move? Yes, there is.
It's an overtake into Kestrel corner. We rarely see that. Oh, and Woodward tries to come back at him, gets a bit of a shove up the back, and they're all bunched up now as they make their way into turn one. But it was the 36 who managed to get up into second place momentarily. But what a move that was from the 29 of Al Patterson into Kestrel corner. It's rare to see an overtake into that corner, and Woodward, who led the race a few moments ago, is now in fourth position. He's suddenly dropped down. So what can the 36 kart of Harvey Roth, who started way down in 12th place, he's made up so many positions and he's already up into second place, and we've still got another 6 minutes to go, so his pace is scintillating at the moment. Will he go for it into the last corner? He does go for it into the last corner, and now he's gone from 12th to first. And so what will the 29 do about that? Will he come back at him into turn one? I don't think he's going to try and make a move. He's just going to try and work with him, as the number 20 of Gareth Haynes as well, he's involved in this little scrap.
But yeah, now Harvey's got to get into a rhythm now. He's got his head down. He wants to go. Your driver in second place, AJ, looked at maybe going into the Derek's corner, but no can do. Harvey Roth holds on through Weldon onto the back straight. AJ will he try and catch up? I think these two might start working together to try and catch on to Harvey. Never mind, he's gone for a move.
Oh, but he didn't quite make it stick. It didn't have his nose all the way up the inside, so it was only a half-hearted move, and it's cost him a bit of time as the 36 of Harvey Roth gets a black and white flag. I think there was a little bit of contact at the last corner when he went for the move for second place, as now the battle for second is all hotting up. There's a battle of four karts as the 64 dives to the inside, tries to make the move. So Woodward not able to get past Haynes quite just yet, but it does seem like Al Patterson, who led this race at one stage, is now a bit of a cork in the bottle. There's now 5 karts, 6 karts even, all fighting for second place. What will happen into the final corner? Will he go for it? Yes, that's a move there from Gareth Haynes into second position, so he's managed to get through, and Woodward's trying to get through as well. But no, it looks like the 29's going to come back at him. Al Patterson tries to move down the inside, but Haynes just manages to hold on.
Yeah, and as Harvey Roth was coming down the start-finish straight, he was signalling like something was wrong with the car. So maybe that could play in with the rest of this race. Hopefully there isn't a problem for him, but yeah, he isn't really happy. I don't know if it's about his warning flag, but he's not happy right now.
We can see another car going down the back straight towards Kestrel. That's slowing down, unfortunately. But no such problems at the moment for our race leader, for Harvey Roth. But he's not too far ahead of Gareth Haynes, and Haynes has looked to have some good pace today. And the 76 has just come past us with a broken exhaust, as you might have heard over the commentary. Will Day, unfortunately, who started in 4th place, he's now unfortunately out of the running. As the race leaders, it seems to have calmed down slightly. It looks like the 17 of Thomas Warner, who started on pole position, is coming under pressure from one of the karts, as the number 20 of Gareth Haynes still trying to just close in on Harvey Roth as they come round onto the start-finish straight once again. He's going to get a slipstream now with 3.5 minutes remaining. It's far from over for the win.
But yeah, Gareth Haynes, it looks like he's quicker than Harvey at this stage of the race. So will Gareth maybe sit behind for a bit, or will he go for a move straight away and try and pull away? We'll have to find out. As they fly through Derek's corner, through Dan Weldon. Will he have a look? No, he doesn't.
He'll focus on trying to get a run down towards Kestrel corner. Will he ever go into Kestrel, or would he wait until the final turn on the circuit? He'll wait. And it's a little bit wide there from the 36 of Roth. He just got a wheel off the circuit going through Kestrel. We've seen that a few times today as the track falls away. You can see them signalling to each other. they're not going to fight just yet. They've agreed that they are going to continue to try and pull away from the pack, and they're going to wait until the very end of the race as they both signal to each other. The 29 of Al Patterson is still running in third position and is beginning to build a bit of a gap now to the carts behind.
Yeah, Al Patterson is doing quite a good job there in P3. But these top two in front, if they look behind and see he's catching, they're going to point. They're going to say, "Go, go, go! We need to go. We can't let this. We can't let your man in P3 catch us." So they're going to work together. Maybe stop battling the last couple of laps once they've got a bit of a gap. But so far, it's your man Harvey Roth who leads the way with less than 2 minutes to go, followed by Gareth Haynes and Al Patterson in P3.
So the top two then make their way through the willows. It does look like Gareth Haynes is going to go for a move now. So he's done with waiting. Gareth Haynes takes the lead over with a minute and a half to go. He takes over the position from Harvey Roth. So what can Roth do? Can he follow him? Can he try and get a bit of a slipstream and keep in touch? But that's a good move there from Gareth Haynes, as it looks to be hotting up in the battle for P3, as well as the 29 of Al Patterson is coming under pressure from the 56, as he's going for a move down the inside. The 56 there of Josh Raystrick, he's gone through into the top three. Can he now have a run at the top two? They're not too far away, but there's only 1 minute left.
Yeah, great racing from these two at the front. They're very clean. I don't know how Harvey's going to be feeling right now, saying he's just lost that first place. But it's still the pre-final. If he sits here, he can have a chance in that final to go and get the win. So I don't know what he'll be thinking right now, saying we've got about 30 seconds left on the clock. We have 2 more laps left. Will Harvey think to go for this P1, or will he sit there and just hope best for the final?
So Gareth Haynes now pulls a bit of a gap now on Harvey Roth. So Roth's pace was incredible in the first part of the race, but he looks to be struggling a little bit now, and he is coming under pressure from the 56 of Josh Raystrick as they come through into down Weldon Corner. They're going to head down. Oh no, it looks like he's stopping. The 36 of Harvey Roth has stopped on the back straight, and that is disaster. He started 12th. He got into the lead, and now he is stopped on the circuit with just 1 lap to go. Absolute disaster. And that has really helped the number 20 of Gareth Haynes, and it's really helped the 56 of Josh Raystrick to take second place. And that now means the battle for third is between the number 18 of Alexander Page, who has gotten past. He's managed to get past Al Patterson as they get into the yellow flag zone. No overtaking there. Oh, gutting, absolutely gutting for Harvey Roth as the race leader passes him and goes through Kestrel Corner. They go into the final turn, and it is going to be a victory then for Gareth Haynes in this pre-final, in the festival pre-final. Second place goes to the 56 of Josh Raystrick, and it is the 15 of Harrison Williams who takes third, as we see our one-time race leader, the 36 of Harvey Roth, unfortunately stopping with just 1 lap remaining. Oh, gutting, absolutely gutting for him. There's a few cuts to recover, but then we will be ready to go for our junior TKM pre-final. So we're almost ready to go then for the Junior TKM pre-final, as we see Harvey Roth's kart being pulled away. So while we're watching the 36 of Roth's kart being pulled away, let's run you through the grid for the Junior TKM pre-final. And it is James Morley who dominated the race earlier on. He starts alongside Alfie Garford on the front row. Joe Cheek runs in third place with Leon Frost in fourth. Luke Bates starts on the third row alongside Leo Robinson, who fought for the win earlier on. Aidan Mitchell starts in seventh place alongside Luke Jarman in eighth. In ninth is Olivia Jakins, with Ben Hurrell rounding out the top 10 on the grid in the 67 kart. So the karts are making their way round. They're making their way around down Weldon Corner now, and are coming up to Kestrel. A few karts towards the back of the pack, so it looks like we may well go around once again. So, Charlie, you're a 3 times champion round here at Kimbolton. What's the key to a good lap around here?
Just got to be consistent. Make sure you're not squirming on the brakes. Just make sure you're nice, smooth on the steering through corners. You just got to make sure that you're not losing the back end or anything like that. As we go round again, we've got a full start. We'll go round again for another lap of this Kimbolton circuit.
Yeah, it looked like they jumped the gun a little bit there. The front few rows just getting a little overexcited and leaving the rest of the pack behind. So yes, we will be going round once again. A few karts. None of them feeling the need to weave around though. It is, as we say again, a hot old day up here. Round about the mid-30s now. So yeah, hope you're finding somewhere shaded and keeping cool and drinking lots. And it's looking like we could well get going this time round.
But James Morley, he's made it 3 for 3 so far. Will he make it 4 for 4?
Well, he certainly had the pace earlier on in the day, but the front row has seemed to have shot away from the rest of the pack at the moment. They're going to have to back up a little bit if we're to get going this time. So we're going round, and there's a bit of a gap in the back of the pack, but we might still have a go. And we are underway this time. And James Morley getting squeezed a little bit there by Alfie Garford as they make their way into the first corner, but he just about hangs on to the lead as they go through the willows for the first time. And it looks like the 70 kart has managed to slot into number third, so the top 3, the top 4 are as they were. And Morley makes his way through the chicane. Can Alfie Garford make his way into the lead in these early stages?
Yeah, that was a great start from Joe Cheek there, getting straight into third place. He's going to be looking down these two, as he knows from the heats that these two been able to pull away straight from the start. Oh, actually saying that, Leon Frost has gone straight into third place. They need to stop battling now. They need to go. They need to get these top 2 before they pull away like they did in the heats.
So the top 2 then breaking away super sideways into the first corner from James Morley, but he holds on to the lead for the moment. But it's number 1 of Alfie Garford, who's still got that slipstream and still staying in touch. There's a move there for 5th position. And the leaders then make their way into down Weldon Corner once again. Alfie Garford practically pushing him around the corner there. He's so close. And they're not pulling away from the rest of the pack either at this stage. So they might need to work together at this point just to try and bridge a gap between themselves and the rest of the pack, because it looks like the number 7 oh, there's been a big crash at the last corner. We don't know who it is, but the red flag is out, and that is
Harley Mason, the
Harley Mason.
63. He's gone into the wall. He looks like he's got a bit of pain to his back. So the red flag's been called. We will all they'll all pull down to the start-finish line, maybe, or onto the back straight. It looks like we're going onto the back straight. Yeah, they will all slow down and park up, and we might have to take a bit of a break here whilst we make sure that Harley Mason is all right.
Yeah, so the marshals on site there, just checking to make sure that Harley is okay. The ambulance is out onto the circuit nice and quickly, and you can see there the race leaders have all come to a halt on the straight towards Kestrel Corner. Yeah, and they will check to see that Harley Mason is all right.
But yeah, I don't know how James Morley and Alfie Garth would be feeling after this, because they had a bit of a gap and it looked like they were going to keep it, but sadly because of this incident we've had to come to a stop.
So the order before that point was James Morley out in the lead from Alfie Garford. Leon Frost had managed to get up into third place and was beginning to catch them before the red flag came out, and then it was Joe Cheek, Leo Robinson, Luke Bates, Luke Jarman and Johan Kalichern rounding out the top 8.
And I think somewhere during that crash he also lost Joshua Bennon, the number 12 car, somewhere around there. We don't know what's happened to him, but hopefully he is okay as well.
We can see Harley Mason is up and walking, so good work by the marshals and by the medical staff there to ensure that he's okay, but he is up and walking, albeit looking rather frustrated. So good to see that he's alright. And they will take a few moments to repair the tyre wall and to get the cart off the circuit, but it doesn't look like the ambulance is going to be needed, thankfully. So in a few minutes' time we'll be getting back underway, I would have thought, and yeah, they will restart exactly how they were. Whether they will do it in single file or not, I'm not so sure, as Harley Mason gives a little what happened there to the camera.
But yeah, these drivers, they are made of steel. Don't need an ambulance sometimes. But he's annoyed. He doesn't know what's happened.
No, he's just talking through with someone by the fence, just explaining what happened. So we didn't catch what happened. It wasn't really on our screens, unfortunately. We only caught the back end of it when he ended up in the wall. And the mechanics will now make their way. Some of the mechanics, anyway, will make their way onto the circuit to restart their drivers, because that's going to take a few minutes as well. So yes, so the car is being pulled back off the circuit, so we're glad to see that Harley's okay. And the ambulance, the ambulance is being reversed back into its position, and the mechanics are just being called onto the grid now, or onto the straight towards Kestrel where all the drivers are, and we will get going again momentarily. So the mechanics are making their way back out onto the circuit, which does not look at all fun in this heat. Not a fun day for running around and running all the way up to the other end of a circuit unexpectedly, as we see the ambulance reversing back into its space there, just after all the mechanics have come back through. So the mechanics are there, they're ready to go, and as far as I understand it, they will do a single file restart.
okay? I might reapply some sunscreen in a bit as another test. That gives us time. But, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't find the button. Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, I feel fine. Eight out of 10. Pretty damn good.
So the carts are now about to be restarted. They're just being pushed around little by little, and it looks like they're trying to reform the grid as it was when they stopped the carts. So while we're waiting for the restart here, it might be a good time just to have a look at some of the comments that we've been getting on our on our feed. So we've had a comment from Jen Collins that says "Good run, Jade." So that'll be, I assume, Jade Goodwin in the last race in Pre-95. So a bit of a shout out for Jade there. Anyone know when TKM Clubman is on next? So we've got the junior TKMs at the moment, and then we've got the Honda Cadets, the Extreme Elite pre-final, and then the TKM Clubmans will be on. So you've got a little bit of time yet for that. You've got Viv Crothers. She said, "Well done, Leo Robinson. Keep it up." And right behind you, so Leo Robinson, who is in this race at the moment in the number 30 kart, getting some support there. And we are very nearly ready to go. They've got, it looks as though all the drivers have got a mechanic, and so they are ready to get rolling again. As you can see there, James Morley sat on the grid. It looks like he's got a nice wet towel around his shoulder to just help keep him cool, as there are a few mechanics going onto the grid with fans. Yeah, a few of them just trying to keep their drivers cool. It is a very hot day to be racing out there, especially if you're going to be in your race gear for a lot longer than you thought you'd be.
Yeah, and definitely this heat is going to play a bit of a factor on these drivers, because it's gonna get up in their heads, especially with this red flag after being sitting around for about 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be. Actually, as we see, we are going again.
We are getting going, and that is, yep, James Morley. He is leading the way. So they've restarted it with a Battenberg flag. So as far as I understand it, that is follow the lead around in a single file, and then they will get going again. But it looks like we've got a slow runner. I think that's the number. Is that the number 1? I think that is the number 1 of Alfie Garford, who's going quite slowly on the exit of the final corner.
But that is big a shame for him. He was supposed to be starting P2 on this restart. It's not going to be good, especially for his final, saying how far he is going to be down this field.
Yeah, and you can see the leaders, they're coming up to Derek's corner now. And, oh, it looks like the number 1 has finally got going. He's been push-started, but he is now starting a long way further back. And I'm not sure what the rule is about this, whether he is actually allowed to retake his position. So we'll find out soon enough, when we can see the 45 as well. He's going rather slowly down the start-finish straight as well.
That is Harry Higgs. He's usually racing in the junior road tax class, but has decided to come over to junior TKM for his first time. He's been enjoying it so far, but obviously not the time now, having a few problems.
as they make their way around to the start-finish straight. The Battenbergs are still out, so they will go around again. I'm not sure if they've realised that. Yeah, so they're still rolling round as they were, and the number one is, oh my goodness, nearly had a big crash trying to retake his position, and a few cuts ahead of him, weaving around, trying to generate some tyre temperature, and almost had a bit of a big crash. And you can see him, and there's another car behind that are trying to retake their place, and the number one has now retaken its second position that he stopped in. So Alfie Garford, having almost stopped, has now got back up into second place, and you'd hope that they managed to get going again this time, albeit the number 45 of Harry Higgs is quite a long way back from the pack. So there we go then. They are coming round Kestrel Corner, and the marshal is ready with the green flag. So they need to bunch up a little bit here. There's a few carts that are a bit further back. And here we go then, the green flag does wave, and Alfie Garford is right on the tail of James Morley immediately, but he's not gone for the move just yet. As they make their way through the Willows for the first time, it's looking pretty close, and the number 7 of Leon Frost is up there in third place as well, and the number 70 of Joe Cheek. So from the original starting grid, third and fourth have swapped their places, but otherwise it's line astern for the top 4.
But yeah, Luke Bate, who is running now in about P5 or P6, he had quite a bad start, and he's lost a lot of time off these front guys. Luke Jarman was able to get through there on the inside of turn 1, but saying that, he's ran a bit wide. Will Luke Bate have a look? No, he doesn't. Now you can see him on our screens, but we're going back to the top 4 here. James Morley leading yet again, Alfie Garford in P2, Leon Frost in P3, and Joe Cheek slowly behind in P4, trying to close in on these three. Leon Frost got a good run. Will he have a look? No, he doesn't. He's going to sit back a second and go through Derek's. They're going to come round through Weldon. James Morley still leading. Will Garford have a look? Because if he knows Leon's right behind him, he's going to think maybe trying to get past James as quick as he can, so Leon doesn't keep pushing from behind. No, they're still single file coming through. James Morley leading yet again.
He's got a good run though, as Leon Frost, but for the moment it looks like James Morley is looking pretty comfortable out in front. If anything, it is the number 1 of Alfie Garford that's coming under pressure from Leon Frost, and then Joe Cheek dropping back a little bit, and then into the chicane once again. The number 1 kart still defending for second position, as we got another kart off in the background.
That was like the 67 of Ben Hurrell. He's gone off on the last corner, so that's the biggest shame for him. The Battenbergs have now come out again. I think there's another driver off in the barriers. We can't see from our commentary box who this driver is. Maybe we'll be able to see it on our timings when they come back around. But yeah, James Morley leading with 3 minutes left to go. Followed by Alfie Garford in P2, Leon Frost P3, Joe Cheek P4. Joe Cheek's going to be quite happy here because he lost a bit near the end. Luke Bake in P5 after having quite a bad start. He'll be happy as well that he's been able to catch up on these 4. And there's a massive pack behind all squabbling. But yeah, still don't know who this driver was who went off last corner, but all we know is Ben Hurrell, who can see is okay. But for our other driver, we do not know.
So they're under the Battenbergs once again. So we've had 2 Battenbergs thus far in this race. And at the moment, the order appears to be the same. So unlike when we had the previous Battenberg flag before we restarted, the clock is still counting down. So there's 3 minutes left, and we are going green this time. And look at the top 4, all bunched up together. This could be Alfie Garford's only chance, and he goes for it. He takes the chance, and the number 7 follows him through as well. So Frost and Garford take the place. And it looks like, yes, it looks like the number 70 has managed to get past the pair of them. That's Cheek that's managed to get through. So the number 1 of Alfie Garford has managed to build up a big lead there in that one moment, and it looks like James Morley has managed to drop back down to third again.
Yeah, Joe Cheek had a perfect start there. just picking each one off whilst they're all making mistakes and squabbling. Alfie Garford out there, fresh air, he's flying away here in P1. James Morley back into third, past his teammate Leon Frost. Luke Bate following in P5 behind. Luke Bate's having a great race here, followed by looks like Luke Jarman and Johan Kalichern in P6 with the E-play that he won at Shennington not long ago.
Yeah, the number one of Alfie Garford continues to pull away, and it suddenly looks like Morley's pace just isn't what it was on the restart, on the original start or the restart. It's just not. He's certainly quicker than the number 70, and he is going to go for second place. And now we'll see whether he's got the pace to reel in Alfie Garford once again. And it is all bunching up there in the battle for third place. It looks like the number 7 has managed to get ahead. That was Leon Frost that's managed to stay ahead and up into third. And that's the number 18 that's been put offline. He's lost a few places, raises his hand in frustration. But the top two, yeah, still about the same gap that they were before.
Yeah, Joe Cheek and Luke Jarman side by side through turn 3. Luke sadly getting pushed wide and putting his hand up in the air saying, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me?" But yeah, Alfie Garford leading the way. James Morley's picked up his pace. He's in P2. He's looking to get onto the back of Alfie and get his P1 back. Leon Frost in P3, flying with Luke Bate in P4. Joe Cheek and Johan, the two Klassen drivers, are going to hopefully start working together, try and catch on to the back of Luke Bate.
Yeah, and suddenly down the straight towards Derek's corner. He really caught him on the straight, did James Morley. So this is not over with 20 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be touch and go, whether it's 1 lap to go or 2 laps to go. But can Garford hang on? It's only the pre-final, mind you. It's not desperate. Oh, but he's gone wide. And that's a moment there for the number 1 car of Garford, and he's lost the lead by just putting a wheel too far over the curb on the exit of Kestra. He's just lost the position.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you make one mistake, someone's going to buy, and James was luckily there to buy and take his lead back.
And it is the last lap now as well. So yeah, James Morley, he put the pressure on, and Alfie Garford lost it at the most important point. Having said that, Garford's still there. He's still in a position where he can attack in the last few corners, but he's got to get a good run down here. He's not too far behind. It's going to be the battle between these two, but it does look like Morley has just managed to hold on. They're going to come around the last corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to get it? I think he got it. Morley just... No, Garford got it on the line. Garford won that race by 0.00 seconds.
Wow.
On the line.
That is amazing. From what we saw, it looked like James Morley, his nose cone was just in front, but obviously the timings, they talk, and a deadline finish. That was brilliant racing from the two. James Morley made it. He made it 3 for 3, but he didn't make it 3 for 4. There's Ben Hurrell on your screens dragging his cart back. He's going to be quite annoyed after this incident early in the race. Hopefully he can bring it back for the final and have a strong result.
So that was the junior TKM pre-final, and if it's anything like that in the final, then we're in for quite a show. We're in for quite a battle. And now we are just waiting for a couple of cuts to be recovered, and then we will be ready to go for the Honda Cadet Challenge pre-final. So we're ready to go here for the pre-final in the Honda Cadets Challenge. And it's Albert Friend that lines up on pole position with Noah Barnum in the 22 alongside him. Finley Lyons is in third alongside Oliver Spencer in fourth place. Mason Brooks in fifth place alongside Zach Starbuck in sixth position. Charlie Wolfitz and Kai Clark make up the fourth row. And it's Joshua Griffin and Callum Wilson that round out the top 10 as the karts now make their way onto the start-finish line. Yet another standing start, of course.
Yeah, Albert Friend, he's had some great starts over this weekend, being able to pull big gaps straight off the bat. Hopefully he'll be able to do this again.
Yeah, we have wondered if they were changing the setup, tailoring it towards the standing start so we can make sure he holds the lead. We're about to find out. We're going to have 3 and 4 red lights, and when they go out, we will be racing, and we are racing. And it is a good start once again from Albert Friend, who consolidates his lead. The number 22 of Noah Barnum holds on to second for the moment, but it's a clear advantage for Albert Friend as he makes his way through turn 1. And they make their way through the willows for the first time. He's got a huge advantage at the moment, but it's the 94 that somehow managed to take over second place. So Finley Lyons is up into second position now, ahead of the 22 of Noah Barnum.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying. Every start Albert Friend has had, he just goes, and he's off already. I wonder how big of a gap this is already. We'll see when they come through for the first time under the start-finish straight. But yeah, Finley Lyons second place. Zach Starbuck up to third. What a brilliant start from him. Mason Brooks in fourth. Yes, he's just in front of 2 other Synergy drivers that he's going to be working with. He's going to be working with his teammates to try and get past Zach. But Zach's going fully defensive into turn 1. Oh, that's a massive cutback.
Oh, wow.
From Kai Clark. He's making up 3 in 1. What a move.
That was incredible from the 67 of Kai Clark. He managed to get just the right line and then just cut back underneath and got incredible speed going into the willows and just committed to the inside line. That was fantastic driving. Meanwhile, Albert Friend still pulling away out in front, so the top 2 have broken away. And then there appears to just be the rest. And at the moment, it is the 67 running in third position, and so they make their way round to the start-finish line once again. So, Albert Friend leads. It's the 94 of Finley Lyons in third. And then the 88 of Zach Starbuck putting some pressure on the driver in third position as they run through the willows, practically pushing him round the corner as they run down towards Derek's once again.
Yeah, these Honda Cadets, it's all about momentum, and that's what Zach Starbuck will know that. He's going to try and work with this Synergy driver, Kai Clark, to hopefully get onto the back of these top 2. But Albert Friend, what a start. He's gone. He's absolutely flying around this track. He has got nearly a second... Actually, yeah, he's got nearly a second lead off Finley Lyons. But yeah, this is what happens. Kai Clark, he's been working with Zach and they're already catching up to the back of Finley Lyons. There's 2 Synergy drivers battling in the mid-pack. I think that was Mason Brooks. He's lost 2 places there. He's put his hand up in the air saying, "What are you doing?" to his teammate. I can't tell who that is in the middle of the Synergy sandwich, but he is flying. I think that is Oliver. No, it would be Charlie Wolfit, maybe. Yeah, he's been flying this weekend, and yeah, he's looking for a good result here.
Yeah, not as much defending as we saw in the last race, so they're all working together a bit more to try and make up some time, but it's not helping at the moment as Albert Friend once again is extending his lead, but now there appears to be a battle for second as Finley Lyons is losing a bit of time to the 67 of Kai Clark behind and all the rest. So the leader, Albert Friend, has gone, but it's now a 6-kart train in the fight for second place, and it looks like there's going to be a move here. Finley Lyons is going to lose second and third place by the looks of things, and it is now the 67 that takes over second position.
Yeah, that's the problem when one person goes down the inside of you. You lose 1, you lose 2, you can even lose 3 at some point. But yeah, there's a massive pack of drivers here, second to about 8th. And they're all going to be working together to try and get onto the back of Albert Friend, which has been just driving along. He's in a world of his own right now. He's not looking behind because he doesn't need to. He knows he's got that big gap. And yeah, there's a massive pack for second place with Noah Barham leading it, Zach Starbuck in 3rd, and Kai Clark 4th.
Yeah, so the battle for second is heating up then. We've got the 67 and the 88, and there's Kai Clark just ahead at the moment of Zach Starbuck. So Kai Clark has had a good start, and he's gone from 8th position all the way up into P2. But it's a question of whether he can hold on to it, and it's a question of whether his pace can match Albert Friend's in any way. As they make their way through Kestrel once again. Oh, we went a little bit deep, did Kai Clark, but no one thought to make a lunge into the final corner, and they made their way down the start-finish straight once again. They're going to be pushing each other down the straight. No moves just yet.
Yeah, all these drivers, they're putting on a brilliant show for us here. And yeah, this massive pack, you can just see that bumper to bumper. They are they are a train pretty much, just choo-chooing their way along, trying to get onto the back of Albert Friend, who has just pulled away with this massive gap. And no one can touch him today. Yeah, the synergy, there's a lot of synergy drivers in this, and they're all running quite strong with a P2, P4, P7. Actually, it looks like someone down inside. It's like Kai Clark maybe going for a move. No, it'd be no.
The 88's lost out there. Zach Starbuck has lost about 3 places as they went down the start-finish straight. Just got a little bit hung out to dry there on the final corner, and that was the only invitation that the drivers behind needed. And so the 67 kart of Kai Clark holds on for the moment, but there goes the 22, I think, of Noah Barnum, manages to get back up into second place. But now, with 4 minutes remaining, these karts are now beginning to fight each other.
Yeah, there's going to be a big squabble for second place here. That's what it's been like all weekend, pretty much, because Albert Friend is just in a world of his own. He's gone. But yeah, Kai Clark, leading this pack, followed by Charlie Wolfett. No, Joseph Griffin, sorry, in P3. Kai Clark in P4. Is he having a look? No, because Finley Lyons has come down inside, and he's into 4th place. Finley's going to be looking onto the back of P3 and P2 here. Zach Starbuck has got through as well into P5. Those three are going to have to work together here, because Oliver Spencer has just catched up onto the back of this pack. Zach Starbuck, Oliver Spencer, and in the middle Kai Clark. They're going to have to work together here because they want to get onto the back of these top 4.
Absolutely, as they filter their way through Kestrel corner. There's a move going on for 3rd place there, and that is the move for the 94 karts ahead of the number 13, and he's going to go for 2nd place here as well. So he manages to do 2 karts in 2 corners. So the 94 of Finley Lyons manages to get back into 2nd place, and is he going to be under pressure though from the 22 of Noah Barnum going into the chicane? Yes, he is, and he's been repassed. So again, these guys are all scrapping away, and there's a 6-kart fight all over 2nd place. And all the while we're doing that, it looks like Albert Friend has just continued to pull away. Oh, there's a kart off on the grass.
Finley Lyons, who was in 2nd place, has been pushed wide, and he's dropped down to, I believe, 7th. He's fallen all the way down this pack. I don't think he'll be fully out of this race for the top 2 spot, but he definitely needs to work a lot harder now to catch up onto the back of these.
And there's 2 different bunches of karts fighting as they make their way through the willows. There's a 6-kart battle for 2nd, and then there's another 4-kart train behind. You can sort of see in your shot there, looking down towards the willows, as they make their way through Derricks once again. And it is still 2nd place for Barnum, and he manages to hang on for the moment. But we'll see what happens as they make their way down towards Kestrel corner. Only 1 minute and 10 seconds to go then in this race, so a few laps left. Is there going to be a move? There is a lunge down the inside for second place. And it's getting a bit close there between the 67 and the 88. And the 13 is coming down the outside. So the 13 of Joshua Griffin trying to go around the outside. He tries to cut back underneath, but gets stopped. And that is now the 88 kart in second place of Zach Starbuck. Can he manage to hold on to it though?
Yeah, I don't know, because they've been swapping drivers all the way through this race, and I think this is the first time Zach Starbuck's been this far up before this weekend. He's going to go fully defensive. He knows how to win a race like this after running quite strong last year in the final. I think he finished P2 last year here, so he will know how to run at the front of a race like this. As we've got 2 laps remaining, Albert Friend, he's in a world of his own. Zach Starbuck's having to fully defend because there's so many drivers here. The 4 karts battling all the way behind the second bunch have catched up onto this pack, and now there's about 10 karts battling just for second place.
I don't think they'll even be aware that Albert Friend is still leading the race. I think as far as they're concerned, this is the battle for the lead. But yes, he's just about managing to hang on at the moment, is Starbuck, as they come down into Kestrel once again, not feeling the need to defend. As they go through, he's got a tiny bit of a gap. It's going to be hard for anyone to lunge at him from there. As Albert Friend starts the final lap, will stay on this battle for second place. As they head down towards turn 1, there's huge train of karts, all having to go defensive there. Can Starbuck hang on? I think he can. He's just managed to hold on through the first corner, and now the karts behind him are starting to scrap away. So the 94 of Finley Lyons has managed to get up into third place, and you can see him gesticulating to him, saying, let's go, let's go. We've got to pull away from the karts. So he's telling him not to defend from him. But it's the last lap, and here he comes then. Albert Friend is coming through Kestrel corner. He is so far in front. And look at the battle for second. It's all getting a bit close here. I don't think he's going to be able to make a lunge into the last corner, but it is Albert Friend who wins the pre-final for the Honda Cadets. And it's a drag race up towards the line, and the 88 just stays ahead. So Zach Starbuck just ahead there of Finley Lyons, and then all the rest of them coming in very quick succession. But Albert Friend winning there by a good few seconds.
Yeah, if there's that much action in the pre-final, I can't wait for the final. It's going to be an amazing final coming up for us shortly.
Absolutely. So that's the end of the Honda Cadet Challenge. And so now we'll be moving on to the next TKM Extreme race, the Elite pre-final. So here we are then, ready for the Elite pre-final in TKM Extreme, and where it is Kai Springfield starting from pole position ahead of Alistair Cresswell in second in the O plate. Christopher Whitten is in third place ahead of Kean Bennett on the second row. Adam Sparrow and Jack Saunders share the third row, with Spencer Lane and Aaron Lusk lining up 7th and 8th. And then it's Archie Strong and Charlie King rounding out the top 10 as they make their way through now, going through Dan Weldon corner, and you can see a bit more of a complete grid on your screens now at the moment as they make their way down into Kestrel corner. Then Kai Springfield There was a big battle earlier on between Kai Springfield, Alistair Cresswell and Christopher Whitten, along with other drivers like Cian Bennett, Adam Sparrow, Spencer Lane and Aaron Lusk. And if we're going to have another battle like that, it will be good. And they get underway first time. Kai Springfield has a good start. Cian Bennett's trying to sneak down the outside, but he's only going to get caught out, and there's a collision at the back, and I believe that Spencer Lane is one of the karts that's off, and that could be Adam Sparrow as well, perhaps.
No, it looks like Jack Saunders, number 32 driver, running. He started P6 and unfortunately has been taken out on the first corner.
So Kai Springfield continues around then. He's in the lead of this race, and right behind him he's got he's got the number 5 right up behind him of Christopher Whitten. He was one of the drivers involved in the lead battle earlier in the TKM Extreme race. The two of them head down the start-finish straight once again. And yes, you're right, Adam Sparrow is up in 4th position at the moment. And there's been a change for the lead already, and Christopher Whitten hits the front for the first time in this race. Kai Springfield chops in behind, and right behind them is Alistair Cresswell, who goes down the inside. He's already made the move into 2nd place, and that's Kai Springfield down to 3rd already. And that's a good few corners from Christopher Whitten, who's managed to bridge a bit of a gap.
Yeah, everyone's still staying together in one large pack. Everyone's making loads of moves. As I say that, Cian Bennett down the inside. I don't know who that was. I think that's Adam Sparrow who went down the inside of. Perfect move there into the last corner. He's got to go defensive into turn 1, but Adam Sparrow is there. But will he hold it? He's been taken out. Adam Sparrow has spun round into turn 1, and Cian Bennett still holds his 4th place, but that was such a shame for Adam Sparrow. He looked for the move on Cian Bennett, but he couldn't hold it there.
He went for the move on Cian Bennett, and he tried to get out of it and just locked up the rear tyres on his kart, and that was the end of it as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner once again. Christopher Whitten just holding the lead from Alistair Cresswell. We'll see what happens this time around. Kai Springfield dropping back a little bit. As you can see on your screens now, the lap times. Alistair Cresswell's looked pretty good, but Kai Springfield struggling a little bit. He was about 0.7 of a second slower last time round. But it is a long race. We've still got 8 minutes left on the clock as they run through the Willows now. It's a good run from Cresswell, but I don't think he's going to make the move just yet. I would imagine he will wait behind, and there's a big battle going on for about 6th position.
Yeah, and also in that turn 1 crash, it looked like Archie Strong, the number 63, was also caught up in it, which is the biggest shame for him. But yeah, Alistair Cresswell running P2, not bad going. He's just looking behind at Christopher Whitten. He wants to look at maybe getting past him. Will he have a look at turn 1? Will he? He's just pushing him. Okay, he doesn't want to overtake yet. They want to work together. They want to pull away from Kai Springfield in 3rd. But Alistair's going to stay behind. He's going to follow him. He's going to follow him. Well, maybe have a look. No, he won't. He's going to keep following through the derricks. He's going to come round into Weldon. Here we go through the 2nd part of Weldon. Through the 3rd part. It's quite a flowing section, that part of the circuit. Yeah, and Alistair Cresswell, he's still looking. Actually, does he look for move? No, he doesn't. He's going to stay behind. He's going to keep his posure, and he's going to carry on working with Chris Whitten to get going.
Yeah, Christopher Whitten going a little bit wide through Kestrel. We've seen a few drivers drop their wheel off the circuit today, but yeah, it didn't hurt him too much, not as much as it's hurt other people. And there is a huge battle going on further behind, and it looks like Jack Dan has managed to get to the head of that battle now as they funnel their way through the derrick chicane, and they make their way down towards the race leaders, make their way into Kestrel Corner.
Jack Dan has had a brilliant race. He started P20 and he must be running at about P7 on the front of this pack. Brilliant driving from him. It looks like the Elio, number 23, went for a move on someone at the last corner. Couldn't see who that was. It was number 31. It was number 31, and that would have been the Charlie Savage, who also started near the back as well. So he's having a brilliant race. Will Charlie Savage look at maybe going back? I don't know, but Charlie King's coming in. Charlie King had a bit of a bad start, but he's slowly coming back.
We can see on the screen Kean Bennett coming under pressure now from the 96 kart of Ben Davis, who has had a terrific race so far. He started on row 8, and he is now right onto the back of Kean Bennett as well as they make their way onto the start-finish straight once again. He's not quite close enough to make the move for the moment, so all of the top guys are kind of spread out for the moment. There's still 5 minutes to go. There's still time for things to happen. All it takes is a Battenberg flag to bunch the pack up once again, and then it means that all of these fast drivers who have come through from the back will be involved in the lead battle. But it's still Christopher Whitten that heads the way then from Alistair Cresswell, and they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner once again, and I don't know if he's beginning to drop back a little bit, is Alistair Cresswell.
Well, I don't know, but he's going to stay in that slipstream, which means he'll still stay with Chris Whitten. I think he's just waiting for if the number 5 seeded will make a mistake maybe sometime, because there's 4 minutes left on the clock. He could make a mistake, and that'll be a perfect time for Alistair Cresswell to fly straight back into lead of this race.
Yeah, it's getting a bit closer now between the battle between Kean Bennett and Ben Davis as they make their way through into Dan Weldon Corner. It looks like there could be a bit of a battle there in the final few minutes. We pick them up now on the screen as they go through Kestrel Corner. Is he close enough to make a move into the final turn? Not quite this time, but he will try and get a good exit onto the start finish straight, and he is right under the back of him now as they make their way towards turn 1. But again, he won't fight it just yet, but because right in front of them, of course, you've got the pole man, Kai Springfield, and he seems to be struggling a little bit in this race.
Yeah, he didn't have the pace like he did last time out in the heat, but a bit further back in the pack into last corner saw a move from Charlie King on Elio, number 23. Good move there by Charlie. He didn't have a good start, but he's slowly coming back one by one. He's now on the back of Jack Dan. Will he look up maybe a move on Jack Dan? I don't think he will. But behind, James Pashley's on the move. James Pashley's coming strong, right down the inside of Elio. But yeah, we're still on this back. Kean Bennett has caught up to the pack of Kai Springfield here. Maybe Kean might look at a move here. He's quite far back going to Derek, so he's going to stay back. But if they carry on battling, Ben Davis, he'll be right there to take the take the bits and run.
There appears to be 2 battles at the moment: the battle for the lead and then the battle for 3rd place. Battle for the lead has kind of calmed down for the moment, albeit he's now right back under him with 2 minutes to go. But there is going to be a battle here for, will there be a change for 4th place? No, Ben Davis thinks better of it, thinks I'll stay here for the moment, as Alistair Cresswell still sitting in the slipstream of our race leader, Christopher Whitten, as Kean Bennett. He's closer to being attacked by Ben Davis than he is to attacking Kai Springfield as it is at the moment.
But yeah, Kai Springfield getting his head down everywhere. He's pushing his kart to the limit. He wants to get every single bit he can out of his kart, because at this moment in time he's losing quite a lot of pace to the guys in front. And if he can hold on to this P3 position, that'll be very good for him looking at the final. But as we see a bit further back, I can't tell who that was. I think that was Matthew Allnut for a move on Charlie King. That's a good move there by him, but Charlie King is he going to fight back? Yes, he does, into Derek's, straight down the inside. As on our screens, we can go back to the top 2. Alistair Cresswell using a bit of a curb coming out of Dan Weldon. That will slow him up a bit. But it looks like Alistair, he is slowly coming back onto the back of Christopher Whitten.
You get the impression that Alistair Cresswell could get past if he wanted to, albeit he's a bit further back this time. And you also get the impression that Ben Davis can make the move on Kean Bennett, as he does that just now. So he goes down the inside. Bennett's going to come back at him, through the willows and just manages to stay ahead for the moment. They've both dropped back from Kai Springfield a little bit, but Ben Davis has clearly got some excellent pace out in front. We've got 17 seconds on the clock now. Are we going to go on to the last lap here? I think we will. I think the clock is just going to run out, so good news for Christopher Whitten, good news for Kean Bennett, as Bennett makes his way through Kestrel corner, goes a bit defensive going into the final turn, and that's going to give Ben Davis a run as they come down towards the start-finish line. Ben Davis is trying to come through on the inside, gets covered off. We're on to the last lap. Davis goes to the outside. He's going to try to do the up and under, but he's not quite got a good enough run through there, and they come off the willows. He's right on the back of him. Kean Bennett will go defensive, and he does. And Kean Bennett just managing to hold on for the moment as we pick up our race leaders, and that's Christopher Whitten, who has just got enough of an advantage over Alistair Cresswell. Has just pulled away a little bit over the last lap or so, and he is going to come round the final turn, and he is going to make it yet another win in the pre-final. This time it is Christopher Whitten who wins from Alistair Cresswell. Third place for Kai Springfield. Kean Bennett's been passed coming up to the line. Ben Davis goes through up into fourth place on the line, and that is Kean Bennett finishing in fifth place, and it went all the way to the line.
Yeah, he lost his P5 in the end. Actually, no, he finished P4 in the end, but it's the pre-final. You can't moan at that because you're still in a good spot for the final. But yeah, good driving there from Chris Whitten and Alistair Cresswell to slowly pull away from the pack, do their thing, and yeah, 1 and 2 for them.
So that's that for the TKM Extreme pre-finals, and we'll be moving on now to the TKM Clubman finals in just a moment's time.
10 minutes plus 1 lap. So the HKRC finals are now 10 minutes plus a lap. That's reduced from 12 because of the time we got earlier. So HKRC finals will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Thank you.
So here we go then for the TKM Clubman pre-finals, and it is going to be the E-plate of Sam Baker with Will Hulaki on the front row next to him. Craig Summers in third place with the O-plate, with Kyle Morby next to him on the second row. Tom Bird starts in fifth with Ben Spencer in sixth. David Brickley starts in seventh, and Scott Hinton in eighth place. There appears to be a bit of an issue coming out of the pit lane for the 52 car, Scott Hinton, and the number 16 of Matt O'Farrell. It was meant to be, so the drivers starting in 8th and 10th have had a bit of an issue. It looks like Scott Hinton has managed to get going, albeit a little bit further back from the pack, but same can't be said at the moment for Matt O'Farrell, who looks like his cart's going to be dragged back into the pits.
But yes, so far, Sam Baker and Will Hulaki, they've been able to pull away a gap each heat. We're going to go round again for another lap of this Kimbolton circuit. But yes, Sam Baker has been able to win each of the heats. Will he make it 4 for 4 in the pre-final? We'll have to wait and see.
So it looks like the number 16 of Matt O'Farrell, they're getting him started now. They're pushing him out of the pits. So the 52 of Hinton and the 16 of O'Farrell are getting going. Oh, it doesn't look like O'Farrell's going to get going, unfortunately, for this race. So they'll wait for the 52 of Hinton to get up to the back of the pack, and then I imagine we will get going this time. So they come round Dan Weldon corner then. They're beginning to bunch up already. So a nice clean start from the Clubmans so far. There's another cart down the bottom as well. There's 2 carts that haven't been able to get going, unfortunately. So as we come round to the final corner, then we're about to get going for for this time, and I think we'll probably be able to get going this time. And we do get a green flag, and it is a good start there for the E plate of Sam Baker. He just about manages to hold on. The O plate goes through to second, so Craig Summers just about managing to get ahead there of Will Hulaki. Although Hulaki is in the tow, he's going to try getting back past into Derricks and get straight back into that second place where he lined up.
Brilliant driving there by Will Hulaki to get back into place from where he started. Sam Baker, he's already pulling a bit of a gap. If he could carry this, he might just be able to pull away from Will Hulaki here. But yes, so far Craig Summers in P3, but there was a bit of a move there from the Buildup chassis driver.
Ben Spencer, I believe. Yeah, Ben Spencer is now coming under pressure once again from the 19 of Kyle Morby. As they head down towards turn 1, he's just going to stay ahead for the moment. But for the moment, it's the top 3 line astern. At the moment, it's, as they were on the grid, Sam Baker from Will Hulaki, from Craig Summers, as the 21 of Ben Spencer is now having to defend a little bit from the karts behind.
Yeah, but Greg Summers, he's done this each time. He'll get into P3, but just in time that Will Hulaki and Sam Baker, they've already gone. So he's just going to have to sit there this time and just hope for the best in the final. There's a late move there. I can't see who that was. It
was the 97. The 97 of Tom Bird that made a big lunge into the last corner, and he's managed to get past Kyle Morby as well.
Kyle Morby's going back on him.
He's going to try and move back down the inside, and Morby gets back ahead. And it's still going on throughout the corner as the 97 of Tom Bird managed to cut back underneath. Kyle Morby's going to go for it into the chicane though. It's a terrific battle between these two, and it's still going on as they go towards Dan Weldon, but it looks like the 97 of Tom Bird has prevailed eventually in that battle. So a big scrap going on there for about 6th position or 5th position.
Yeah, Tom Bird did brilliantly there. Kyle Morby, he looked to going down inside of Derricks, and Tom Bird said, no, yeah, I'm going to hold it round the outside and you can't stop me. And that's exactly what's happened. That's Tom Bird still holding it in P5, Kyle Morby P6. Yeah, brilliant squabbling from them two. But now in P1 and P2 we still have Sam Baker. Will Hulaki, he's closed onto the back a bit of Sam Baker. Could Will have a look at his first win of the weekend?
He had good pace in the first race. It was between the E plate of Sam Baker and Will Hulaki in the last race that we had earlier on today. So we'll see what he can do as he comes down the start-finish straight. He seems to have good straight-line pace, and it's helping him to draw him near, but not quite near enough at the moment. He's going to try and have a good run through the Willows. He's got a great run through the Willows. And is he going to go for it down into Derricks? Not quite this time. Doesn't feel the need to go for it just yet, as a lot of drivers have done in other classes. They've opted out of making a move so they can just work with the other driver, just pull away, just don't put themselves under unnecessary pressure from behind.
Yeah, it's only the pre-final, so he can't make a silly move and end up taking himself out, or maybe Sam Baker out. They just need to work together, pull a bit of a gap, and then maybe if they want to, they can start battling near the end. But so far, those two running quite good, putting a good gap from Craig Summers. The gap's nearly about 1.5 seconds from Craig Summers, the O-plate. In P4, we have, is that Tom Bird? I think, yes, I think so. Yeah, Tom Bird on his Birrell ART chassis, flying through these corners here. You have to be quite smooth, quite gentle through the second sector of the track, which you're able to do. But yeah, Sam Baker being put under a lot of pressure here from Will Hulaki. Yeah, maybe Will might look for a move. He's got a lot of speed down the straight. He's going to look for down the inside. Will takes it. Sam Baker can't fight back. They're going to come through the Willows. Will he have a look? Sam Baker, I don't think so. He closed a bit near the end of the straight, but I don't think so. Through Derricks, here we go. And round and we go into Weldon. We're going to hit the second apex. I'll hit the third one. And we'll go down the back straight with Hulaki leading the race.
Yeah, so a good move there from Hulaki. It was interesting seeing Sam Baker take a bit of a tighter line through down Weldon Corner, but it doesn't seem to be helping at the moment. However, he will still be sat in the slipstream. It's just he'll try to hang on to him for the rest of the race. They've just got just under 3 minutes left. But Hulaki's got excellent pace. He's looking very smooth out there at the moment. So he just needs to hang on to it at the moment. Only the pre-final, worth remembering. So yeah, it's all to play for, and you don't need to be making any silly mistakes at the moment. As Craig Summers is beginning to be caught a little bit, and yeah, it looks like Ben Spencer might be starting to catch him ever so slightly.
Yeah, but as we look back at these two, Will Hilaki still leading the way, and Sam Baker in P2. We see Will, he's putting his hand on the airbox near the end of the straight, just trying to cool down his engine, because if he overheats, that would very badly affect his performance of the engine, and Sam Baker could be flying back through. But here we go, we've got 1 minute 50 on the clock, just filing through Weldon through the second. Oh, he's hit a curb. Will Hilaki's lost a lot of time through the Weldon. Sam Baker's right on the back of him. Will Sam look at getting back into the lead where he's been all weekend?
Yeah, it's looking a bit interesting. It's very hot, easy to make mistakes now and get flustered. And as you say, Sam Baker's quite close. He has the chance here to retake his lead. Will he go for into turn one? No, he won't. He opts out of it. And look at that. That's the number 97 of Tom Bird that's got up into 4th place. So he's managed to have Ben Spencer as well. Can he now have a run at Craig Summers and go for a podium position, go for a top 3 place? As we watch the leaders, we pick them up once again. It's still close, because Sam Baker still hasn't given up on this win. And there again, taking that tight line through Dan Weldon Corner as they make their way through Kestrel Corner. He's not in lunging range just yet, but he just needs to keep it nice and tidy, and then he can have a run down the start-finish straight once again. He's quite close, but is he close enough to make an overtake? No, once again he thinks better of it.
Yeah, Sam, yeah, I know you're in second, you want this win, but you can't do anything stupid. Otherwise, you might end up going from second to a DNF. Will Hilaki goes defensive, and Sam Baker ran a bit wide. I think that's just gave Will the win here, unless Will does anything, makes a lot of mistakes here. But Sam Baker, he got pushed a bit wide there. I don't think he would have liked that, but it's just a pre-final, so you've got to calm down. And as this is happening, Craig Summers, he's dropped off a bit, and it looks like that's a Tom Bird or Ben Spencer going to be in close range of getting this P3 speed. So on to the last lap now. Will Hulaki, he's having a brilliant race here. He hasn't been in this position mostly this weekend, but the one time that Sam Baker's made a few mistakes, he's been able to fight back. And Craig Summers, he's going to be able, I think he might be able to hold on to P3 unless he doesn't do anything stupid. We'll go through to Weldon.
Yeah, so it cost him about 0.6 of a second, that mistake for Sam Baker. Just going into the chicane last time round, and it has given Will Hulaki the breathing space that he needs as he comes through the final turn. And it is going to be Will Hulaki who just about hangs on to take that victory in the pre-final. And it is going to be Sam Baker in second, and the overplate of Craig Summers just hangs on ahead of Tom Bird, and that rounds out your top 4.
Yeah, brilliant driving by the top 2, Will Hilaki and Sam Baker. They've been together all weekend, and they've done the exact same thing. They've done another heats where it's just pulling away from everyone else behind, and they're both in the league of their own right now.
So that's it for the TKM Clubmans until their final, and until then we're going to go back to some F100 action, and we're going to go back to some classic TKMs. It's time for their 3rd heat. So yes, they'll be heading out onto the circuit in just a moment's time.
Yeah, no problem.
So we're ready to go now for the Classic TKM, the third Classic TKM race of the day. Ready for their third heats now as they file out onto the circuit, and it is going to be the 89 kart of Daniel Mentz on pole position alongside the 96 kart of Daniel Collier. The O plate of Michael Whitaker is going to line up third alongside the number 7 of Blake Green. It's going to be the 33 of the currently unstoppable James Ogden. He's going to be alongside the 32 kart of Jack Saunders. In 7th place, it's going to be the 99 of Richard Sturdy alongside the 57 of Mark Sturdy. And then it'll be the number 1 of Mac Parker and the number 13 of Barry Thompson. And then number 41 is Alexander Bagnall. He'll be starting at the back of the grid.
Right, will we be going green first time? I think we don't.
No, we don't.
No, full start. I think it's because we've got a driver off. I can't tell who that is. It's a single-digit number. We'll have to try and see who that is. I think it might be Blake Green, the number 7, who hasn't made it through. He's supposed to be starting P3, so that's not good.
He's there. He's there. I believe that's the O plate. I believe that's Michael Whitaker.
Yes, he hasn't come through the timing.
There he is.
Beam once. So yeah, that's Michael Whitaker out of this race.
That's a disaster for Michael Whitaker, who was meant to be starting in 3rd position in this race, not able to restart the kart. So here we go then, as they come up to Kestrel Corner, 2nd time round. Let's give it another go. And yeah, not having to bunch up because it's quite a small grid as they come round the final corner then. And we will see Daniel Mentz lead them off. Bit of a gap still, but off they go. Daniel Mentz gets a good start, and he's going to hold the lead into turn 1. And 96 of Collier is going to try around the outside. He's still pretty close, but it is the top 2 as they were. So number 89 leads, and the number 33, look at that, of James Ogden. He's won twice today already, and he's already into 2nd position.
Yeah, James Ogden, really good start there. From started P5 in this heat, and he's already up to P2. He's already looking at P1 already. I think he's already going for the move. No, does he think? Yes, he does. He's straight into P1. What a start for James Ogden. P5 to P1 in just a lap.
He's won the first 2 races of the day. The only person who's challenged him is the 89. And he looks like he's going to come back at him going into turn 1. He has the lunge, does Daniel Mentz, but he runs a little bit wide, and that's going to open the door for Ogden once again as he then takes off. They both take off going down the straight and into Derek's once again. And now it looks like James Ogden, who's won the first 2 races of the day, is looking imperious once again.
Yeah, James Ogden, he's usually not first very long. He's only first for the first lap or so, and then he's off. Yeah, he's driving brilliantly right now. He's already got a gap already. Yeah, and looking to push on.
Yeah, oh, that was a bit of a wide moment there from the 96 in running in 3rd place. So Daniel Collier running a little bit wide in 3rd. There's going to be a move for 4th between the 57 and the 13, Barry Thompson, who had a bit of a spin while running in 2nd in the last race. He's managed to get back up into 4th position ahead of Mark Sturdy, so he's got good pace at the moment, and he could well challenge the 96 of Daniel Collier.
Yeah, just seen the amount of curb the number 13 uses that Derek's. He's going nearly 2 wheels in the air. That'd be pretty scary to do. But yeah, James Ogden is just flying away. He's nearly half a second quicker than most of the field. So yeah, no one can stop him. He's undefeatable all weekend.
0.4 of a second quicker last time around. And as we said a minute ago, Barry Thompson is beginning to close in on the number 96 of Daniel Collier. As they make their way through the Willows, he's going to be beginning to get into striking range in a couple of laps' time, you'd imagine. And yeah, it looks like James Ogden, who we're following at the moment, he looks like he's got it under control for the time being, as And it looks like the 89 is looking pretty secure in second place. But look at this, Barry Thompson in the battle for third is getting very close now. He's already on the back of him as they head towards the final corner. He makes the move down the inside, and you see him on the screen now, and he's managed to get the move done.
But yeah, James Ogden set up fastest lap that last time around, 44.2. Flying around this Kimbolton circuit right now. Daniel Mentz in P2, his fastest is a 44.6 that last time around. But yeah, James Ogden, I'm speechless. This is in a world of its own right now.
So what can Barry Thompson do now that he's got a clear bit of track? Can he have a go at the second place driver of Daniel Mentz, or is third the best that he can really hope for? But as you say, number 33 of James Ogden once again comes across the line and he extends his gap just a little bit. Yeah, he's not that much faster than Daniel Mentz at the moment, but Mentz not able to find those last couple of tenths.
But yeah, Barry Thompson, I don't think he'll be able to go over P2 because there's quite a big gap. Even though there's less than 4 minutes left on our timings, I don't think he'll be able to get P2. So maybe just sit there for P3 and you'll be set for the final.
Absolutely, that'll be in the back of everyone's minds. These heat threes and these finals, it's all about getting those points required, and then you really go for it in the final. And at the moment it looks like James Ogden could well be making it 3 for 3 in the heats and starting on pole position for the final as they make their way around again. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. It is James Ogden that leads the way from the 89 of Daniel Mentz. Barry Thompson runs in third. The 96 of Daniel Collier is in fourth. Fifth place is 57 of Mark Sturdy. And then it is Richard Sturdy behind him in the 99 carts. And yeah.
Yeah, all clean sailing this race. Not much.
Oh, there has been someone off. Someone's gone off at the at Derek's. It looks like someone's either spun or broken down.
I think that's one of the Sturdy brothers. It could be either Richard or Mark. I think as they come through our timings, yeah, it's Richard Sturdy who's out of this race. He's absolutely ashamed. He's lying on the ground. He's very disappointed.
Understandably so. It's been an interesting day. Was involved in the first lap incident in the first heat of the day, and now this. But there is still yet the final to go. There is chance for redemption, even if you do still have issues in the heats.
Yes, exactly. You could have horrible heats and then still win it in a final, especially with a grid like this. All it needs is for a couple to take each other out and you're flying through. But yeah, all clean sailing so far. No one doing anything, no one doing any big moves or anything like that. Everyone's pretty spaced out, and it's just nice to see a bunch of historic karts, especially with what we've just seen now, with all these modern and full of technology karts. It's nice to see something historic and classic driving around Kimbolton right now.
Absolutely, in the historical TKMs that were introduced a few years ago and have been a part of the F100 Championship ever since. The F100 Championship, seven rounds, I believe, in total. This is round 4 at the Kimbolton kart circuit. Very lucky to be running alongside the TKM Festival, and yes, as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner once again. 45 seconds on the clock then, and it's 44.4 last time around for James Ogden, 0.4 of a second faster than Daniel Mentz behind him. There will be 2 laps remaining. There's 30 seconds on the clock as we pick up Daniel Mentz running in second place. It looks good enough. It's a little bit slidey at the rear, perhaps. It's looking a little bit loose for Daniel Mentz, but It's all about being able to carry that momentum around this circuit, just being able to be nice and smooth, and particularly in these karts with not too much power, it's all about how much momentum you can carry. You've got to have a good balance with the karts.
Yes, exactly. That's how you make a quick lap round here. But yeah, clock has struck 0, so we'll be going on to the final lap of this race. It's been a pretty good heat so far for your number 1 driver, James Ogden. He's been flying through this field. It only took him a lap to get from 5th to 1st, and he's ever since then he's been clean sailing through Derek's. We're currently watching a back marker right now, the number 7. We should be getting on to James Ogden in a second. Here we are.
Yeah, Blake Green shouldn't be an issue for James Ogden. Shouldn't lap him at this point now as he makes his way through Kestrel Corner, taking that curb on the inside, taking that nice smooth line, and it is going to be a 3rd win in a row for James Ogden. A nice easy day for him continues as the number 89 of Daniel Mentz crosses the line, and it is going to be Barry Thompson that crosses the line in 3rd place, not very far ahead of the 96 karts of Daniel Collier in the end, round about 1.2 seconds, but finally Barry Thompson has a good result on the board.
Yeah, James Ogden pulling a 4-second gap there, pretty good gap. We're just waiting for Blake Green to come back around to finish his race. Had a few issues throughout the race, and we dropped back to where he is. But yeah, anytime now we should be coming round. You'll see him on our screens now. Here he comes, finishing the race, and there we go.
And that concludes the classic TKM heats. They will now be set for the final, and up next we will have the Formula C gearbox karts once again.
That is, yeah. Been dead for years.
So here we go then, we're ready for the final heat of the Formula C category, and we are ready with it was going to be the number 22 on pole position, but unfortunately he's been forced to pull out, so Lee Crane unfortunately won't be taking part. Instead it will be Adam Priest on pole position, and it'll be the 69 alongside him of Adam Tuff. Yeah, and then it'll be the 57 of Kevin Gray and the number 11 of Michaelis Kairu.
Yeah, such a lovely day out here. sunny skies around us. People having ice cream in the grandstands.
Just as I say that, I can actually see the 22 on the grid, so they've managed to get the kart fixed and ready for the third race of the day, and he will be starting on pole position. So it will be Lee Crane that starts from P1, and they are all lined up. 5 karts are ready onto the grid now.
Right, we're going to be looking at our 4 red lights, and they're off, It's the 57 of I say Kevin Gray. Brilliant start there into P1 straight away, followed by Adam Grease in P2. The top 2 there, putting quite a big gap already there, followed by the 22.
22 getting past there. So Lee Crane getting overtaken by Adam Tuff as they make their way down towards down Weldon corner, but the top 2 have broken away. It's the same top 2 that we had in the previous race, the 57 and the 38. Kevin Gray against Adam Priest. The 2 of them have got scintillating pace between them as they make their way around to the end of the first lap, and it already looks like the 38's got a good run. Adam Priest, is he close enough to make him overtake into turn 1? He goes for it from a long way back, and Dutch managed to make it work, so he gets ahead of the 57 of Kevin Gray. Oh, he gets a little bit of a wobble on the exit, but it looks like he's just held on for the moment. It's going to be nose to tail though. Are they going to go side by side into the far corner? Whoa. They are, and what a move that was from Kevin Gray, who manages to retake the lead.
And you've got to remember, they were doing this at over 100 miles an hour. That is a brilliant overtake there by Kevin Gray there.
So Kevin Gray manages to retake the lead. We've seen him have very consistent pace throughout today, and 38 of Adam Priest, he's close again. 57 feeling the need. He's feeling the need to go defensive as Kevin Gray, so Kevin Gray still hanging on to the lead as they make their way through the willows. And actually, Adam Tuff in the 69 kart isn't too far back. Like, if these 2 continue to fight, then it could become a 3-kart battle. As they make their way through down Weldon corner, it looks like Adam Priest is still harrying Kevin Gray as they go through Kestrel corner, but not close enough to make a move into the final turn. He just needs to keep it nice and tidy, straighten the kart up early like he has done, and once again he's close. Will he go for it into the first corner again? He's going to need to brake late, and does brake late, but it's going to be, he's going to try and cut back underneath with Kevin Gray. Oh, he takes a lot of curb, but he's not able to retake the lead. And now what's going to happen now as they go down towards Dan Weldon? They're going to go side by side again. It's almost going to be a repeat of last time, but it is the 38 of Adam Priest that holds on.
Yeah, good driving there by these 2, going side by side on one of the fastest bits of track we have here at Kimbolton. And yeah, Adam Grease starting to pull a bit of a gap already. I think there's maybe a problem with the 57 of Kevin Gray. I don't really know. But yeah, Adam Grease got past straight away, and he's going.
And it looks like he's under pressure now from the 69 of Adam Tuff is Kevin Gray as they head down towards Dan Weldon once again. He's going to go for the move on the inside, so for some reason Kevin Gray not having the pace that he's had for the rest of the day so far, and it's now going to put him under pressure from Adam Tuff as they head down into the final turn once again. So it will be Adam Priest that crosses the line in the lead, followed by the 57 of Kevin Gray, and then it was the 69 of Adam Tuff. Tuff not close enough to make the overtake just yet. They go through the willows. Can he get a good enough run? Not this time. It's still line astern between the drivers in second and third, but suddenly Adam Priest has just pulled away at quite a rate as they make their way now into Kestrel corner once again. Haven't seen any mistakes just yet between any of the drivers here. And while this is going on, we've got the 22 of Lee Crane, who had to sit out the last race due to quite a large accident. And then Michaelis Cairo, the pair of them are fighting one another for P4. As we watch the race leader making his way into Dan Weldon corner. And he is leading the race still. Looking good out in front, has good pace. And oh, I can see there's a bit of a move there. Oh, between the 11 and the 22, and it's got a bit wrong for Michaelis Cairo, who's gone off at Dan Weldon corner, goes a little bit wide off the circuit. He's managed to rejoin, so there hasn't been an actual accident, but it was a big moment there for Michaelis Cairo. And look at the battle for second place now. This is going to be so close between Kevin Gray and Adam Tough, but Tough thinks better of it once again. Slots in behind. As we watch our race leader, who suddenly has dropped back a little bit, and he's now coming under pressure from Kevin Gray once again. So Adam Priest's pace has not been as good in the last couple of laps as it has been for the rest of the race. And with 2.5 minutes to go, it could well be a three-way scrap for this win. As we see, there's a slippery surface flag out there on the far post. There's the red and yellow flag, possibly from the debris that was brought on by the 11 of Michaelis Cairo when he went off the circuit. And they're now coming around the final corner. The top three all quite close together. It is still Adam Priest that leads the way as they make their way through the first corner. As through the willows they go then. Adam Priest from Kevin Gray, from Adam Tough. And suddenly, Kevin Gray is close right up onto the back of Adam Priest once again. So this is battle resumed between these two drivers. Priest going a little bit defensive, and he needs to into the final corner because suddenly Kevin Gray is right on the back of him. Will he get a good exit as they head down the start-finish straight? He's going to be sitting in the slipstream. He's going to go for it now into turn one, and there's going to be a rechange for the lead. And it is the 57 of Kevin Gray that gets back ahead, but the 38 of Adam Priest tries to get back through, and that could open the door for Adam Tough now as they make their way down towards Dan Weldon corner.
Yeah, Adam Grease there. He did look at trying to come back, but unfortunately he couldn't. But yeah, Adam Tough, he's come out of nowhere pretty much, and he's right on the back of these two. As that was close from the number 38. That was Adam Priest. Actually, he tried looking back, but I don't know. But Kevin Gray, but they're going to go side by side again. They're going to be rubbing wheels. Adam Grease gets back into P1. Followed by Kevin Gray in P2, Adam Tough P3.
Oh, it's looking pretty close there between the top, between second and third now, as the 69 goes for it down into Dan Weldon corner, and suddenly he takes over second place. So Kevin Gray has suddenly dropped back after having looked for the lead, looked for the move for the lead of the race. He's suddenly dropped back. As now they make their way around the final corner, the top three suddenly a bit spaced out there, and they now head on to the final lap then, as the 38 of Adam Priest heading on to the final lap now, and it's looking like he's got a little bit of a gap now, and second place there for Adam Tough. What a turnaround for Adam Tough, and third place for Kevin Gray. He won't be very pleased with that, but it's still a result in this pre-final, and there's still the final to go, as the 38 of Adam Priest then rounds the final corner, and it is going to be a victory for him. It's going to be a close second for Adam Tough, and then it will be Kevin Gray coming home to make the top three. And now we just wait for Michaelis Cairo, who is coming down towards Kestrel corner. He makes his way through to take over, to take fourth position, and then Lee Crane, having had that accident earlier in the day, he will come home to take fifth position. So it's good to see him back on the grid as they finish the Formula C third heat. Next time we will see them, it will be the finals. But before then, we've got the pre-2000 and pre-95 grid. So we're now ready to go for the third heat of the pre-2000 and the pre-95 grid, where it will be Duncan MacLeod that lines up on the front row alongside Chris Trott, and it will be Jonathan Crankshaw in third alongside Joseph Rees-Smith in fourth position. It'll be the 69 cart of Matthew James lining up in fifth alongside 34 of Keith Evans in sixth. It'll be the 73 of Martin Brackenbury, who almost took the race win earlier. Oh, he did take the race win earlier in seventh alongside the 16 carts of Alistair Cunningham in 8th place, and then the 5th row will be taken by the number 70 of Tamsin Germain and the number 78 of Monty Gorridge. And the carts are making their way through, but they will go through once again. They do 2 roll-up laps, so there's a chance for them to get the engines in a good window and to get the tyres in a good window as well, to make sure that they can run around at a decent pace so that they don't oil up or anything at the starts. And it already looks like there's a car off at the final corner. Can't quite see who that is, but there's one driver off at the final turn. And
yeah, if you don't like listening to Ben's voice, it's already on the screen for you, the entry list for this race.
Indeed. Indeed. And it looks like it could be the number 18. It could be the number 18 that we've got off at the last corner, Zach Bowen.
Yeah, he's up and walking, so that's all good. I think it's just maybe a mechanical problem or something. He doesn't look very happy, but you wouldn't be happy in this sort of situation.
So then Chris Trott makes his way round the final corner. Chris Trott and Duncan MacLeod make their way through as they come up to the start-finish line. And then we will get going this time, but they're coming down the start-finish straight, and then we do get going this time. Duncan MacLeod holds the lead at the moment from Chris Trott as the pre-95s also get going, and the 53 carts of Tyler Whedon holds the lead there. But Chris Trott struggling for straight line speed as they go down. Oh, and there's 3 carts off.
That's a big, huge crash there.
So there's 3 carts off in the background. One of them is Gaz Watling. He's already trying to push starting his kart immediately, but still there's yellow flags off down there, unsurprisingly, and that could well be a Battenberg flag situation. We'll see what happens there. In the pre-95s, it looks like Jake Goodwin's managed to get a good start and get into the lead of the race. But for the moment, it is Duncan MacLeod that heads Chris Trott in this race as they head round again.
Yes, during that crash, it did look like someone's nose cone went flying off. It's gone into another century, but the driver there, I don't know if he looks okay or not. We'll have to find out shortly.
It looks like he's in the cart and okay. He's taken his helmet off from what we could see in the camera shot just there. As look at the battle for the lead here. We've got Duncan MacLeod under pressure from Chris Trott. He's really harrying him as they go through Kestrel corner. He'll go for the lunge into the last corner, and he does take the lead of the race. And it's the number 16 right behind him, Alistair Cunningham. But he's got a bad run. It's the number 90. Duncan MacLeod's just breezed back past Chris Trott, and we've got another engine seizure into turn 1. So we've got another engine failure. So Duncan MacLeod's managed to retake the lead, and then we've had an engine seizure down into turn 1, and we do now have a Battenberg flag. So that is going to slow everyone up and bunch the pack up once again.
But yeah, it just shows how easy in this sort of temperature it is to seize an engine. It's not something we like to see because that's a lot of money gone. But it's got to seize up and he's okay. But yeah, we've got an ambulance. We've got a medic going over to a driver in our first crash. Yes. So now it acts as a safety car in the forms of motorsport, and we'll all slow down, come to a safe pace, and hopefully get racing soon again.
So everyone bunches up, and that includes, I would imagine, the pre-95 grid in a moment, as Jay Goodwin leads the way at the moment in the pre-95s from the 28 kart of Paul Giles. and the 33 of Andrew Godfrey. So a good start from Jade Goodwin, but somehow Chris Trott just does not have the straight line speed to hold on to the lead. He managed to have good pace in general, get ahead of Duncan McLeod, and then suddenly Duncan McLeod just breezed back past him on the start-finish straights. So far, no ambulance deployed, so it's a good sign. And we are racing again, and Chris Trott's been caught napping on the restart, and the number 16 gets ahead immediately. So Alistair Cunningham is up into second place, as Jade Goodwin is also slowing down on the start-finish straight. The 28th of Paul Giles has retaken the lead from her, but she seems to be going now again.
But Joseph Rees-Smith, he was quite feisty at the start, but had to back off straight away. So this means that he's had to back. He's fell back a bit, but it's still number 65 driver, Duncan McLeod, who still leads the way. It's massive scrapping it all. It's a bit closer.
And that was almost a change for the lead. Duncan McLeod tried to cut back underneath there, and it looks like the number 2 of Dan Cranshaw is now going to have a run, and the 16, he ran a little bit wide, and then just collided a little bit with Duncan McLeod on the exit of the corner. So all getting a bit messy, a bit scrappy there for the pre-2000s there. And Duncan McLeod, a bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment. And number 2 of Crankshaw nearly going for the move. Chris Trott's in there as well. He's going to go for third and does manage to get ahead. And there's a big lunge behind as they come round once again. Duncan McLeod still heading the field as number 16 runs in second place. And there is a black flag being shown for the number 2 carts. Number 2 pre-2000, or is that? Oh, and that's Duncan McLeod, who's just broken down. He's pulled on, and the number 55's had a problem at the same time. But Duncan McLeod, who was leading this race, has had a mechanical failure. Has his chain come off? From
what I could hear, it sounded like his chain had come off, which is a big shame for him. Leading the way, and he's not going to be happy about that.
As a number 16 then inherits the lead, Alistair Cunningham, but he's going to get breezed past here by Chris Trott, who gets back in front. The number 27 is also there involved, Andrew Brunton, who won earlier today, one of the earlier heats. He's now running in third position ahead of Dan Crankshaw. So Chris Trott hits the front of the field, and it's a great run there from Brunton. And he gets up into second position. He's now surely going to chase down Chris Trott, who's suddenly found a turn of pace.
But yeah, everyone's staying together, one big pack again. Everyone's switching throughout the field here. This is brilliant racing by everyone here. But yeah, Chris Trott is leading the way still, followed by Alistair Cunningham in P2. They're going to come down and start finish rate. Actually, no.
Andrew Brunton took over second place last time round and managed to get clear. So, and it's looking a bit feisty in the battle for the pre-95 lead as well. Alistair Topless getting overtaken there by Leon Dolby, but managing to switch back. But James Verity is now there, and they're both beginning to reel in those pre-2000 runners. So that's going to get spicy by the time they catch up with them. But Chris Trott. Oh, and that's a bit wide from the 16. Oh, and no, Andrew Brunton seized in the middle of the straights.
Oh, that's a
bad place to seize, but everyone seems to have avoided him. Thankfully, everyone seems to have avoided him. Everyone's engine's going now. It's late on in the day. Everyone's been pushing their engines to the absolute limit.
Yeah, that was a big scare for Andrew Burton there. That's one of the worst places you can seize at. Luckily, wasn't tangled, didn't tangle up with anyone else, but yeah. Alistair Topless still holding on to the lead of the pre-95 class, but out in front.
He briefly got overtaken into turn 1, did Alistair, by James Verity, but then he quickly switched back underneath. He's been struggling with power all day as Alistair, but the pair of them are now beginning to catch the pack as Alistair goes defensive into Kestrel Corner. The 2 leaders here, we can see them on the screen now. James Verity right up behind him. He'll have a go as they head down the start finish straight again. He will get on the side, and he'll be passed by the time they get to turn 1. Alistair Topless lunging back down the inside, though. Is he going to be able to hold it? I don't think he will. James Verity goes through.
Brilliant racing here from the top two in the pre-95 class. They're going to come through Derek's corner, still together. Alistair uses a bit at the curb. I don't know if that's going to help him or not. Through Weldon.
Oh, he made a big lunge.
64 goes wide. Alistair flying through, back into P1.
It's all kicking off in the pre-95s. And meanwhile, there's going to be a move there for second place in pre-2000. The O-plate goes past, so Matt Parker gets ahead of Dan Crankshaw as Alistair Topless defends once again. He's going to try again as James Verity up the inside, and he does manage to get past. They're going to be so close
on the curb,
but Alistair just loses out there and gets a little boost from Leon Dolby just to help him along the way. So James Verity now with a bit of a gap, and I think Alistair's going to struggle to reel that back in. So,
but coming through, Chris Trott.
Well, the last lap, how did that happen? So Chris Trott, he's going to come through and win the pre-final for pre-2000. In second place is going to be Matt Parker, and then it's Dan Crankshaw. What a frenetic race, and James Verity wins the pre-final from Alistair Topless and Leon Dolby in third. And wow, I think we lost about 5 karts in that at least. It's just been chaotic.
But yeah, they're switching up all the way through that race. We couldn't even hold on. Our breaths were going. That was a brilliant race by the two. But now I think we're heading onto our finals.
Yeah, the first one up is the Extreme Festival final, which will be coming up for you in just a few moments. So we're almost ready to go then for the TKM Extreme Festival final, and it will be Harrison Williams that lines up on pole position alongside Al Patterson. Will Day's going to be starting in third alongside Jasmine Bullock in fourth. Thomas Warner and Luke Woodward will share the third row. Alexander Page will be in seventh place with Theo Tibbets in eighth. Charlie Gromit and Thomas Shaw rounding out the top 10. And a quick shout out to Alan Lamb, who sent me a message on the live stream and said, shout out to me with my snap tendon, otherwise I'd be O-plate TKM champion by now. Of course, he has been racing, he has raced a couple of times this year in the classic TKM as Alan Lamb, as we still wait for the pre-2000s to be recovered. There's a couple coming in now, and there's one a little bit further off, but I would imagine they will let the TKMs go before that point, as we see a signature look in F100 on our screen now with a trolley being pushed down the straight. Anyway, the TKMs are being released now, so this is the festival grand final, and as I understand it, some of the front drivers will also be starting in the elite final. Is that right?
I don't think so.
No? Oh.
I think it's just top 3 from these get their trophies and everything like that. Don't know. We'll have to find out. Yeah. Still gonna be some exciting action here at the TKM Festival. It's the first final of the day. Hopefully it'll be an exciting and action-packed one.
I imagine we're going to go around again. There's a few karts yet to come round. One of them is only just making their way around Dan Weldon Corner, so they will go around again. But when we do, it will be a 10-minute race, so 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And the karts are getting round. So they go around again, and once again, no one feeling the need to weave or try and keep their tyres up to temperature. It's a nice hot day already, and the final pre-2000 karts being wheeled off the circuit, and we will be ready to go this time, I would have thought, as Harrison Williams begins to back the pack up, going down the straight towards Kestrel Corner. And there's one kart just coming from the back, but they'll be able to catch up to the pack before they get to the start-finish line, I'm sure, as they make their way around the final corner. Harrison Williams then starting on pole position alongside Al Patterson, and I think they're going to go this time, and they do get going this time. No, they don't. It is a restart, so they will have to go round once again.
Yeah, I think the driver trying to close back up was number 45, Jamie Tyler. He has Lucas Ellingham on the spanners for him this weekend. Lucas, a very competitive driver, racing in the senior X30 class tracks like Wilton. He used to race here in the junior X30s, won championships here. So Lucas, he knows his way around here, and hopefully his driver will as well.
So we're ready to go almost one more time. Third time lucky for Harrison Williams and Al Patterson sharing the front row as they make their way around Kestrel Corner. And keeping it nice and slow, making sure that they don't accelerate too soon. They make their way around the final corner, and the first of our finals is going to get underway this time, I would have thought. And we do get going. And it is going to be Harrison Williams that heads them into turn 1. He's got the inside line. Al Patterson gave it a good go around the outside. He's just about managed to hold on to second place. And it is going to be Will Day that holds on to third place as they make their way into the first chicane. And that's nearly side by side between Williams and Patterson. They're wheel to wheel, and Patterson does take the lead of the race.
He's got a spinner. Jamie Tyler has spun it at Derek's. It looked like Theo Tippett's starting P8. He had a terrible start across the start-finish line. He's dropped all the way to the back. Oh, there's another driver from Precision has been pushed off. I can't see what the number was.
I believe that might have been Charlie Gromit, unfortunately. He started inside the top 10, and it is indeed Charlie Gromit who is gesticulating in anger. He just got involved in a bit of a collision. Got to keep your head. It's still a 10-minute race ahead of you, and a lot can happen as Patterson leads the way then as they go into the chicane once again, and he's pulling away a little bit from Harrison Williams. Williams struggling at this stage, and Will Day has got good pace at the moment, and he looks like he could well make a move.
Yeah, Al Patterson looked very strong in the pre-final, making moves all the way through the race, but he doesn't have to make any more now because he's in P1. But Harrison Williams, he's slowly closing in behind as the number 29 gets a warning flag. We don't know what's for, but probably for contact, as there's been a lot of moving around in this race. But yeah, Harrison Williams is gonna keep looking at Al Patterson. He's gonna try and find any way he can get down the inside or just try and make a move for the lead.
And Thomas Warner's looking like he's going to make a move for third position. He's right behind Will Day, and he looks like he's got excellent pace as well. He's been sat in the toe for the last lap. And will he make a move now as they go through Kestrel? Is he going to try and move down the inside? No. Oh, none of the top 4 are looking to fight at this stage, and the top 4 seem to have broken away from the rest in this early stages. And there's some battling behind. It looked like the 25 was making a move down the inside into the first corner, and so from fifth place backwards, it's all kicking off.
Yeah, exactly. There's a massive scrap going on. between the drivers like Alex Page and I need to switch timing screens. Yeah, like Pete Newman and Luke Woodward. They're all in that pack trying to fight to be at the front, but they don't need to fight.
There's a move for the lead.
Harrison Williams into the lead of this race with just about 7 minutes left to go. Harrison Williams signaling, we need to go, we need to go. But where Al Patterson listen, I don't know. They're going to come through the willows, nice and gently, boys. And Al Patterson looks like he's got a bit of a run. Will he have a look? I don't think so. Harrison came a bit over, starting.
And it looks like there's been a change for third as well. The number 17 has managed to get in front as well.
But yeah, Harrison Williams going strong this race. Al Patterson second. And following closely behind in P3 is Will Day. Yes, they're flying through start-finish rate. There's Luke Woodward side by side with Alex Page. I think Alex will hold it. I don't know. They're still side by side. But yeah, Alex Page is going to hold it in the end. There was no way you're going to hold it round there, Luke. You should, but it's a good try for holding on. But yeah, as we see. We got you see on our screens, got the driver in P3, Will Day, is slowly driving all the way through the circuit, and yeah, it's trying to catch on to the back of Al Patterson and Harrison Williams up front.
So Harrison Williams maintains his lead then, and he's got a little bit of a gap to Al Patterson at the moment. They're just lying astern at the moment, the top four, but they are beginning to get caught by the number 25 by the looks of things. Number 25, is that right? Number 20. The number 20. Gareth Haynes, who started at
Yeah.
online when we get back to the office.
Okay, can you have fun?
All right.
So after a bit of a delay, we are now finally about to get going again for the Honda final, the Honda Grand Final, and they have made their way out onto the circuit. So we'll have the grids up in a moment. But I can tell you that it's Albert Friend who has absolutely dominated proceedings today. He crushed it in the pre-final, and he, unsurprisingly, will start from pole position. It is the number 88 car of Zach Starbuck that lines up alongside him on the front row, and then it's Finley Lyons and Noah Barham that line up on the second row of the grid. Oliver Spencer and Joshua Griffin are 5th and 6th, with Charlie Wolfitz and Kian Bernard in 7th and 8th, and then it's Kai Clark and Callum Wilson to round out the top 10. And the drivers are just making their way onto the grid now, and yeah, it looks like we are almost ready to go racing once again.
Albert Friend, he's had very good starts all of today and yesterday. Will he make another good start? I think we're just sorting out a couple more drivers.
Yeah,
I think
there's a few drivers that you can see the 59 there that's pointed at a bit of an angle. But it looks like otherwise we're about ready to go. Will Albert Friend make another absolute rocket start? We're about to find out. So we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4 lights, and we are going now. And Albert Friend does make a very good start. There's a bit of contact straight away as the 94 of Finley Lyons gets up into second place. But it is Albert Friend who manages to take the racing line and take the lead. Finley Lyons is in second place. It looks like Zach Starbuck has managed to drop down into third place, and then it's Noah Barham who runs in fourth position at the moment as they run into Derek's for the first time.
Yeah, Albert Friend, just like any other time, he's got a gap straight off the start, but not big enough to what he would have liked before. Finley Lyons slowly coming in, and hopefully Finley might have a chance here of getting. Oh, Zach Starbucks gets pushed wide at this cholesterol corner. But yeah, Noah Barham P3. They've got a pack of 3 synergy drivers who are probably all going to work together to try and get onto the back of the top 2. Finley Lyons, he's right on the back of Albert now. Albert won't be liking this, especially after how his pre-final went, his heats went, when he was off and gone. Finley, head down. He's the amount of the data shows how much slipstream momentum can give you on a track like this. He's gained so much on the straights to come through Weldon. Albert Friend still leading the way. Finley Lyons
tucking in behind. He hasn't had this kind of pace all day, and Albert Friend, as I said, crushed the pre-final earlier on. But it looks like that's definitely not going to be the case in this race, as Finley Lyons gets a good run onto the start-finish straight. Will he go for the move earlier on? Will he try and get track position? Or is he going to bide his time and sit in behind him? For the moment, he's content to just sit behind him, and it certainly appears he's got a lot more consistent pace than he did before, as we see a black and white warning for number 42 there. Who is Oliver Spencer, who's got a bit of a warning. He's running towards the front somewhere for the moment. Yeah, he's running in 4th position at the moment, is Ollie Spencer, as the top 2 make their way around once again. And it actually looks like there's going to be a bit of a train developing. Looks like the 3 behind are catching as well.
Yes, Albert, he better start pulling away with Finley Lyons. Finley should be looking behind, seeing there's a bunch of drivers coming. They should be saying, go, we need to go. There's a bunch of synergy, because these synergy drivers, they'll come in and they will take him and go, because that's what they've been working to do. But yes, just about 7 minutes on the clock. Albert Friend still leading the way. Finley Lyons got a good run. He doesn't look. He was quite close. He gains a lot of time on the straights. I think that might be something to do with Albert Friend's sprocket. That gives him a good start on the start line. But then on the straights he loses a bit of time.
As you say, Noah Barham, the head of the synergy drivers, and the 3 of them are trying to work to catch the top 2, and they are catching the top 2. They are now in a 5-car battle for the lead. So Albert Friend still looking cool, Still looking cool as a cucumber for the moment. Has a quick check over the shoulder to make sure he's not about to be overtaken. But he is heading the field still, but it is the 5 karts all pushing each other, and the Synergy team can work together here. If they're all smart, they can work together, and they'll probably have discussed that beforehand.
Yeah, but Albert Friend is having to go defensive. He hasn't been used to this all weekend. But yeah, now there's a massive pack, about 5 karts, and it might even be more in a couple laps time, all fighting for the lead of this race. We've got about 6 minutes left on the clock of this Honda Cadet final.
Oh, and there's a line for the
Finley
lead.
Lines, he has a look.
He almost made it work, but it might have cost him a good run down the straight. As the 3 Synergy drivers, it looks like Noah Barham is saying, come on, let's just go and get him. So none of them are worried about that, but he almost made a move for second place, did Barham. So that little move there from Finley Lines, it might have cost him a little bit, because he's now got a few kart lengths to make up again, as he gesticulates to Albert Friend once again.
Yeah, exactly, but Albert Finley, he's getting annoyed because he sees these drivers behind him. He wants to go, but the Synergy drivers, they're not having any of it. They want to get down inside and they want to be gone. But yeah, Albert Friend's just leading the pack like he's done all weekend. He's been in this place before. He knows how to win. Oh, Kai Clark, I think that was a late move there on Oliver Spencer, number 42. They're going to be side by side. And
the 13's getting involved as well, and he's getting crowded onto the concrete there a little bit as they make their way into turn 1. And as you predicted, Charlie, it is now bigger than a 4-kart train. We've got the top 10 for the most part. Oh, scrapping away for the lead as the 42 once again. Oliver Spencer getting a second warning flag, so he needs to be careful. He needs to tread lightly from now on. But all this battling has actually helped the top 4 to get away, because we've now got the 88 of Zach Starbuck, who has managed to get to the head of the second pack of drivers.
yeah, Zach had a bad start. He started P2, lost a bit at the start, and now he's slowly coming back.
Oh my goodness.
Kean Bernard. Wow, he got some big air time there, I have to say.
He got on the other side of the tyre wall. He had to run that far wide, and it's a bumpy old concrete patch out there, and that's not where he would have been running it, where he would have wanted to be running at all. In fact, he's lucky his chain is still all intact. But look at this, we've got 2 Synergy drivers that are now all over the back of Albert Friend, and Albert Friend is now having to really go defensive, and there's still just under 4 minutes left as the 67 karts now gets a black and white as well.
Yeah, Albert Friend, he's not used to having to defend everywhere, but he knows what he's doing. He's been at the front ever since he's been in Cadet, pretty much for the last year or so. He's been running at the front of the British Championships and just races like that. Yeah, he's going to go defensive again. Into turn 1, Noah Barham. Oh, Noah's going to stay there. Noah's going to go into the lead. Albert Friend will look to fight back. I think he does. Yes, he does. Kai Clark slots back into second. Oh, no, I mean Noah Barham slots back into second. Kai Clark in P3. Kai Clark is going to go down around the outside. Will he try and get a cut back? I don't think so.
No, it's all heating up here between the top 3, and all of Albert Friend's defending is just backing him up into the pack. Noah Barham really did try. He got into the lead, so that was the first time we've had a lead change in a couple of races now in the Honda Cadets, but he couldn't hold on to it. Albert Friend came back up the inside, but it's far from over. He's going to look over his shoulder a moment and see that there's still 2 Synergy drivers right up behind him. Will he feel the need to go defensive again? He doesn't, and this time Noah Barham, he gets a warning flag, but he takes the lead of the race, and both Synergy drivers manage to get past.
Yeah, Albert, he's not been in this place before. He is going to be worried. Finley Lines, he's signalling he wants to go. He wants to catch up to these top 2 before they pull away, because these Synergy drivers, Noah Barham and Kai Clark, they're going to work together. They want to pull this gap out and battle for a lead near the end. As we clock down, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock.
So we've got 2 Synergy drivers working together, and we've got 2 independent drivers behind working together. And what's going to happen here? So can Noah Barham now pull away and get a bit of a gap over his teammate? I don't think he can, because he's already under pressure as they go into turn 1, but there's going to be no attacking just yet. So Barham hangs on to the lead from Wolfit for the moment.
Yeah, I think Albert, is he having a look? Is he going to look into Derek's? Oh, he's going to be close. He's going to go. Oh, he got close there. He wants to make a synergy sandwich. Yeah, Kai Clark and Noah Barham, they're the buns, and he wants to be the meat in the middle.
And so they make their way through Dan Weldon, heading down the straight. I don't think Noah Barham's going to feel the need to defend just yet. There's just over a minute to go. There's going to be 2 laps remaining as they cross the line this time, I would have thought. So here we go once again, down the start, finish straight. Noah Barham leads this race. I think he's going to keep getting pushed by Wolfit here. He's not going to... Yeah, I don't think he's going to make a challenge. I think the only person that's going to make a challenge is Albert Friend, and he's stuck at the moment. If there was only one of the Synergy drivers, it might have been okay, but there's 2 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Albert Friend, he's going to keep looking for a move. He's waiting till someone makes a mistake. He's got Kai Clark to do
he made a big lunge into Weldon.
That was a brilliant move there by Albert Friend into second place. Now all he's got is Noah Barham in front of him. Will Kai Clark fight back? I don't know. We're going to go into the last corner. Albert's going for the lead. Brilliant. 3 corners, 2 drivers into the lead of the race. 10 seconds left. This will be the penultimate lap of this race. Albert going defensive. Kai Clark in P2, Noah Barham P3, Finger Lines P4, and out of nowhere, Zach Starbuck P5. So could Zach play a part in this race?
All it takes is for these drivers to start scrapping away, and it could become a 5-car train again. But that was terrific driving there from Albert Friend. And so it is, they only had 10 seconds left on the clock when they came across the line. So this time, when they cross the line, it will be going into the final lap. Friend feels the need to defend as they go into Kestrel Corner. They go into the final turn. There's no lunges. No one's close enough to make a lunge this time. But it's crucial to get a good exit here. Albert Friend's got a little bit of a gap, but it's going to be the 95 of Wolfit. Will he have a go into turn 1? I think Friend has just managed to hold on for the moment. And they all bunch up on the exit of the corner, but there's nothing doing at the moment as they go down the straight. Is anyone gonna try and make a move into Derek's? No one's close enough for the moment, and Albert Friend is defending. Oh, there's a bit of a late lunge.
Albert's getting pushed wide,
and that was a little bit of contact there as they make their way through Weldon. It's still the 95 that's trying to push him all the way. And we've got we had a yellow flag briefly coming around to the final part of the lap. But Albert Friend, he just has to defend through here, and that's all he needs to do. There's a little bit of contact. There's a bit of contact there. It's going to be a run to the line, but Albert Friend is going to take it as they come to the line. He is the winner of the grand final in the Honda Challenge at the TKM Festival in 2022.
And Zach Starbuck got into P3 on the last lap. Brilliant driving from Zach. It was nowhere near like a few laps ago.
Wow, so yeah, it shows you how it could all change around. Oh, there's a track to the line as well.
That was very close to the wall.
Between the 50 and the 32 there. Yeah, so the 50 kart of Kevin Ivanov, he managed to hold on to the position. He managed to hold on to 15th place, but that's a sign. That's just a demonstration of how karting can change so fast. And yeah, and up next we've got the TKM Extreme Elite Grand Final. So we're now racing. Oh, it's the TKM Clubman, my bad. This time round, it is not the TKM Extreme. It is the TKM Clubman that are ready to go for their grand final, and it will be Will Hulaki who lines up on pole position with Sam Baker with the E plate alongside him, and then it'll be Craig Summers in third with the O plate with Tom Bird accompanying on the second row. Ben Spencer lines up in fifth with Carl Morby alongside him, and then there's David Brickley and Scott Hinton and then it's Callum Hambley and Scott Hambley that round out the top 10, and then it's Matt O'Farrell rounding out the grid.
So far today we've had Sam Baker and Will Hulaki. They've been top 2 all day, squabbling between the two, and Craig Summers just been there chilling around in P3. But will Craig be able to fight back today in the final?
They're underway, and it is Will Hulaki that holds the lead into the first corner. It looks like Sam Baker's been hung out to dry a little bit, but he's managed to just hang on to second place. So the top 2 from the last few races, they are now out in front once again, and they're going to be fighting each other. And it is Craig Summers that manages to hold on to third place. So the first 4 are as they were in grid formation.
Yeah, brilliant driving there by Will Hulaki to hold on to his lead. Sam Baker, P2. He's going to be chasing him down. Craig Summers, yet again, P3. Will he be staying there? Looks like he will. But yeah, great first lap by everyone. All clean driving all the way through. And come down the start-finish straight again, the 21. He is getting a warning flag. I don't know what's for, but we'll have to find out shortly. Yeah, but Will Hulaki just driving on again, but Sam Baker slowly closing in.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Spencer got a black and white flag for something that happened on the first lap, because Tom Bird is now behind him, and they are both stuck behind Craig Summers in the O-plate. So once again, it's this top 2 that are pulling away from the rest, and actually it looks like Will Hulaki has got excellent pace this time and is already pulling away in the initial part of the race. It's a long race, there's 8.5 minutes left, but he's got a good jump so far. Can the 97 of Tom Bird have a go into turn 1? No, he can't. But Kyle Morby has been overtaken into the first corner by, is that David Brickley, I believe he's just been overtaken by, as they go through the Willows.
With nearly 8 minutes left on the clock, Craig Summers is slowly being reeled in by the 21 of Ben Spencer. Will Ben be able to look and get this podium position? Oh, Craig runs a bit wide. Is that an opportunity for Ben? I don't think so.
Oh, they come into Kestrel corner once again. Yeah, he took a bit of curb on the inside going into Dan Weldon corner, but it wasn't doing for him. He needs to focus on getting a good run out of this corner. Has he managed to do it this time? I still don't think he's close enough to make the move into turn 1, so this is going to be a case of pile on the pressure and hope that Craig Summers makes some kind of mistake as they file through once again, and they head down towards Derek's corner, and the 3 of them are still pretty close together. Craig Summers just going nice and slow on the apex, and then just boosting their throttle just to make sure that he can't get cut back underneath.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think Craig knows he can't get the top 2. They're just pulling away so much, he can't keep up. So all he can do now is hold on to his P3 position. Yeah, he's gonna go defensive to turn 1. No, he doesn't. But oh, is that Tom Bird down inside of Ben Spencer? I think it is.
Yeah, he's made it work. He's made it work. He managed to get a good run off the final corner. It was almost side by side with him as they came across the start-finish line, and just managed to get down the inside. And it's all worked for him, and I think he'll be the quicker kart. He's got a better chance of getting past Craig Summers and into the top 3. And as you say, Charlie, I don't think Craig Summers has got the hope of challenging the top 2. It's all about consolidating that podium position.
Yeah, he's getting chomped down a lot by Tom Bird. Will he have a chance of getting his this podium position for the TKM Clubman final? Tom Bird is going to start pushing. He can't look behind. He can't think about Ben Spencer behind. He has to think about Craig, who's in P3 right now.
Yeah, and the top and the 3 karts there. We go back to the battle for the lead, and actually it's closing in a little bit between Will Hulaki and Sam Baker. So having said that Hulaki was building up a bit of a lead, it's not all over yet for Sam Baker with the E-plate on. Comes through Kestrel corner, and it looks like he's just catching him a little bit.
Yeah, and in the past, let's have a look. Yeah, in the past, Sam Baker, he's been able to win this festival quite a few times, so he knows what it's like to win a festival like this. But yeah, Will Hulaki out of nowhere, coming in hot, and he's looking at taking this win.
Meanwhile, the battle for third, we rejoin that. Craig Summers under a lot of pressure now from Tom Bird as they go into Dan Weldon corner. I believe this is going to be, they're going to come down into Kestrel corner. And I don't think he's close enough to make the move into the final turn just yet, but he definitely has a better chance than Ben Spencer did as they come now onto the start-finish straight again, signaling to him, saying, just let me go for the moment, just help to push me. But I don't think they've got anything to push to.
Yeah, no, exactly. Craig, the gap that's being pulled from Sam Baker to Craig Summers is absolutely massive. So Tom Bird, all you can do is get P3, my friend. You just go.
Yeah, it's right there behind him. Again, Craig Summers was just stalling on the apex a little bit of Derek's corner, just making sure that he held the middle of the circuit and he wasn't put offline by Tom Bird behind. Can Tom Bird get a good exit off of this corner? He has got a good run. He's got a bit of a slipstream as well, but I don't know if he's going to be close enough to make a big lunge. Not quite. He needs to be a bit closer than that, or hope that he can make the move into Derek's corner, get a tidy run out of here. Can he now get a run? Still not close enough.
But yeah, as this is all happening, Tom is going to try and put Craig into a bad position and force him into mistake. As we go through Weldon, Craig, I don't think he gets the best of runs. Tom Bird right behind. He's going to have a look maybe into the last corner. Will he go? No, he doesn't. We're going to come around last corner, back onto start, finish straight. Craig Summers still in P3. He's an amazing job to hold on to this. Tom Bird P4, Ben Spencer P5. I don't know if Tom will be able to get him. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock.
Well, it looks like Craig Summers always tries to back them up on the exit of Derek's corner just here. So maybe Bird can try a bit of a lunge into Dan Weldon corner. We've seen it happen a couple of times already today, so maybe he can give it a try as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a big moment there for Ben Spencer, who almost chops it. He dropped the wheel off the circuit on the exit of Dan Weldon and very nearly spun the car.
So you see on our screens, Will Hulaki leading this race. He put his hand down on the airbox, pulled the engine. We're quite late into this race, so the engines will be getting quite hot. And yeah, he's driving a brilliant race here. He's not put a foot wrong at all. It's been really consistent, not being hard on the steering, not being hard on the tyres. We've got a yellow flag out at the last corner. I think that's just for a marshal. So no worries about that. Craig Summers P3, following behind from Tom Bird. Will Tom have a look? Tom, you've got to go here. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. You've got to have a punt here.
Will he have a go going into turn one? He's a little bit closer this time, but he'll have to do a big old lunge in order to make that work. Meanwhile, Hulaki has got 1.7 seconds over Sam Baker, and so we're focusing on this battle for third. And I think Tom Bird's just running out of time here. I think he's running out of time, running out of ideas. Can he have a bit of a lunge into Weldon here? Will he give it a try? I think he's got to try a different line, certainly, if he's to have any hope of having a go as they come down towards Kestrel corner. Needs to keep it tidy through here. But again, he's not close enough to make a lunge into the last corner.
Yeah, no. Sam Baker, he's really trying. He's pushing that car down the straight. He's jumping about. He wants to get every single bit out of that car. But yeah, at the moment, Will Hulaki, if nothing goes wrong for him, he's going on to win this race. Craig Summers in P3 got a bad run out there after hitting the curb. I don't think Tom Bird's got. He's not going to look for a move anytime soon. But we're into our final minute of this race. Coming through Weldon.
So there's only 2 laps really for Tom Bird to try and get a spot on the podium, try and get a top 3. He's a little bit closer this time. He's going to go for it into the final corner. Has he been able to hold on to it? I think he has, but look at Craig Summers. He's coming back at him down to the start-finish straight. He tried the lunge, he made the lunge, and it's not paid off. So he's got a couple more laps now to try something different. He's shown his hand now at that corner.
Yeah, the problem with going for a move like that so last minute is that if you can't get it stopped, he's going straight back through, and that's exactly what happened. We're going to go through Weldon. Will he have a look? I don't know. I don't think he will. Overtaking up Weldon is a very, very hard place to overtake at. We're going to come through Kestrel. He's going to look last corner again. He's going to go defensive, Craig Summers. He's learnt from last time, don't let him through. And now we're going to come on to the last
Good run, he's very close. As they head on to the final lap, he'll have to go defensive. Will Craig Summers, will he try the move around the outside? Will he try the up and under? He tries the up and under, and there's contact. And that's going to cost him fourth as well. And that has let Ben Spencer through as well. So he tried the up and under, but just got caught up on the back of his cart, and that was it. Yeah. And now we rejoin Will Hulaki, our race leader, coming through Kestrel corner, and he has dominated this race from start to finish. He started on pole position, he comes from the last corner, and Will Hulaki is the TKM Festival Clubman Grand Final winner. And it is Sam Baker in the E-plate who takes second place. Craig Summers holds on to fourth. Ben Spencer, third I should say. Ben Spencer comes home in fourth. Tom Bird tries he might, couldn't make up any positions, and comes home in fifth position.
Yeah, Tom Bird on the last lap there tried to go do the up and under, but went up and over. And yeah, cost him a lot of time there.
Well, that was that from the Clubmans, and now we will go on to the TKM Extreme Elite Grand Final. So then we are ready to go for the TKM Extreme Elite Grand Final as the karts filter their way onto the circuit, where it will be the number 5 of Christopher Witten starting on pole with Alistair Cresswell alongside. The two of them fought tooth and nail in the pre-final, and we are lined up for another cracking race there. It's Kai Springfield in third alongside Ben Davis in fourth. Kean Bennett lines up in fifth position alongside Charlie King. The fourth row is taken up by James Pashley and Matthew Ornut, and it is Ben Hamlet and Jack Dan that'll round out the top 10, and the rest of the grid is up on your screen now.
But as it seems, we've got a problem for Charlie King. He struggled a lot coming out of the pits. I don't know if he'll get it back to his precision in time. That's a drama for him, but are we going to go? I think we do!
We do get underway first time, and it's the number 5 that tries to hold it into turn 1, but he almost gets past there by Alistair Cresswell. And look at that! Look at the kart on the inside there. Tried to get past, and they make their way down into Derek's corner, and I think it's the number 8 that has made an amazing start of Matthew Ornut. I think he's right up there in the top 3 somehow.
Yeah, brilliant start from him. Yeah, unfortunate for Charlie King. He was supposed to be starting P6, and unfortunately hasn't been able to slot into his position, so he'll be having to start from a bit farther back, but that won't stop him. As we come down to after the first lap, Chris Witten still leading. Oh, there's a move from
Ben Davis. That's Ben Davis who's managed to get back up into third. So Matthew Warnock, despite his amazing start, now just doesn't have the pace to hold onto the position as he gets overtaken by Kai Springfield into the chicane as well. And so now it is battle resumed between Christopher Whitten and Alistair Cresswell out in front. These two fighting very hard in the pre-final, and now they're going to be fighting for the win in the grand final as well.
Yeah, and I think I see a Kai Springfield coming. Oh, late move there from Jack Dan on Matthew Allnut. What a move that was. Kean Bennett's going to try and attack as well. Side by side, down into turn one. Matthew Allnut, Kean Bennett. Who's going to hold on? It's Kean Bennett. Brilliant move there. Charlie King just a bit further behind, but we go back to our front two. We've got Chris Whitten and Alistair Cresswell top two, followed by Ben Davis and Kai Springfield in P3 and P4.
So if the pre-file's anything to go by, I don't think Alistair Cresswell has really got the ultimate pace. So he needs to make the move now and get track position. But Matthew Allnut, unfortunately, just dropping positions now after that amazing start. And he's going to get lunged again into the last corner and get pushed out a little bit. And he's lost another position. But the leader's out in front. I don't think they're going to fight just yet. And I think Alistair Cresswell is content to sit where he is for the moment and just wait until late on in the race.
Yes, these two, they need to go now. They need to pull away this gap. They can battle at the end of the race if they want to, but at this point in the race, they need to go. Otherwise, Ben Davis will catch up and he will take both of them maybe. But there's a massive pack behind. We've got drivers like Jack Dan, who came all the way through in the pre-final. We've got drivers like Charlie King, Kean Bennett, who have been strong all the way through. Oh, actually, I see James Pashley going for a move on Matthew Allnut. He wasn't able to do it. Matthew Allnut giving the signal, say go, 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 and James Pashley said no, no, no. James Pashley back on the inside, taking Matthew Allnut. Brilliant racing by these two.
Illustrating again that Allnut just doesn't have the raw pace, and he's now having to defend again into the chicane. Oh, almost comes to blows with one of the other drivers. And it's all bunching up behind in that battle for sort of the lower top 10 positions. The top two continuing to pull away. You mentioned Jack Dan. He's now all over the back of Kai Springfield as they come into the last part of the lap. I think he's going to get a good run in the battle for fourth place. It's going to happen down into turn one. I think he's going to get a good run, and he might have a go at fourth place. Not quite. I think he's, again, happy to just wait behind for the moment. But all the while, Ben Davis is pulling away from those two.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point in the race, they're all going to get into a rhythm of just, they're going to get into a good rhythm. They're going to maybe calm themselves down whilst they're not battling with anyone. And they're just going to try and put in some good, consistent laps. Alistair Cresswell, I think his engine's getting a bit too hot. He's having to pull it out of the slipstream, cool down his engine a bit. But yeah, these guys are they're driving brilliantly, clean, fair racing, and it's all we want to see.
Looks like Kai Springfield's got a bit of a run this time at Ben Davis for third place, but it's not quite close enough. This is, once again, the battle between Christopher Whitten and Alistair Cresswell and the rest of the pack, as there are a few karts just running a bit wide in the background. One of them was Elio D'Alessandro, and the top two, once again, we keep our eyes on them as they run through Dan Weldon corner. There's 5 minutes left, so where will Alistair Cresswell try and move? Will he try it soon? I think he has to try it within the next couple of laps, as Kai Springfield makes the move on Ben Davis for third place. So a change of position there. Is that going to allow Jack Dan the opportunity to have a go?
Oh, I don't know, but you guys, you've got to stop battling. The two are getting away. You can't let this happen. As I think I've just seen something fly off on the carts on the start-finish straight. I don't know. It might just be off the grandstand or something. But so far, top two, Chris Whitten, Alistair Cresswell flying through Weldon. They've got just a 2/10 gap between the two. Chris Whitten goes a bit defensive into second to last corner.
Jack Dan makes a move down the inside for fourth position at the last corner, so he's managed to get ahead of Ben Davis, and Ben Davis has also been passed by the 16 card of Charlie King, so he's in this fight now. King goes for the inside. and he manages to make the move on Jack Dan, and Jack Dan is going to get mugged again by Ben Davis. It's all kicking off in that final podium position battle, and Kai Springfield has managed to get a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah, exactly. Whilst Charlie's battling with those other drivers, Kai's just saying, yeah, just let me, yeah, I'll just go. And yeah, exactly, that's what's happened. Kai's down a bit, but Charlie slowly catching up. Jack Dan's dropped back a bit. Hopefully, James Pashley, late lunge on that. That was brilliant. James Pashley, number 1 play, back into, I think that is P6. Brilliant that. Jack Danson and P5. That would probably be James' next victim. But back at, and we're still on with them. Keane Bennett, Charlie King looking for a move with Kai Springfield. He's done it for the last podium position. That was a brilliant move there.
And I think he'll pull away now. I think he's got better pace than Kai Springfield. Springfield was kind of the cork in the bottle, so now we'll see what Charlie King can do with some clear air. As we see, I thought Kai Springfield was having a go into Kestrel corner there. He's not quite going to do it. But the top 2, we rejoin them once again, crossing the line. There's less than 3 minutes to go. There's still no overtakes going on between the top 2. But Alistair Cresswell definitely not letting Christopher Whitten out of his sight.
No, exactly. Alistair wants to overtake at the last minute, so Chris doesn't have enough advantage to try and get back into the lead. But yeah, Charlie King, if he's got the pace and these two start squabbling, could Charlie have a chance of winning this race?
Well, we can see him on the screen now, and he's already pulled away from Kai Springfield. We'll have to see what his lap times are like as he comes across the line, but the top 2 filter through once again. Keane Bennett makes a big move at the last corner, but the top 2 cross the line. And is there going to be some overtaking going on now? No, it's going to have to be quite soon between Alistair Cresswell. Can he do it? He's got to run, but he's still not close enough to make the move into Derek's.
Just on that last lap, look at the times. The top 3 were the exact same times. So I don't know if Charlie King will be able to catch them. I think it might just be Alistair Cresswell and Christopher Whitten fighting for the last 2 spots.
Well, there's a minute and a half to go, but it looks like Christopher Whitten's got a little bit of a gap. He's just bridged out the smallest gap. So if Alistair Cresswell's got anything left, he needs to give it now, and he needs to make the overtake. So they make their way through turn 1, and it looks like he's got a pretty good run, but it's always through the willows where Christopher Whitten seems to get a pretty decent exit, as he has again there. And it's a big lunge down the inside though, and Alistair Cresswell takes the lead. But Christopher Whitten's going to try and go back at him. They're going to run side by side into Dan Whitten corner, but it looks like Whitten is slotted in behind for the moment, and there's 54 seconds left. There'll be 2 laps to go, so these 2 have now started fighting.
That was a brilliant move there by Alistair Cresswell. Brilliant move there. But now, will he defend? Going to someone who's looked behind the scenes. He's there. Chris Whitten with the run on the outside. He's going to cut back.
Oh, it was nearly a dummy, but it didn't quite pay off. It was a half-hearted dummy there from Christopher Whitten, and that's just helped Alistair Cresswell get a tiny bit of breathing space. But he's got some great straight line speed as Christopher Whitten. He really gains on the straights. And you were talking about if these 2 started battling, and now we've got Charlie King that might actually have a chance here. If these 2 can continue fighting, there's 11 seconds left. I think we will go on to the final lap in just a few moments' time.
No, I don't. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, 4 seconds. So it's going to be so close. But yes, it's now the final lap, and Alistair Cresswell leads this race. Christopher Whitten is very close, so Alistair Cresswell's have to go defensive. He tried the dummy again, but it just wasn't enough. And so Christopher Whitten's dropped a little bit back, and Charlie King is very close now. So it's now a 3-way fight as they go into the last half of the lap. Alistair Cresswell goes through Derek's corner into Dan Weldon. Will he have to defend here? Because I think it's a potential lunging spot for Christopher Whitten. Doesn't juice to do so. And as they run down towards Kestrel corner, there's just one realistic chance left. Cresswell's going to have to go defensive. He'll have to come line. It's getting really, really pummeled there.
And Charlie King
going to take the win. He's going to take it over the line. It's so close. Who took it on the line?
I think it was Christopher Whitten.
Christopher Whitten just held on by 5/100ths of a second. I dare say the stewards may look into that final corner, because that looked interesting on the final turn there. I dare say there may be something said about that. There a dramatic finish to the Elite Grand Final in the TKM Extreme.
The amount of pushing Christopher Whitten did on that last lap, I think he might have a front fairing penalty, and that's something we've got to take in mind with these final results.
I don't know if they do that here. Do they do that in TKM?
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out in due course, I'm sure. But anyway, we'll be moving on to the Classic TKM next. So we're almost ready to go now for the final of the Classic TKM. So the first of the F100 series, F100 guesting here alongside the TKM Festival. So we're almost ready to go for this Classic TKM final here. And the pole man, the man who has dominated the day so far, is starting on pole position. That is James Ogden, who has 150 points so far compared to Daniel Mentz, who starts in second on 120 points. So they are making their way around to the line. So it is Ogden ahead of Mentz. Daniel Collier starts in third position ahead of Barry Thompson in fourth. Blake Green starts in fifth alongside Mark Sturdy. And then it is Michael Whitaker and then Alexander Bagnall on the fourth row of the grid. Richard Sturdy starts ninth. Matt Parker starts 10th and Jack Saunders is 11th. And they are racing first time. And it is James Ogden into the first corner, who just about hangs on to the lead. There's a bit of contact there, and that's really hurted Daniel Mentz there. He's lost a couple of places there, a few places, and that has enabled Daniel Collier to get up into second place, as we see Mentz try to make a move there and just trying to make up a few more spaces.
Yeah, great start there by James Ogden yet again. He's been doing this every race. He's able to pull away straight off the bat with 13. He had a terrible... Oh, actually, is number 13 the look for a move? I don't think so. That is Barry Tom.
He goes for it now. He's through into the last corner. So Barry Thompson, who's had not a great day so far, he gets into second, but he almost gets overtaken there. A bit of podding between himself and the 96 of Daniel Collier. He cuts back underneath though and retakes that position, reasserts himself in second place.
Yeah, Barry didn't have the best of starts this morning after being taken out in one of the first heats of the day, but he's doing good so far. P2 right now.
Daniel Mentz, having had a bad start, is now looking to try and make a move on Daniel Collier. He's going to be right on the back of him as they head into Kestrel Corner. He makes the lunge into Kestrel Corner itself. Didn't quite make it work, but he didn't quite make it work into the last corner either. That might have cost him a bit of a run. He's got the slipstream though as they come down to start-finish straight. They're going to head down towards turn one. Will he make the lunge? Yes, he will. And he retakes third position.
But he was trying to find every corner. He was fighting every corner to get past, and yeah, finally did it. And now he's going to try and chase on to the back of Barry Thompson.
And I think he'll probably have the pace to have a go at Thompson. Thompson had the pace for P3 earlier, but can he hold on to the second place finish ahead of Daniel Mentz? Let's see, as as they all make their way into Festival Corner, and once again, inevitably it is James Ogden who has bridged a bit of a gap. He's coming round once again. 6 minutes left on the clock, and there goes James Ogden once again, leading this race. He's done a 44.441 on that previous lap, and it's now the battle for second that we can focus on.
Yeah, James Ogden's on a world of his own right now. He hasn't had anyone to battle with all day, and he's just been able to fly away. He's hitting curbs, and he doesn't care.
Yeah, it's looked nice and easy so far. Reliability is the only thing that I can see that can stop him at the moment, so pray that that doesn't happen for James Ogden as he makes his way through Festival Corner. Battle for second's getting a bit more interesting. We've got Barry Thompson in second place, and it's getting quite close between himself and Daniel Mentz as they make their way down the start-finish straight once again. It didn't look like Barry Thompson had all that much straight line speed when he got breezed past by Daniel Collier a few laps ago, so that could be a potential passing spot for Daniel Mentz.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good battle here for P2. On our screens, P1, James Ogden pulling away slightly, and he's just driving along, doing his own race. Yeah, it's just so smooth. You can just, as we're watching him right now, you can just see how smooth he is on the steering. Gets the back hooked in, hits the curb, gets the back hooked in as well.
Daniel Mentz goes for the second place move, and he does manage to get ahead of Barry Tomczyk. I don't know what Tomczyk can do to come back at him. He's all over him going down the start-finish straight, but I don't think he's going to be able to make the move, and he doesn't. So that is second place then. Back where he started for Daniel Mentz.
Yeah, Barry is not going to like that. Will he fight back? I don't know. It's going to be it'll be quite a late move if he ever does. But obviously slipstream around here is very effective on a day like today. Yeah, and Daniel Mentz is doing a very good job here in P2. I don't know if Barry's going to look. He's too far back.
Yeah, all he can do is sit in the slipstream for the moment and hope that he can try and pick up some lines from him and try and come back at him later in the race. Still 3.5 minutes to go on the clock. Oh, there was a little bit of a mistake there from Daniel Mentz. He just hit the curb on the entry to the Willows, and that might have cost him a little bit of a run as they head down towards Derek's corner. Yeah,
exactly. Any little mistake you do and it costs you time. So that's why we want to make as little as possible, especially around this track. There's not many places to make a mistake, but if you do, it costs you time. But yeah, Daniel Mentz is running strong in P2. Barry Thompson going well in P3. I don't know if they want to be battling just yet, but here we go. Back on our screens, we've got James Ogden, P1. What a drive so far by him. Over 2 second gap already. And what more could you want?
Yeah, not pulling away at the rate that we've expected, but it's very reasonable to assume that he is just cruising at this point. He doesn't need to push. I think pushing only increases the risk of just breaking your engine. That's, like I say, that's the only limitation for him really at this point. And battle for second is still there. Barry Thompson is still in with a chance of second place as long as he can keep ramping up the pressure.
Yeah. James, yes, on our screens again, doing a perfect job, fiddling a bit of the engine and the carb. Same with number 13 of Barry Thompson. Coming through turn 1 here, through the Willows, turn 2 and 3. Nice smooth. It's a nice fun first sector that is. Just nicely driving it through. Through the derricks. Yep, nice and clean through there. Come round into Weldon. Hit one apex. Hit it again. I don't think Barry's got a good run off there. But Daniel Mentz is gonna compromise on that. And he's gonna hopefully build a bit of a gap. About 0.3 of a second of the gap between the two. Yeah, both looking strong for a good result.
Just over a minute left on the clock then, and it looks like Daniel Mentz has, at the moment, got this second place in the bag. So we'll keep monitoring that closely, and there's a move further back on the number 8 carts, or no, the 0 cart I should say, of Michael Whitaker has just been overtaken as they head through there. I think it was one of the sturdy brothers who managed to make the move. Oh, but he's run a little bit wide as they go through into Dan Weldon corner. They're still side by side. Terrific scrap there in the battle for, I think it's 5th or 6th. I think it's, yes, it is Richard Sturdy that is very close to Michael Whitaker as they run through the last corner and onto the start-finish straight again.
Brilliant driving by all these drivers here. Oh, it looks like he's going to go for a move, maybe.
Yeah, Sturdy's gone through it again on Whitaker, and it looks like he's made it stick. He made a mistake last time going into Derek's corner, so he needs to make sure he doesn't do that again. And the clock ticking down now, 1-0 on the start-finish straight. And as a result, that will mean that James Ogden is coming round now to begin what will be his final lap on what has been quite literally a perfect day for him. He hasn't put a foot wrong all day. He has been imperious. He's been very fast, very good at starts, and he can just bring it home now. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't overstress his engine. Doesn't matter, you don't have to win by 30 seconds or 1 second as long as you win. And he comes round now into Dan Weldon corner. Even on the last lap when he was cruising around, he was still a 10th quicker than Daniel Mentz. So that tells you everything you need to know as he comes down into Kestrel corner. And it will be James Ogden rounding the final corner, and it has been a magnificent day, and he is going to win the classic TKM race. James Ogden takes it. He takes it in the final. Daniel Mentz comes home to take 2nd place. Barry Thompson, after a difficult day, finishes in 3rd. And we see now Michael Whitaker is going to be behind Richard Sturdy at the very end.
Yeah, brilliant driving by all these guys. Yeah, brilliant racing all throughout the day. And it's time. Oh, actually, we've still got a couple more coming round.
We've still got a couple more finals. It's been a long, hot day up at the commentary box, but no, we are still going as the number 7 of Blake Green comes across the line and finishes. And next up, we've got our Formula C final. So then we are on to our penultimate final of the day here at Kimbolton, and it is going to be the Formula C's, the classic gearbox karts that are on their way round to the grid now. And it is going to be the number 38 of Adam Priest. You can see him on your screen now. He's going to be the man lining up on pole position, and alongside him is going to be another Adam Tuff in the 69 kart. Kevin Gray is going to be starting in 3rd position alongside Michaelis Kiru in 4th position, and then it'll be Lee Crane rounding out the 5 karts on the grid.
But yeah, throughout the day we've had a couple of funny moments where only 2 finished in the heat. But yeah, it's still some exciting races. Some of the fastest karts you will see all weekend are all about to battle it out to win TKM Festival.
They've been proven difficult to drive with these things. There's been various mistakes. The lights are about to come on, and we're about to find out who's going to win this. 1, 2, 3, 4 lights on, and it is lights out, and we're away. And it is a decent start once again from the 57. Look at the number 11 of Kiru. He's managed to get up into 2nd place briefly, but then runs a bit deep. But it is number 38 of Adam Priest that holds on to the lead for the moment. The 69 slots into second, Adam Tuff. And then Kevin Gray, who's had decent pace all day, he's still running in third position. So the number 11 of Michaelis Kairu has briefly gone to second and then just ran a bit wide.
Yeah, great start there from Adam Priest. The number 11, Michaelis Kainu, brilliant start by him as well. But sadly just dropped back a bit. Adam Tuff, yeah, good start as well. He's just slowly there in P2. He's going to just follow and try to catch up to Adam Priest in P1.
Well, we saw in the pre-final, in the third heat, I should say, that the top three that we have right now are pretty even Stevens in terms of pace. If anything, they're slightly in reverse order. We've got the 57 running in third, and he's been incredibly fast all day as Kevin Gray. He's looking very close now. Can he get a good run down the start-finish straight on Adam Tuff? Can he make the move into turn one? He's going to have to go early. Makes the big lunge down the inside. Uses all the force of those front brakes and gets into second position now. Can he, with 6.5 minutes to go, catch and pass Adam Priest?
That was a brilliant overtake there by Kevin Gray. Adam Tuff, he tried to have a go back on the top back, but sadly didn't find a space through. But yeah, these three drivers driving a brilliant race here. Adam Priest, he's saying bye-bye, he's going. But yeah, as this is all happening, it looks like with Kevin Gray, I think he's slowly closing in. Could Kevin have a chance of winning this race?
Well, we were quite surprised at the pace of Adam Tuff in the third heat, considering how he wasn't really in contention in the other races. If he can stay in touching distance and these two at the front start battling, then it's all to play for, really. As we see now, indeed, we have seen Kevin Gray beginning to close in as they head down the back straight towards Kestrel Corner. It looks as though Adam Priest is going to be coming under a lot of pressure in just a few moments' time. He's taken a nice tight line on the exit of the last corner there. They make their way down into turn one once again, and the gap is only 0.7 of a second between the top two.
Yeah, Adam Priest still driving very good. He's been very consistent, trying not to make any mistakes, because the second he makes one, Kevin Gray will be there to pounce back and hopefully get his lead back from where he was earlier today. He's looking very close there at the end of the back straight into Dan Bowden. It's a lunge into Kestrel Corner for the lead, and he's managed to get ahead as Kevin Gray. And so now that's put Adam Priest on the back foot. We've seen him when he's behind. He's very well. He can follow karts very well, so we'll see what he can do to come back at him. But that was a late lunge there by Kevin Gray in a very unlikely spot. Oh, it looked like Adam Priest had a look into turn one, but couldn't get it done. Will he look into Weldon? I don't think so. But yeah, move there by Kevin Gray. What a move! Sent it late. Well, Adam Priest look at doing the same thing. No, he doesn't.
And now it looks like Adam Tuff is getting involved in this battle as well. We did say if they started to fight, it could become a three-way fight, and it is a three-way fight in the final. Here's a third. Is he going to go for it into turn number one? Oh, it's a late lunge down the inside, and Adam Priest goes through. He manages to retake the lead, and now that's going to put Adam Tuff on the back of Kevin Gray as they head down the back straight and into Dan Weldon Corner.
Yeah, it's a very close racing between these three, especially Kevin Gray and Adam Tuff, P2 and P3. But all this is happening is going to let Adam Priest try and pull away. He went defensive in cholesterol, but yeah, great driving by these three. And to do some of these moves at the speeds they're going is pretty amazing. I think Kevin Gray had a bit of a look there. I don't think he could have done it. But
he thought about it, but clearly following someone helps. That slipstream effect is helping to pull them all closer, and there are three long straights here that's enabling whoever is behind to just stay in touching distance. And so Kevin Gray makes his way down the again. Oh, gets a little bit wide on the exit of Dan Weldon. That's just hurt his speed a little bit. And they're going to come off the last corner, and it's going to be the first corner. And look at this, Kevin Gray's got a good run once again. Is he going to be close enough to make a big lunge? I don't think he is this time, but he can bide his time. There's 2.5 minutes left. There's still time.
Yeah, exactly. Adam Priest is driving a good race here, but it's Kevin Gray. He's there alongside. He's done it. Wow, that's just on straight line speed. Kevin Gray has got back into the lead.
And he managed to get a good run off the Willows, but that's a difficult braking zone to make it work. It's very bumpy down there and not in a straight line at all. So yeah, very, very good stuff there from Kevin Gray, but it's not over yet, because it looks like Adam Priest has got another run down the start-finish straight. Is he going to try the lunge? He is going to try the lunge, and he retakes the lead again. So swap again for these race leaders, and all the while Adam Tuff in third position has got the best seat in the house.
God, these brakes, they are being used a lot with Adam Priest there. He's just slamming the brakes on those.
Both of the leaders, and that's helped Adam Tuff to take second place. So suddenly he is involved in this battle.
Yeah, could Adam Tuff have a look at maybe winning this race? He's never been in this sort of position before, but could he have a look? If not, it might be Adam Priest. I don't want to say anything early, but I think Adam Priest could have a look at winning this here.
It looks like Adam Tuff was very neat and tidy going through the Willows, so that's going to put him in good stead as they get towards the braking zone at Dan Weldon. He just needs to keep it nice and tidy. He's not made any mistakes so far, and it looks like Kevin Gray's dropped back a little bit, so I think his challenge is over. He seems to have dropped back by about a second in the last lap. You can see on the lap times there, 39.7, 39.5 and 41.0 for Kevin Gray. So I don't know, I think it would take something rather special for him to get back involved now. So it looks to be between the two Adams.
Yeah, which one's a better Adam? We'll find out in about 2 minutes time. We've got about 20 seconds left on the clock plus that additional lap. Number 38, Adam Priest, he is running well here. He's had a good day so far. He's been there or thereabouts. He had an amazing heat where he won by the 20 seconds.
Oh, is it going to be the last? It is the last lap. Just the last lap board comes out just in time for Adam Priest, so he only has to hang on to the lead for this one lap ahead of Adam Tuff. Keeps it nice and tidy, just has to keep it nice and tidy through the Willows, but that was a good run from Adam Tuff, and he's in the slipstream. I don't think he's quite close enough to make the move into Dan Weldon, but it's helped him to close up nicely as they make their way round down towards Kestrel, a little bit wide from Adam Tuff, and that might have blunted any chance that he had of making a move. There's only one corner left, and I think it's now settled. Adam Priest is going to come down the final corner. He comes across the line, and he wins the final of the Formula C at round 4 at Kimbolton.
Yeah, brilliant driving by all these drivers here, especially going at the speeds nearly 100 miles an hour, especially down the straights, and they're just going side by side like nothing.
Special shout out to Lee Crane there, who ended up missing a heat because of an accident that he had in one of the earlier heats, and he's managed to come home in 4th position, so very well done to Lee Crane. And so now we've only got one race left, and it is the pre-2000 and pre-95 finals.
They've been looking after us today, especially timing, and done a fantastic, done a good Marshall Andy, looking after you all. Thank you, yes. Medics, of course, obviously, but that brings on to the next point, guys. I want you to think about your race start. Come on, let's get to work tomorrow. There's no weaving, no silliness. Class 1 instructions to do black flag. We've got to go racing now. Have a great race and see you on the other side.
And So we are underway then on the formation lap for the final race of the day, the F100 pre-2000 and pre-95 combined grand final. And we are heading around on the formation lap now. For the pre-2000 grid, it is the number 73 of Martin Brackenbury who will start on pole position despite being tied on points with Chris Trotz, who will be alongside him on the front row. Andrew Brunson, having won one of the earlier heats, he will start third with Matt Parker alongside him in fourth position. Dan Cranshaw starts in fifth alongside Brian Ward in sixth. Ben Yemmons will join Joseph Lee Smith on the fourth row with Monty Gorridge and Jonathan Crankshaw rounding out the top 10 in that category. They will go around for another formation lap, and that will give us a chance to have a look at the pre-95 grid, which will be headed up by Tyler Whedon in the number 53, alongside James Verity, current championship leader in pre-95. Andrew Godfrey will start in third position alongside Paul Giles. Leon Dolby and Andrew Everett will be on the third row of the pre-95 grid, with Clayton Osso, Jade Goodwin and Alistair Topless rounding out the grid. So Alistair Topless and Jade Goodwin are guesting at this round. They're not regulars in the championship anymore, and it could have gone better for them so far.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with their disqualification earlier today due to being underweight. They're going to have to do some work as they're starting straight from the back.
As will James Verity, of course. He had 2 DNFs in the heats, but obviously you still score points in the heats, which is why he's going to be starting on the front row. And it looks like we could well get underway this time of asking, as long as the pre-2000s are well behaved. They are coming round the final corner now, and it looks like we could get going. And I believe we are underway.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. No, that was a late restart flag, but we are... Yeah, they are going round again. I think some of them haven't realised. They haven't seen the restart flag. No, they are still racing each other. So... In fact, there are no restart flags out.
No, there is.
Later part, and there's a yellow flag out there now, but not a restart
Very
flag.
confusing. They're not slowing down.
No, yeah. That could have been better.
Well, it looks like they've seen all the
Could have
flags
been.
now.
They've now finally understood. They've now finally understood, and the pre-95s can't really do anything. That's the issue with doing dual grids, is that once the pre-2000s go, the pre-95s go, and there's no changing that, unfortunately. So, once again, Martin Brackenbury will be leading them round, and all the while, this is just increasing the chance of the engines getting a bit clogged up and oiled up.
But yeah, as we come round through Weldon, we're going to be going quite slowly. But not too slowly that we end up oiling up.
Yeah, you don't want to be using any excess fuel. This will be the 4th roll-up lap that they've done, so it's all just taking fuel out of the tank and not taking any time off their race time. So once again, we come round the final couple of corners, and yeah, 4th time lucky. Hopefully we'll get going this time. Martin Brackenbury will lead them away, but he's got to just go in easy into it. But they're going to go this time. Martin Brackenbury leads them away. Chris Trott's going to try and brake late, and he goes around the outside and takes the lead of the race. It's in the first corner. Terrific start there. And in the pre-95s, it looks like James Verity has got ahead into the first corner. But in the pre-2000, it is Chris Trotz that leads this race, ahead of Martin Brackenbury and Matt Parker running in third.
Yeah, brilliant overtake there by Chris Trotter to start getting into P1. He's going to start trying to pull away now. He doesn't want to be with this pack anymore. In our pre-95, it was James Verity, I think, who was still holding the lead.
They come across the line once again, and yeah, it looks like we've seen Chris Trott in the past. He's had good initial pace, and then he's struggled in the later part of the races. So we'll see exactly how that happens this time. There's almost 3 wide there in the pre-95s at the back, with Alistair topless and Jade Goodwin trying to come through the field.
Yeah, I think Alistair, he hasn't had the best of heats, so he wants to compromise us on the final as he goes for another move. That's him into P4 now. He's got a bit of a gap to P3, but hopefully he wants to close that up. But now we're still looking down at our top 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the pre-2000s.
Look at the 27 going for the move. That's the move there from Andrew Brunton, or almost tried to make a move there on the 0 plate of Matt Parker into turn 1, but couldn't quite make it stick as they funneled their way through into Derek's corner once again. And it looks like Chris Trott is just holding on to his lead for the moment.
Yeah, Chris is doing very well here. He got into lead early and he's just slowly pulling away. And as soon as these guys start squabbling, which they have been, that's when he'll start to pull away ever so slightly.
Yeah, as they make their way through into the final corner. One lunge bit further back. And that looks like a move on the number 2 of Dan Crankshaw as they make their way across the line once again. Chris Trott continuing to pull away at the moment. I'm expecting at some point them to start to reel him in, but it's not happening at the moment. Maybe the O plate there of Matt Parker, it goes down the inside. Maybe he's got a chance of catching Chris Trott, but he goes through and up into 2nd place.
Well, these two, they need to work together to close onto the back. We're looking on our screens at the pre-95, 2000 class, I mean.
And it looks like Alistair Topless might be stopping as well. He's made up a few places, but he is now parked it up by Dan Weldon corner, just to top off his pretty bad day by his standards. And there's a move into turn 1 from the 27 of Andrew Brunson, and he makes his way through ahead of Martin Brackenbury. So the pole man continues to slip back further.
Matt Parker is closing in a lot on Chris Trott right in front. Maybe Matt Parker might have a chance of sealing this victory away.
And meanwhile, James Verity out in front in the pre-95. He has sailed off into the distance and has passed a few pre-2000s for good measure. As a move into the last corner from one of the pre-2000 drivers. And that looks like the number 90 is gone past Martin Brackenbury. That is Joseph Reed-Smith. And he had to go defensive there as well for a good measure as they go through the willows. And it does look like the lead gap is shrinking all the time.
Yeah, Martin Brackenbury getting forced off onto the concrete there and start finish straight. Joseph Reed-Smith getting through, and he's going to try and work with these guys behind him to catch up onto the back of the top 3 here. But yeah, Matt Parker is slowly closing in on Chris Trott.
He is beginning to gain in little by little, and there's still 4 minutes to go. Alistair Topless has managed to get going again, but nearly or more than a lap down, unfortunately. As some of the pre-95s are coming up behind pre-2000s now. I can see Jade Goodwin and Andrew Godfrey in that scrap. And there is now a battle for the lead in pre-2000s. Chris Trott is under pressure from Matt Parker as they go through into Dan Weldon corner. Where is he going to make a move? If he's going to make a move, he's going to try and get a good exit off of here, down this straight, through Kestrel corner, keep it nice and clean through there, and maybe try a lunge into the final turn, but he's not close enough this time.
But yeah, Matt Parker, last couple of laps, he's been one of the fastest on track in his class. He's closed so much. Actually, will he go for a move? He is! Matt Parker into the lead with less than 3 minutes left. Will Chris Trott have a look at going back? I don't think so, but Matt Parker takes the lead.
He tried to cut back underneath him, but he just couldn't quite make it work. Now can Chris Trott, he needs to make this move back. If he's to get back through, he needs to make that move ASAP. As he comes through Dan Weldon corner, if he's got anything left on the engine, he needs to make it as rich as possible. You can adjust the carburation, you can see them leaning down and touching the engine. Will he try a big lunge into the last corner? He's not close enough. But if he can get a good exit off of this corner, use the slipstream, use the engine power, maybe he can have a run back at him. It's not close enough this time, and there's only 2 minutes left now.
Yeah, Matt Parker, he's He knows he's got good pace because of how much he closed onto Chris Trott. So all Matt wants to do is push forward. He wants to go. He wants to get this gap. He wants to win.
As we see them now funnel through into Dan Weldon once again, and it still looks like Chris Trott. He was 4/10 slower on the last lap, but this lap he looks like he's, if anything, a little bit faster as they run through Kestrel Corner. Is he close enough to make a big lunge? He still refrains from doing so. He really wants to try and get track position back if he can, but not at the cost of his whole race.
Yeah, Chris Trott, he's eyeing him up. He wants his P1 back. He's angry. But Matt Parker says, no, 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 you can't have it. I got it fair and square. But Matt Parker with the O-plate, he's slowly pulling away. These guys are setting pretty much near on the exact same laps, which just shows how close they are between the two. But yeah, I don't think Andrew Brunton will have a chance of maybe fighting for the top place. So I think he might have to settle for P3 unless Joseph Rees-Smith somehow closes up.
It looks like it. Meanwhile, the battle for second in pre-95 is hotting up as Jay Goodwin is looking to catch Tyler Whedon just a little by little each lap. You can see them coming off the final corner. Jade's getting a little bit closer, but only with 30 seconds left, and there's a stopper in pre-2000 at the first corner at the Willows. We're not sure who that is, can't quite see him from here, but no, that's disaster, late race disaster there, as Chris Trott, once again, he's still close, but not, oh, there's been an engine seizure, and it's the third place driver of Andrew Brunton, and I believe, did he have a seizure in the previous race as well?
Yes.
And he's had another problem, late race here as well, with just 10 seconds
and there's oil on the track.
Oh, and there are two cards off, one of them's the number 16 there, and oh, that's going to be sketchy on the last lap for the race leaders. They're going to be coming up to it, they're going to have yellows or a slippery surface flag of some kind. He's going to drag the cart off. Unfortunate for Andrew Brunton, who won one of the races earlier in the day. And that's 73. That was Martin Brackenbury. The pole man has now stopped as well in the middle of the circuit. And there's a move going on for second in the pre-95s. As now they're going to come round to start the final lap. The race leaders in pre-2000. Chris Trott's quite close there. There's yellow flags everywhere, though. They're not going to be able to make it
like Dan Crankshaw also went off at Derek's corner, went straight into the barriers there. Quite unfortunate for him. But yeah, Matt Parker, he's leading the way.
Chris Trott's going to try and get a run at him going into Derek's corner, but he's not quite close enough. This is going to come down, I think, to the final corner. They're going to come through Dan Weldon. He's going to have to make sure he keeps it tidy. And look at that, Matt Parker trying to stop him on the apex of Dan Weldon. He's going to have to keep it tidy. Oh, Matt Parker might have to defend here going into the last corner, but no, Chris Trott doesn't go for it. He's going to try and get a good run, but I think Parker's got this. Matt Parker wins pre-2000 in round 4 at Kimbolton. And Chris Trott comes home in second. It's the number 90 of Joseph Rees-Smith. And there was a drag race to the line between Dan Crankshaw and Ben Yemens, I believe. It is a win for James Verity in pre-95. I believe Jade Goodwin managed to come home to finish second with Tyler Whedon in third. So what a dramatic finish to a long day of racing, a long hot day of racing. It's been absolutely fantastic to have you all along, to have you all watching. It's been good fun to get back in the commentary box for the first time in a few years. Charlie, it's been absolutely brilliant to have you along. What's been your highlight of the day, would you say?
It must have been in the pre-final of, I think it was TKM Extreme. Gareth Haynes going from last to first. That's pretty iconic. But yeah, it's been my first time ever commentating before, which has been quite an experience. I mean, what a place to commentate at. There's been some amazing action all day, and yeah, what a day of racing.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day of racing. Lots of racing with the TKM Festival and from F100 for round 4 of their championship. Yeah, I've had Charlie Ellis alongside me. My name's Ben Topless, and yeah, goodbye.